Hey everyone, testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Let me make sure I can hear my voice. All right, it's all good. How y'all doing? First and foremost, let me give a shout out to my sister Latanya. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Thank you. You have been so very, very supportive. Although y'all may not know even who I'm talking about because she doesn't like post often in the chat room, but she has been my very, very loyal supporter of my channel. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate each and every one of you. But what's ironic is it was just after she made a generous donation, just after I had made a donation, I had to someone's channel, ironically. And the only reason I'm sharing this is because, it just goes to show how, the Most High is, I do believe that, he look out for us, and he doesn't overlook how we try to help others. Because it was like right after, and I'm not saying that we should do this, we should donate or give or anything, uh, yeah, expecting something back. But the thing is, you will receive something back. You will, even if it's not necessarily monetarily or not what you expect. Um, you will, in a sense, be blessed, especially when you're given from the heart and sincere. And I'm not trying to talk y'all into, y'all know I've been up in here for years. All right. It's only more recently, in relatively recent years, I even got up on Cash App and all that stuff. But y'all know that I've been up in here for years without my channel being monetized, although I could have had it monetized. Just recently, they've allowed for this channel here. And then with most of these, I don't even turn on the monetization for most of these because I know how I'm going to talk. I know I'm not gonna, I guess, stay on code or whatever, and I know I can't do it, so I might as well go and turn it off. But and trust me, I ain't made no money over here, but I know that I could have totally, totally taken advantage. However, I tell y'all, don't be like me. Take advantage of social media, as social media has taken advantage of us. But let's not take advantage of each other, like bad advantage, that is. You understand what I'm saying? But don't be dumb like me, going for years without having your channel monetized, although you definitely could have. Don't be dumb as I had been dumb for years up in here. Now, when it comes to YouTube, take full advantage. Don't be like how I had been, all right? Because they had been making plenty money off of us for years. However, no, we're not going to take advantage of each other. Although it is awesome to see us still being willing to support each other. I really like seeing that. And I thank you so very much, sis, because know that, yeah, again, once again, Latonya, just know the very day that, right, that you had just made your donation yesterday, I had just made a donation of, pretty much the same amount to someone else, a brother, um, a brother in YouTube, who I follow, his ministry, his testimony. He's a brother who's been through a lot, having surviving open heart surgery, and he's had strokes, and I don't know, I just felt compelled by the Most High to particularly support this brother right here. So, and then when he talked about in one of his videos how he was, it just, I knew that I was called. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I knew that I definitely believe that. I don't know. I was just compelled to support this brother and his and the thing is, what I really like, and understand, I'm not supporting him from nothing because I really, really appreciate his testimony. And it's usually, I notice, when I am listening to his testimony, I feel more motivated. It motivates me to exercise and do the things I know I need to do in listening to his testimony. Because I'm one of a lot of the like Bible related, if you will, channels, Yasharel speaking, that I follow. A lot of times it's more about me being taught something, me learning something, learning, whether it's history but I felt that I need to follow more channels where there is more testimony given, ministry and testimony, not just because I was always about learning, knowledge. And yeah, and me discovering his channel, it was more not just like, not only is he sharing the scriptures and giving some sort of ministry just within these, like, under 30-minute videos, but he's also giving personal testimony, and I felt that was very much needed. So I listened to his videos, especially considering all that he has been through. And so I had just felt compelled to support that brother. So I'm just letting you know. So just know that very day that I donated to him, then not long, just hours later, that I see that you donate to me, and I'm like, wow. So know that we're doing something good here, So, and may the Most High and may and don't think that I forgot about you, sis, because and may the Most High Yah bless you, because I really, really appreciate how you have been very, very supportive, and just y'all, on all of y'all, just your presence. My sister Penazoy, just me seeing her each day. This sister's been supporting me for years. My sister, even I ain't seen you in a minute, Kimberly Johnson. I trust me. I've always be grateful. All of y'all that have been supportive. Trust me, I appreciate you, even if you have not ever like made a monetary donation. Just the fact that you still been hanging in here with a sister for years. I don't know how you do it, being that I've been talking about the same things over and over, and I get all over the place, and I get very long-winded, having you up in there for hours. I don't know how you do it. I know I ain't been making the videos anymore like I used to, more polished, well-edited videos that aren't so long. I know I didn't get on the Bible series as I said I would, and I've gotten lazy, but there are those of you who still hang in here with a sister. So know that I do appreciate you. I really do. So how y'all doing? Let me make sure one more time that I can hear myself. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I know I can be talking about other things. It's just, me on impulse. And this is also where me procrastinating right now. But anyways, yeah, because this popped up video on my other channel. I would have expected it to be on this channel, since I was talking about, ironically, I was talking about preferences and, people using love, 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 love as an excuse, to just get with people outside of their quote unquote race. And they're using love, 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 love as an excuse all the time. Yeah, it's the same thing with, hooking with those, within your, of the same sex, love, love, everything. Yeah, they're going to take us all out under the guise of love and unity and love, peace, and hair grease, right? But yeah, ironically, this popped up, but it popped up on my other channel where I wouldn't have expected. Yeah, this video popped up. It was in a short form though. Why do you choose white men? And I was like, how ironic. I would have expected me to be recommended this video on this channel. But anyways, so after listening to it, and understand, I love Donna Summer. Rest in peace to Donna Summer. I was very disappointed that when she passed away, I don't know, she just didn't get the media attention. I think we were still kind of coming up from Whitney Houston's passing, and being that Whitney Houston had became more popular in those more recent years. But you got to understand, when I was a child, my early memories, and going back to the 70s, being that I was born in the early to mid 70s, so my earlier memories and music and entertainment, definitely funk and disco, going back to the 70s. Especially if we're talking black radio. But Donna Summer, she wasn't just black radio. I mean, when I was a child, when I first started school in the late 70s, Donna Summers was like the biggest. She was, like how y'all see Beyonce in the 2000s, that was Donna Summer. Even though disco was short-lived, it was for, and that's the thing. She could have went beyond that whole death to disco demolition. She did. She had a big hit. We talked about it recently, 1983. She Works Hard for the Money. She could have went beyond, even though that whole death to disco stunt that affected a lot of artists, especially black artists, but a lot of artists who were associated with disco. She was one who could have went further, and she did. She chose in a way she chose to kind of abandon. I believe it had to do with her spiritual beliefs, or just not wanting to do this anymore or whatever, and focus more on being an artist, a painter, whatever. She still had some hits, like, because I remember she came back in the late 80s. What was that, late 80s? It was that I'm Going Crazy Just to Let You. I can't sing it. My voice is shot. I'm going crazy. This time I know. That's what I remember with her last hit. And that was like the late 80s. So she definitely could have kept going, making music. She was one of those, she would have definitely surpassed the Death to Disco stunt. And she was indeed the queen of disco. Some people can debate, was that Sylvester? Was that? I don't know. She was the queen of disco. Donna Summer was big, even though disco, what they call disco, didn't last very long. At least, somebody told me don't ever say that. Don't ever give them that satisfaction of believing that they could destroy any genre of music. Hey, how you doing, sweetheart? How you doing, Loli? Loli 83. I like that name. um, yeah, but Donna Summer, she could have kept it going. She could have kept it going for real. Um, but I think too, with her making those controversial statements, but even so, she still had the support. But she had made some controversial statements, or what were rumored to be. It was rumored that she said certain things. Now, her daughters, I watched the recent documentary on Donna Summer. Her daughter said there were certain things that she did not say. Okay, yeah, because they could have lied on her too. Yeah, she did speak, because you gotta understand, she did come from the church. She did come from like the Christian church, or I forgot exactly what denomination she was, but she was a lot of these singers, especially from that era. The really great singers, especially if they were black, a lot of them started out in the church, and so did she, even if it wasn't necessarily the Baptist church. I always felt like Donna Summer kind of had the voice of a white woman that could really sing. Beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's bad, or but I never like pictured her like growing up like in a black community or going to a Baptist church. You know what I'm saying? But she still, in her vocals, she sounded but she had a beautiful voice, great vocals. But yeah, she started out in the church, so that probably still had an influence on her. But now she's become like this, in becoming the queen of disco, she's become like this gay icon. So I can imagine her having a lot of gay fans in the 70s, a lot of lookalikes. You had those lookalikes, or like drag queens dressing up like a Diana Ross or Donna Summer or Cher. I'm sure she probably had that, especially with that hairstyle that she kind of had popular, kind of looked like the Rosanna Dana thing. And I remember Donna, yeah, she had posters. I remember the album covers. I remember when she was like Marilyn Monroe. And I had a brother, my one eccentric brother, as I call him. He was in love with Donna Summer. Yeah, she was really, yeah. But I had no idea until more recent years, watching some of these biographies or bio documentaries. I had no idea that Donna Summer was miserable like that. Like she even wanted to take her life. I had there's no way that I would have been able to tell that back then when I was younger, seeing her in interviews and stuff. And probably she felt a certain ways doing songs, especially, coming from a church background, perhaps doing songs like Love to Love You Baby, which was a very, oh gosh, trust me, I can sing that song now, but my voice is shot. The love to love you, babe. Yeah. And that whole song is like, how long is that song? Like 15-minute, like orgasm, very, very sexually charged song. And I used to love it. I ain't gonna lie. Even though I shouldn't be listening to it, there was a version they played on the radio. I remember as a child. But yeah, but that song in full is like what, 15 minutes long, and that's when they started doing these really, really long songs. Like you think Parliament Funkadelic, Not Just Knee Deep, where they could go, and I guess it was great for disco, for to play, discos, but that was yeah, and there was rumors that her and Giorgio Moroder were actually having sex while they were recording that song, although I don't believe that. Of course, that's not true. I don't believe, absolutely not. But yes, some could say, like, was she, in singing that, was she possessed with like some sort of incubus or succubus spirit in doing that song? And she probably had regrets over that, especially if you were raised, knowing something about the Bible, and Yeah, and maybe that had her feeling guilty, and then also I remember what was another song. Now I remember when we was little. Yeah, now this was one of her last from that era. That is that disco era. Bad Girls. Yeah, that was like 1979. And I remember when we was a kid. Yeah, you're a kid. You couldn't help but want to sing along because it was like that. Beep beep. Toot toot. Hey, mister. And we were a kid. And so a lot of us the kids, here I am. I'm like in first grade. Yeah, and beep beep, toot toot. And I ain't think nothing of it. It was one of them things. It was catchy. I didn't know it was, I knew it was about bad girls, but I didn't know it was about prostitutes. But I remember my auntie, she was woo. My auntie was Jehovah's Witness. I think my mom ain't think nothing of it. But I remember my auntie was Jehovah's Witness, like, oh goodness, nearly got my eye tore up singing that song. Because I was just beep beep, toot toot. And it was catchy though. And, it was about, like prostitutes. Bad girls talking about you sad girls. But it was real catchy. And that was like one of the last hits from that era. But yeah, like I said, even though supposedly there was the death to disco, she was still, and it did affect a lot of artists where they couldn't really sell records like they did, before that. Whereas Donna Summer, she still was able to go for it. But I believe she made some comments like God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. Comments such as, although her daughter said, it was untrue. She did not say that they don't that I think they said she didn't say that AIDS was a punishment. Yeah. And yeah, some people believe that she lost her fan base. I remember one person in a documentary, a gay white man said, "We made you." Yeah. Yeah, they say they went on to support Madonna instead of Donna Summer. They went on to support Madonna, as if Madonna was the answer to Donna Summer, saying at least she didn't. Yeah, this guy said at least Madonna didn't turn on the people who made her. And I'm like, what? How y'all make Donna Summer? Like, say what? Donna Summer's voice, her talent, helped make her. Like, but anyways, but yeah, sometimes they'll lie on people. Like some people wonder about if did Elvis really say what the racist stuff that he claimed to say for whatever reason. Yeah, but she was still able because like she had a hit song. She works hard for the money. I didn't even know that it hit number one also on the R&B Soul. I didn't know that. Garwin pointed that out to me when we were talking about 1983. What? Wait, hold on. I never heard that. You said she battled alcoholism and drug addiction. Hold on. Now that I've just watched some documentaries, and the last one I watched was with her daughters. Hold on. Now I never heard that. Hold on. You got me wanting to look that up now. But yeah, she was big. That's why when she passed away, I was like, why is there not much talk about? Now she believed that she her cancer was caused by her being in close proximity to the 9/11, and she, believed the fumes, the environment she believed may have caused it. No, there's nothing. What? Okay, I'm typing in, they're giving me an AI overview, and the source is supposedly Britannica. Donna Summer struggled with severe substance abuse, primarily a reliance on prescription drugs and alcohol. Wow. I don't recall. I must have missed that. And it said, and suicidal depression at the height of her fame. So I never knew her as one to take drugs, although I did learn from these more recent biographies or bio documentaries that she was like severely depressed and even suicidal. I did, and that I just found out in recent years. Okay, you're saying it was in her. No, I have not read any of her memoirs, but wow, yeah, I'm telling you, would not have known. That's the thing. A lot of these celebrities, even today, who we're looking at and we want to be like these celebrities and we envy them, and you don't know how they probably the most miserable. They probably would love to switch, back to their former lives. Not saying that they'd want to be poor if they were poor or anything like that, but you just never know how these people are really, really doing. And especially at a time when you think that they would be the happiest in their lives. But in getting on to what I want to talk about, now Donna Summer again. So you could tell that I got love for Donna Summer. You could tell I got love for her, and she was definitely a mainstream artist. Okay, she was definitely up there with the Diana Rosses, and she was big. Donna Summer was big, one of the biggest of all the black female entertainers that we had. She is up there in that. I would put her most definitely in that top 10 list, up there with Aretha Franklin. Yes, yes, this disco queen up there with Aretha Franklin, because when you were able to make that impact in such a short period of time, and I know that she could have kept going. She could have went beyond the disco era, and she did. It was kind of more of her choice. Even when she had a tour, I remember when she, came back, did a music tour. Now, of course, it wasn't expected that she would do songs like "Love to Love You, Baby." Of course, I don't think she did songs like that anymore. But when she in the '90s, I remember, like, what was it, the mid '90s? They talked about it on VH1, and she was touring, and they said it was sold out. People still wanted to, and she inspired many, many singers like Selena Quintanilla. She inspired many singers. Okay, so yeah, she was big. I remember how my auntie from my grandma's second marriage, being this auntie just a couple of years, like 5 years older than me, she passed away of lupus though at 22. She was getting on my nerves, always singing on the radio. Whoa. She was just like, but yeah. So the thing is though, one thing about Donna Summer though that people should know. Now it was said that Donna Summer, she was the first or of the first black female artist to work with an all white production team. I don't know. I just recall hearing that. But didn't Billie Holiday, didn't she have like trans had like a pretty much all white band? Well, they said with Donna Summer, she had let me type in. Yeah, because we know that she did her music with Giorgio Moroder, you know, Italian producer Giorgio Moroder. That's where, yeah, she was born the same year as my mom, but my mother was older than Donna Summer. So she worked with white men, but she did also, let me go to Wikipedia and bring up Donna Summer. She did also, hold on, because I want to get this correct. Yeah, okay. Now, reading from Wikipedia, born and raised in Boston, Donna Summer dropped out of high school before graduating and began her career as the lead singer of a blues rock band named Crow. Yeah, it sounds like a kind of similar, like when us just talking about Minnie Riperton. You have these black female artists who, especially these baby boomers around the same age, just like Minnie Riperton, born after World War II. These early baby boomers, especially, that ended up, becoming part of this fusion of, being, yeah, whether they become rocks, they get this fusion of soul and rock and, yeah, and psychedelia, like in the case of Minnie Riperton. But yeah, again, born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts, Summer dropped out of high. Donna Summer dropped out of high school before graduating and began her career as a lead singer of a blues rock band named Crow, and moved to New York City in 1968. And you know what was going on in '68? The revolution was in. I'm talking about the counterculture, the sexual revolution, and all that. It's in full effect. In 1968, she joined the German adaptation of the musical Hair in Munich, Germany, where she spent several years living. So I understand she did live in Germany. She spent several years living, acting, and singing. There she met music producers Giorgio Moroder. Now, yeah, I believe he was, yeah, Italian, and Pete Bellotti, but I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. And released her first album, the European um, market only Lady of the Night in 1974. Following the recording and European release of the groundbreaking disco anthem Love to Love You Baby, she signed with Casablanca Records in 1975, where it was released in North America. In the US, the single became her first top 5 hit on the Billboard 100, peaking at number 2 in 1976. Summer's first 3 Casablanca albums, Love to Love You Baby, A Love Trilogy, and 4 Seasons of Love, all went gold in the US and led to her informal title, First Lady of Love in the popular music media. Okay. Yeah, so she was working with these European producers. She had spent quite a few years in Europe. Okay. Now I kind of tend to give when it comes to like interracial relationships, and look, I'm not trying to police anybody. Nobody am I. You will not see me walk if I'm walking down the street and I see an interracial couple. I am not about to sneer at them. I'm not about absolutely not. For one, I'm over 50 years old. I've been used to seeing this. All right, even if not in certain parts of Chicago, but I've lived outside of. I've moved around a lot. Okay, I lived in the suburbs of Illinois where I've seen an abundance of this. So I understand. And I understand my sister was a swirler. And also my brother, I had my only one brother though, the only one that went outside of his race. This is like 40 years ago, in the 80s with this brother. We happened to live in the suburbs, and his girlfriend, my mother went on and let us stay, despite my mother's stance on certain things and her beliefs. She went on and let this girl stay with her, and this person became almost like part of my family for a few years. Okay. So it's not like it's something I'm not used to. And my sister was. The thing is, in my family, the ones who first went into this world, it was the females. That's how it was in my family. And that's how it kind of still, it was mostly the females. Okay, like starting with my sister. Um, yeah, that's what I was used to in my family. So, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. She stopped. I think it might have had something to do with. I think her stopping doing the disco songs, doing the disco songs. Well, for one, disco was supposedly out, but I think it was. I mean, but there was still what we could be seeing as post disco, like high energy, which was kind of connected with house music, and there was house music, freestyle. She could have still did songs like that, but she kind of went more in just in the pop music direction. There was still, of course, there was always going to be disco, what they want to call post disco or whatever, dance. They just use the term dance music now. Um, Let me see. Well, at least in American music culture. Uh, yeah, because I do believe, even though it doesn't say here in Wikipedia, I do believe that she. Let me see. Early life. Let me see. I'm trying to see. Yeah, it says in Wikipedia. Yeah, she started out in the church, as I thought, like in a Christian church. Let me see. They're not really saying the denomination, but yeah, Summer's performance debut occurred at church when she was 10 years old, replacing a vocalist who failed to appear. So I'm assuming, what I assume, that perhaps she felt some sort of guilt, or kind of like what I struggle with a little bit. When you know the Bible, and I think that's what I'm going to assume. And considering that she had became a gay icon and had a huge gay following, still do, even if they felt a little let down by her. And also, yeah, songs like "Love to Love You, Baby" being very sexually charged. And there's no telling. One thing we probably don't know about, though, is no telling. There were probably men trying to take advantage of her in the industry, because Donna Summer, she had became like this straight up sex symbol. I know my one brother was in love with her, but she had became, yeah, like how they become like these like sex kittens. I remember all of them. She was very, very photogenic. She was seen as very sexy. She was very photogenic. Oh, I remember this, the Bad Girls. She was always taking Kelly Rowland. They do. Everybody know Kelly Rowland need to play her. But I remember when she had the also like kind of channeling that Marilyn Monroe. I remember when I remember because my family, my brother had became infatuated. Yeah, remember this picture here? My family had it. Yeah, I remember this picture here. She had all these photos, posters. I remember because my brother had this, and where she did the like Marilyn Monroe, and people don't realize when Marilyn Monroe, for the 7 Year Itch film, when she was filming that, people don't know that afterward that kind of contributed to her and Joe DiMaggio's breakup. And I'm not saying that's ever an excuse to beat on your woman, but people don't know he beat on Marilyn Monroe after she did this filming for this scene right here, because they said that they were doing this scene over and over, having the wind blow up Marilyn's dress over and over again. And he had to watch her husband as all these men are gawking at her. So we got to be kind of careful, like almost like channeling energy. But yeah, this was with the Love to Love You. I mean, what was the posters I remember that was in our house and with the albums and stuff? Look at her on Jet Mag. Let me see. Them posts. I'm trying to. The one where she looked like Rosanna Dana from Gilda Radner's character on Saturday Night Live to me. Yeah, but I remember there's an abundance of these. Yeah, it was this one right here. I remember it wasn't like this though. This is given like some sort of filter, but it was this one. Yeah, but so she was, and a lot of men, I'm sure, wanted her. And she would just, even like in the 90s when she was doing a little tour, it was sold out in no time. In no time. So they were willing to see her again. I remember us having this back in our house in the 70s with that hairstyle. On the radio. And you see with Beyonce also doing her little Love to Love You Baby. But yeah, she was, but like, kind of like how it became with Tina Turner. She became surrounded more with white men. But it was kind of like that from the beginning, though, with Donna Summer. Unlike with Tina Turner, who was initially with Ike, it was kind of like that in the beginning. And I tend to give, well, who am I to give grace to anyone? But I guess you could say I kind of give like grace to those people, who may be in interracial relationships. I kind of give grace to those like early baby boomers, not so much the later, but the early baby boomers, male and female, and older. Now, someone like Jack Johnson, nah, I can't, because Jack Johnson, especially with what I've learned about him and stuff, now his legacy as a boxer should be respected. But I don't know. I just feel like there was a selfishness when we go back, because I can never understand it during that time. Why would you even be thinking about? And even in the case of the loving, why would you even be thinking about getting interracially, knowing? I think, you know what I'm saying, when I think of all of I talked about that before. Like, I don't think he gave a doggone about all the lynchings when this. Not saying that his success and him riding around white and these being white prostitutes usually, not saying that this is an excuse to be lynching black folks and bombing communities and all of that, but I really don't think He gave a damn. I mean, that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait, what popped up here? Why is this popping up? However, those who happen to be of that, a lot of those who happen to be like, especially when we're talking about the early baby boomers and some of like maybe the silent generation, those are the silent generation and early baby boomers. I said early baby boomers, and those who, yeah, I don't know, I guess give them a pass, male and female, especially when I'm thinking of those baby boomers, particularly the early baby boomers, and those of the late silent generation, being that they had been so brainwashed with this idea of peace and unity and integration, ideas of integration, meaning freedom, liberty, representing freedom and liberty and unity and all of that, where they may have thought they were changing the world or whatever. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but let me but then I find out that that's not always, you know what I'm saying, that when I thought it really was a thing of, it might have been a thing of being colorblind. Like even in the case of Michael Jackson, if you notice, I never really talk about or disrespect Michael Jackson for getting, despite my feelings on interracial relationships, I believe our people, I know our people need to stay with our people. Despite my beliefs on that and what I know, considering the scriptures, you never really hear me like going at Michael Jackson or even Prince, or you'd never hear me going at him for being with non-black women. Yeah, maybe because I am looking at their generation, whereas the brothers from my generation, or maybe I might be looking at it a little differently, and I know that sounds biased, but there's like, I really do think in the case of Michael Jackson, I really do think that Michael Jackson, I really do think that he was tried to be colorblind. I really do think that he may have been, or at least tried to be. I really don't think it's a thing. I never thought it was a thing of him having an animosity against black women, but it is obvious. I can't deny it. It's obvious that he had some self-hate, some issues with how he saw himself. So of course, that's going to affect how you want to see your kids, and I really usually don't like giving the enemy the satisfaction and talking against Michael Jackson, especially now that he's gone, and I believe that he was taken out, and I didn't want people desensitized to his passing. But like I remember where Mrs. Legit was pointing out that it looked like he even tried to dye his quote unquote children's hair blonder to look whiter. I'm not gonna act like I didn't notice these things. But yeah, anyways, let me play this on Donna Summer. Okay. And it's interesting. I didn't know that somebody went as far as questioning her on this. So this is shared by Malik Kashad TV. Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by a copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, so read the copyright disclaimer, FBI warning. Okay, I got to sped up slightly. All right, so I don't know who this woman is. This does not appear to be Barbara Walters, but I'm surprised that somebody just asked her about that. I've never seen this before. This just popped up, and I said, "Oh, I gotta talk about this." Being that I've been talking about this recently. So she's being questioned. Why do you choose white men? If you happen to have access to a keypad, I'd appreciate you pressing one just to let me know that you can hear this with no problem. So let me go ahead and play.
Why do you select men who basically are white?
I really couldn't answer. I have fallen in. I have in Europe. I went with a guy who was black, and before that, I think that it's a matter of chemistry. And I can't. I mean, I have fallen in love with guys at the wrong time who were black and who are black, and it has not been the right moment. It's very hard, I think, for some people to accept that. There are sometimes just basic chemistry things that I have nothing against black men or white men. I just fall in love with whoever it is. It's also exposure, you know. I mean, a lot of guys that I see that I would love to go out with are married, you know, and it's just not a possibility.
Okay, so she said that it's just about exposure. Okay, when she was in Europe, she said she did before she got with the white guy. She was with a black guy. Um, she's saying that sometimes it's just about chemistry. She may have been with that black guy at the wrong time. It just happened to be. And now she's saying that there are guys that she would like to be with. I'm assuming she's saying black guys, but they happen to be married.
That there are sometimes just basic chemistry things that I have nothing against black men or white men. I just fall in love with whoever it is. It's also exposure, you know. I mean, a lot of guys that I see that I would love to go out with are married, you know, and it's just not a possibility. That are on, let's say, a compatible level at this point, or even guys who are writers or whatever, who would be someone that I would be interested in. At some point, it's a matter of interests, you know, and having been exposed sometimes to a lot of things outside of America, my interests are very varied, and it's a matter of interest, really. I think more than anything else, it's a matter of compatibility, and I really don't look at it on a black and white level, and I think people tend to believe that. I don't.
I can understand it from your point of view. I really can.
I don't have a preference. I like to look at a handsome man if there's one, and it doesn't matter to me, you know. And if that.
Okay, now she said, you heard her say, she says she don't have a preference. Do y'all believe that? Okay, but she does acknowledge she does acknowledge a handsome man. So there is going to be something that physically attracts her, because she does acknowledge a handsome man, although she's saying that race, you know, that doesn't really matter, but handsome is handsome to her.
Side of America, my interests are very varied, and it's a matter of interest, really. I think more than anything else, it's a matter of compatibility, and I really don't look at it on a black and white level, and I think people tend to believe that. I don't at all.
I can understand it from your point of view. I really can.
I don't have a preference. I like to look at a handsome man if there's one, and it doesn't matter to me, you know. And if that handsome man happens to be available, and I too, and that happens, then that happens. I have nothing against that.
Okay. So you heard what she had said. Okay. And you know me, I like looking at comments. Her response indicates how a person commented. Her response indicates how complex selection of partners is. Okay. It says, I agree with her. I am too varied to be with anyone. Okay. Because she makes it known that, you know, she's not limited when it comes to what she's attracted to. Okay. I guess she's saying, like, even when it comes to physical attraction, you know, she's not limited. You know, she finds a variety of things attractive. Okay. All right. Okay. At a time when people were allowed to express themselves rather than obey CIA social engineering talking points, able to present an analysis which was not purely self-deceptive rationalization, brilliant artists. Okay, somebody said, I would have leaned in and said, ma'am, that's none of your business. We're here to discuss my music. Okay, I don't think that woman meant any harm. I'm going to assume, just like that time when Suzanne Summers asked Tashina Arnold and Tisha Campbell on the colorism, supposedly, that, you know, that's being, you know, pointed out with the show Martin. This is back in 1994 on the Suzanne Summers show. I think that Suzanne Summers was going by something that she was told, or something that she was asked about, or inquired about, or heard about. Yeah, I don't think, unlike Barbara Wawa, this stuff that she would ask. I don't know. I don't think she meant no harm. Oh, shorty. Oh goodness, how you doing, sis? You know what? When it came to Don, my mama didn't say nothing. My mama usually would say something, but she didn't say nothing. I never heard my mama speak against. Only thing I ever heard my mama say with Donna Ross was with the move with the Wiz. She just felt, Donna Ross should not have played Dorothy. But being that my mama, I think my mama admired Diana Ross so much, and people compared my mama. She liked her style so much. My mama did her eyes like Diana Ross. That yeah, your mama hated it. I don't think my mama said nothing, but my mama would point out, like if they were married to somebody, my mama would point it out because I think my mama said Billy D was married to a Chinese, like an Asian woman. Well, she just said probably Chinese woman. But usually I would show because, but my mama, like, she didn't like OJ Simpson, but yet she wouldn't say. My mama straight up gave Richard Pryor a pass on anything. She loved Richard Pryor so much she overlooked everything. But I think my mama did not see them, or in the case of Donna Summer, maybe she just didn't really see her as a self-hater. My mom just didn't say nothing. And I had my brother, he was nuts, the eccentric brother, nuts for Donna Summer. Yeah. I love how our mamas used to just speak out their mind. Now you got these mamas. I love how our mamas, oh goodness, especially if you got the baby boomer, early baby boomer mamas and late silent generation mamas just speak their damn mind. I loved it. Oh goodness. But I don't remember my mama really saying nothing. I can't say my mama was listening to Donna Summer music like that. I just don't recall her really saying nothing. And Donna Summer was like the biggest star. Would you say your mama thought that Denise Williams? Yeah, Denise Williams also married a white man. But you know what? I know I'm sounding like I'm flipping here. But with those baby boomers and late silent generation, especially we talking early baby boomers born after World War II. Like my mom and Donna Summer, they the same age, born the same year, except for my mom was older. And Minnie Riperton around the same age, except for Minnie Riperton a year older than my mama. They around that same age group. You gotta understand, down the black women of that era, a lot of them, the black people, period. I believe that it was like almost ingrained in them to go outside their race to we are the world. But see, the difference is my mama was eventually my mama around that time of 1968, like let's say them years that someone like a Donna Summer or Minnie Riperton may have been playing with rock bands and, going to Europe and stuff. My mama on the other end, she was linked up with black nationalists and stuff. See, that was the difference with my mama. She ended up, but I'm gonna tell you, white men. My mama was a beautiful woman. She just ended up. The difference is she got married and had a lot of kids. Eventually put on some weight, but my mama was she was a beautiful woman. That white, and she also spoke. Unlike my harsh voice, my mother had a very feminine voice and she spoke very eloquently. And for whatever reason, white men they thought that my mama was the type. They thought that she was one of them types who would be into them. They saw my mama like a Diana Ross or Donna Summer. They thought white men was trying to holler at my mama, and they would be disappointed to find out my mama's not into white men. Now my sister, became a swirler. And I never understood that, like, especially with the mama that we got. But they white men was into, and you had those black women of the era, especially if they were in the entertainment, that era and earlier, where they would end up a lot of times almost like them white men producers and people in the industry, it seemed like they couldn't wait to scoop up them Shaka, including the Shaka Khans. And but see, yeah, even though Shaka Khan was more funk affiliated, when you think of the band Rufus, it was a predominantly black band, but they also had white members. And yeah, but a lot of them, including Nell Carter, despite being overweight, almost like and I just feel like a lot of the people from that era, especially like if they were like of the like of the silent generation and early baby boomers, and they in entertainment and all of this promotion of interracial, we are the world, come together, and all of this idea of hooking up or marrying interracially, and like it represents this newfound freedom or something. And like with Truth Unedited talked about with television and yeah, you gotta understand stuff like Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. But then again, there are people who would argue with me saying no, but also you gotta remember that was also the time of, there was somewhat the influence of the Nation of Islam on the other end, and then also the black nationalists. So they ain't like they didn't, let's say, know better. They didn't know that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's what had more of an influence on my mother was never involved in Islam in any sort of way. But yeah, there was on that end. But then you got to understand, you had on one end, for instance, you had like you had the say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, even though James Brown himself also ended up getting with white women by the 80s. But then on another end, you got like a Sly and the Family Stone. I am everyday people, just dance to the music. You know what I'm saying? So let me see what you saying, Antoine. Your mom was born in the early 50s? Yeah. So your mother's like still considered like kind of, I would put that in the early baby boomers. My mom born in the late 40s, like the same year as Donna Summer. And a year after, see, my mama and auntie, they were like early baby boomers. Your mom too, if she was born in the early, I consider that early baby boomer. Then we get like kind of later on with the Michael Jacksons and Angela Bassett. And now I would expect for those ones to be a little more pro-black influenced. I would think to some degree, even more so than the early baby boomers. I don't know. So I think the things that we learn as children have a little more effect on us. But even a lot of them, like Prince, born 1958, 10 years after my mom, still a baby boomer though. He had this Paisley Park, just like Michael Jackson, this Paisley Park, We Are the World utopia. And he was mixed, but he wasn't this idea that he was mulatto, like in the sense of, he was only mulatto in his phenotype. Okay. Yeah, his parent, he had an admixture, but he was not of that ethnicity. It wasn't like he had a whole non-black parent. The white admixture and his parents, that's something probably over, it could have been 100 years down the line for all we know. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn that. I'm still trying to learn what's meant by the Jones generation boomers. Hold on, maybe I could type it in. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Jones generation boomers. And always let me know if y'all want to come up on the panel. I just don't be realizing. I know somebody did last night, but I really, I didn't expect. I really meant for it to be a couple of minutes last night. Ooh, excuse me. Let me see what's being said. Generation Jones is a demographic cohort between 1954 and 1965. Okay. Well, then that would be Prince and all of them. That would be Prince and even many of the pioneers of hip hop. Like Afrika Bambaataa, Ice-T. Yeah, those baby boomers. Okay. Is it Generation Jones is a demographic cohort between 1954 and 1965, located on the cusp between late baby boomers and early Gen Xers. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I would think that they might have a little more, let's say, pro blackness, considering what they heard when they were children. I am black. And black is but the early baby boomers, like my mama and but my mom was influenced by, black nationalists more so in Chicago. Unlike Minnie Riperton, who was also from Chicago. Let me see. Sort of like if you ask people from the 40s what was their favorite TV show as a kid, they'd have no choice but to say stuff like I Love Lucy. Right. That was my auntie's favorite. She loved Lucille Ball. She loved, right. My auntie, my mama didn't really watch it like that, but my auntie loved and you gotta say, like, my mama, she thought when they was a kid, they watched Howdy Doody and yeah. Yeah, my auntie loved I Love Lucy. Yeah, they would say stuff like I Love Lucy as there were no real black TV shows in the 50s. Exactly. That's the stuff also we gotta understand. Like that's why I would not think of even calling. I don't even like using that term bed wenches for one, because the women who were referred to as bed wenches, they were actually they had no choice. These were
This point, or even guys who are writers or whatever, who
the ones who you may have seen as in consensual relationships, like for instance, Sally Hemings. Although I know she was probably like just a quarter black, but still, Sally Hemings still. Some people feel that the relationship was consensual. First of all, I believe she was underage, and second, I feel like this: if a woman can't say "not tonight, honey, I got a headache," if she cannot say that to a man, then no, I don't see that as consensual. Even looking at situations where they're doing this for survival, they're sleeping with this person for survival. Like even in this case of what those who could be seen as concubines from a certain, it all depends on the era. Because that's still to me sexually taken advantage of. You know that these women are in a situation and you're saying, oh, yeah, sleep me, you get to be, I'll put you up in a house and this and that, and kids be taken care of. That's still taking sexual advantage of. Yeah, at a certain point, of course, if it's totally consensual, like if we're talking like 20th century, like from definitely like from the 1950s, 60s and on, it's consensual, totally consensual. But yeah, like somebody like I would say someone like Donna Summer, I don't think that she had this like spite against black men. I don't think it was a thing. Although I do think that there are those, now in the case of like, yeah, there may be still that underlining, oh, my kids are gonna have good hair. I ain't saying that's necessarily the case with Donna Summer. I'm not saying that's she said herself. I do believe her when she say that there are men that she would be attracted to, but they're married. And I respect the fact that she's not pursuing men who are married. I respect that. Whereas some women wouldn't give a damn. And obviously she was referring to black men. And also we got to consider, like, in the industry, like for instance, in the case of now Josephine Baker is an interesting case. In the case of someone like Josephine Baker, who is, you got to remember too, some of these female artists, especially back then, like let's say way back in Josephine Baker's time, where they ended up being surrounded by white men or just fellow black women. Like I remember I was looking into why it was that so many blues singers and women of that era, and you know, black female entertainers of the early 20th century. You know, like when we think of Bessie Smith and a lot of them blues singers and a lot of them performers like Josephine Baker, I was wondering why was so many lesbian and bisexual. Come to find out, you know, Bessie Smith, you know, Ma Rainey, um, and they were saying with okay, one reason or explanation that was given that could be a reason. They were saying that a lot of these females they had to travel with nothing but other fellow black females, and then also with the racism discrimination where they so it caused them to become closer and clingier to it was different reasons. And then too there was a prevalence like when we're talking blues singers in the South, there was, you know, women being, I hate to say it, molested, and you know also these some of these effects of slavery and this and that and affecting people in the South. uh yeah, there were different reasons. And then also these women, and I had looked into it because I was like, wow, this is something found out that so many of those blues, and also even Josephine Baker, as you know, she was bisexual, in a relationship with who that painter, that Latina painter, Frida. Um, I do think now, in the case of someone like Josephine Baker, I do think that there may have been a little bit of, I don't want to say preference, I don't want to say self hate. I don't want to. She did initially marry a black man, and even with Josephine Baker claiming that her father, trying to claim that her father was white, or trying to, you know, and it's highly believed that her father, and said that her father was not a white man, but in fact a black musician. And you could see with her, like I've shown with her makeup, making her skin look lighter, whiter. But I know it's easy for me to criticize today. Yeah, and she wanted. I do think though. I don't think she had any animosity against black men, but I do think that she too was under this impression, wanting a rainbow tribe, for instance, wanting children of all races. This idea of unity, peace, and unity means everybody sleeping together or coming together, marrying, intermarrying, this, and that. Um, no, hold on. Dorothy Dandridge's father was not white. No. I know she's being referred to as a mulatto now, and she probably would have been put in the category of mulatto at a time when they could not do DNA tests. They would have just probably looked at her complexion. Oh, you're a mulatto. Dorothy Dandridge's parents, she has like admixture, just like, you remember it was a lot of people who wanted to play Dorothy Dandridge. It was a lot of people who wanted to in the 90s when when HBO was doing that was HBO, right? The Dorothy Dandridge biopic. You know, you had Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, but Holly Berry got the part. And I'm glad she got the part. She did very well. However, if we were going to go by just DNA tests, Janet Jackson and Whitney Houston would have definitely been more like, a closer match. Definitely a closer that match than Holly Berry if we were just going to go by DNA. I'm glad Holly Berry got the part. I think she deserved the part. This is Dorothy Dandridge's mama. This is her daddy. Okay. You see her mama, you see her daddy. Here's another picture of her mama. Now, I'm sure they probably got as many Black Americans, Caucasians. There's her mama again. Her mama used to, in fact, play mammy roles. Now, I don't believe her mama was a dark-skinned woman. No. I believe she may have been a brown-skinned woman. That's her daddy. Even if her daddy was mixed. So how is she a mulatto? But especially by y'all terms today. Women, they saying MGMs or whatever they call MGMs can't be mulatto. And the next thing they are. Yeah, that's her mama. Seeing her daddy. So mama again. Now, perhaps her complexion, her and her sister's complexion may have came from her daddy. That's her mama again. And she was raised black ethnicity. Her mama again. And this was her daughter. And she had her daughter with the Nicholas brothers. And they weren't dark skinned, but yet she had it, and that's her daughter. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Azura? Hold on. Josephine Baker. Let me go into Josephine Baker. Now talks about her. Okay, born and free to Josephine McDonald, St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, Baker's official website identifies vaudeville drummer Eddie Carson as her biological father. Yeah, this is Josephine Baker as a baby. Yeah, understand that Josephine Baker did used to do things to her skin. But we do know how she was not what we would consider a light-skinned female. I believe that she was more brown-skinned, more sepia tone, as they referred to her. But she did do things. Yeah, now, I don't know if this is the same Eddie Carson here. Yeah, that's said to be a daddy. Okay, and then also there's a picture here. But there's also been claims that her daddy was white. You got to understand, some of these, just like I know Naomi Campbell's lying about, her having a whole Chinese grandparent. But as you can see in this picture here, you see how her face is one color, her body's another. Also, she would do stuff. Now, yeah, you can use lemon and stuff like that. But yeah, Josephine Baker was more of a what we call a brown-skinned woman. But of course, we know that you can be it ain't about you can be. There are people who are biracial who are darker than me. We know that. This is also said to be, yeah, Josephine, I believe, her father. And I could believe that. I'm looking at his eyes. I'm looking at what appears to be perhaps bags under the eyes. I could easily believe that that's her father. You say Holly can't act? I think that she can act. You know what I think with Holly Berry? I think she did a great job. I was glad that she got the part of Dorothy Dandridge. But I think what it is with Holly Berry, I think, and she tries so hard to, I think she do want to prove that she could, like her going so far for the movie Jungle Fever, going without taking a bath. I think what it is her voice, being that she has this light voice that people don't take her as seriously as an actress. Being that her voice is very, that's what I think. You think Whitney? I think Whitney, She did okay in Waiting to. She did pretty good in the Waiting to Excel. She did pretty good. No, Janet can act. Janet's been acting since she was a child. She was impressive in Poetic Justice because they said that they had to coach her on how to curse. They said she would be saying like, "Oh fudge," they had to. I think Janet Jackson. No, she also proved herself in the "Why Did I Get Married" movies. Janet Jackson, she can act. She been since her days as a child, as Penny. It's just sometimes when you got like a high voice like that, when your voice is, you got this soft like voice. Yeah. Holly Berry, she proved us like losing Isaiah. Holly Berry, I think it's people that her voice. But she didn't have to go so far as Monsters Ball. And I love Holly Berry. I was like so happy when she won the Academy. I was like, yeah, I'm all happy. But at that time, I didn't see Training Day or Monsters Ball. We all happy and clapping. Yes. But then then I started hearing people talking about the movie because no black person, seen the movie yet. Then we went to see Monsters Ball. Like I remember me and my friend, we went and we was sitting in the front, and it was none but white folks in the theater. And we were sitting all in the front, and we just left feeling icky, like, oh, hey, right, Holly. I love you, but that wasn't right at all. Well, you ain't like her Storm. Yeah, I like Holly Berry. I like her a lot. I think she's one of the few daring to talk about menopause. Oh, y'all like, oh my goodness. Why would you say that? Jessica Lange was not eating her up. Yeah, she can act, but yeah, Monsters Ball. Oh, now she messed up with Catwoman. They just wanted an excuse to get that woman in that suit, make her a sex kid with Holly Berry. Tasha took me to see Catwoman. We were disappointed than a mug. I'm not playing. What it is, I'm not lying. What it is with Holly Berry is it's her voice that people are not, it's her voice. If she had a deeper voice, I'm telling you, if she had a deeper voice, she has this light, pretty girl voice. And if she had, just like Janet Jackson, if she had a deeper voice, like let's say, or even just like Lynn Whitfield. But I think she did a great job, the Dorothy Dandridge movie. Okay, so y'all gonna say she didn't do great playing Dorothy Dandridge? Y'all gonna say she didn't do great? It would have been interesting to see how, Janet Jackson, but I think that she was the right choice. At that time, I wasn't looking all closely at DNA and stuff. Long as, long as she black to some degree now. You say she was in? Okay, all right. I mean, it's fair opinion. I think she did great. I mean, that was just my opinion. And I was real happy for her. But then, I only got disappointed with Holly with that damn Monsters Ball. Oh, it just didn't feel right. That movie. And then Catwoman. But everybody, we all do something that we may not be, Yeah. But I forgive. She said, Holly Berry said she was hurt by everyone's reaction. Yeah, everybody was happy that she won the Academy Award, but then it's like we didn't see the movie though. Just like with Denzel Washington, he was just evil in that movie, Training Day. And then he gets shot me in the ass. He was bad. But this is another thing that people overlook. Denzel Washington is a great actor, no doubt. But he talks the same in every. He's one that we overlook this. Denzel Washington talked the same in every movie. In Malcolm X, but yet he was great in Malcolm X. In every movie, he talks the same. Y'all don't notice that? I'm not saying I expect for your vocals to totally flip up, but one actor I definitely, a lot of people feel overrated, Keanu Reeves. Okay, all right, okay. I'll give you that. Glory. Yeah, Denzel. Okay, all right, okay, you got me there. But I'm gonna have to watch it again. But Denzel seemed to talk the same in every movie. But yeah, like it's talk. Oh yeah, going back on what I was saying with preferences. Now I do feel like I said, in the case of Donna Summer, and let's share let's listen to this once again, one more time. It's just under 2 minutes. What she said.
Why do you select men who basically are white?
I really couldn't answer. I have fallen in. I have in Europe. I went with a guy who was black, and before that, I think that it's a matter of chemistry. And I can't. I mean, I have fallen in love with guys at the wrong time who were black and who are black, and it has not been the right moment. It's very hard, I think, for some people to accept that. There are sometimes just basic chemistry things that I have nothing against black men or white men. I just fall in love with whoever it is. It's also exposure. I mean, a lot of guys that I see that I would love to go out with are married. And it's just not a possibility that are on, let's say, a compatible level at this point, or even guys who are writers or whatever, who would be someone that I would be interested in. At some point, it's a matter of interests, and having been exposed sometimes to a lot of things outside of America, my interests are very varied, and it's a matter of interest, really. I think more than anything else, it's a matter of compatibility, and I really don't look at it on a black and white level, and I think people tend to believe that. I don't at all.
I can understand it from your point of view. I really can.
I don't have a preference. I like to look at a handsome man if there's one, and it doesn't matter to me, And if that handsome man happens to be available, and I too, and that happens, then that happens. I have nothing against that.
Okay, so again, she said that she doesn't have a preference, but she does acknowledge that, what is a handsome man. So obviously, but she did also say that what she sees as a handsome man, it varies. It's not limited. Like she can find she can see a black man is handsome. I'm assuming that's what she's saying. A white man is handsome. It's not limited. But there has to be some sort of, even if it's not necessarily, okay, she's saying basically she doesn't have a racial preference. I think that's more of what she's saying. But for you to be able to find someone handsome, there has to be something physically that you prefer, or something that you lean towards, just something that attracts you a little more than something else. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not necessarily racially. But I think to some degree we all have. To some degree, we all have a preference. And this idea that it's just about love, and and what is it that makes that? What is that chemistry? What is that chemistry? I don't believe that she one who purposely rejects black men. And she said there are men. She was making it known that there are black men that she's saying men she's interested in, even though she didn't say black. I'm assuming that she meant black men, but they're married. I respect the fact that she respects that they're married, and she's not going to mess with that. But it's almost like she's saying the black men that she was interested in, they're married. They were married, especially considering the world that she was in. And also, I do consider that she was in Germany for some years. She spent some years in Germany, and she said she did in Germany, in fact, date a black guy. But I guess it was the wrong timing, where things didn't work out, and it just, these men happen to be black, and it didn't work out. That's pretty much what she's saying, where it did work out, and it just happened to be, and I think she's saying that she doesn't believe that's necessarily a race thing. It just happened like that. It's just the chemistry, the timing, et cetera, but there are men, like, and the black men that she, I guess, have been, she's saying there's many men that she's interested in, like black men, but they're married. Um, and I guess in that world that she was in at that time. Now I do believe her. I do believe that but this, this idea again, I do still feel that people love, and it just happened to be who I fell in love with. I don't believe, okay, the way that people talk about it a lot of times, and I'm not saying that's necessarily her, but almost as if it's just something that they just, oh, it just hit them in the face. No, I do believe in the case of a lot of people. Uh, that there are certain, yeah, you may eventually fall in love with that person, but I do believe that, like, there are some cases, and I know there are some sisters, like, if they are, yeah, you may have happened to fall in love with them, but they are more open to, let's say, if it is a non-black man that is nice to them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whereas with a brother, they may use a little more discernment. We used to be that way with white men, especially. We used to definitely use way more discernment with white men. But I do think that there are some people, like if a white man or woman, if they just smile at them and they oh, I'm ready to get at a chance right away. Whereas with somebody of their own race, I gotta look at the list. I gotta check this out. I gotta this, that. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? Whereas they're more open to, even if they're not saying, they may say that, oh, it just happened, love is love, it was just the chemistry. But whereas they were more open to work things out with this, I'm not saying that's necessarily Donna Summer, but it's like they are way more willing to work it out. Like we can make it, because there are some people up in here, they're talking like, okay, well, okay, they may have dated, for instance, one white person, or one Latina person, and if that was a decent relationship, or if that person was nice to them, oh my gosh, they feel that they're an authority on or like if they dated an Asian person one time and it went great. Oh, so now all of a sudden they are an authority on Asian people, and all Asian people, they, as if they've never met a nice black person, as if they never met someone who was good or nice within their own race. But all it takes is one non-black person that they meet, and maybe. And the thing is, I have to ask, okay, if things were so great with that one Asian or whatever person, then why aren't you still with them? You know what I'm saying? Why are you not still with that person? What happened? Something had to, that you are no longer with that person. Or are you saying that you messed that up? Are you the one who messed that up? If that one Asian or Hispanic or whatever person, if they were so great and you had this great experience, and then I have to question why you aren't still with that person. So that, are you saying that was just on you? You messed that up? But yeah, they'll act as if yeah, because I know some people, and I don't want sisters to get to that point where if a guy smiles at us, then all of a sudden you're ready to give your number. And, I don't want us to be so vulnerable to a point of, yeah, even though people say they have no preference, they have no, I'm not saying that was necessarily the case with Donna Summer, and she is a beautiful woman, and like she didn't have options. Okay. So I'm not saying that's necessarily the case with Donna Summer, but I do feel some people, even though they claim they have no preference, love is love, colorblind, and it's who they bump into. But I'm telling you, when they bump into that, all they have to do is be a little bit nice, a little nice. Okay, and they're goo goo gaga. They're goo goo gaga. They're oh my gosh. And let them tell it all. Yeah, like there's some people, they may have had a relationship with one Asian person and it wasn't bad. But yeah, you see, Asians and Latinos, they treat you so much better. But they have not been really, and I think you would have to be involved with more than just one or even two to really come to that conclusion. And let them tell it. Every single black person they met is terrible, is bad. But all it takes is one. Like I know this one brother who was a friend of mine. He married a white woman, and their marriage didn't last that long. But he was, she was the best thing. And we talked later about it. I remember him saying he's a friend of this like second family to me. And live in the suburbs. And he said that he ain't gonna lie. He's like, I ain't gonna lie to you, Lashid. My name ain't really Lashid, but Like, when I got with her, she blew my mind. And I'm like, what she do that blew your mind? And I'm telling you, they marriage to last no time. But I remember when he was with this black female, and I remember how the family and stuff, they was really, really, and she was really cool. She was, to me, she was sweet. She wasn't perfect, but she was sweet. And I remember, like, I used to like hang with, she was young, of course, younger, millennial, and put makeup on her and stuff, and we, played, she was a dark-skinned female, very, very cute. But the family seemed to be, the black family, very, like, almost like scrutinizing her, like looking, almost like looking for her to, like, she gonna be bad, like she's fast, she's gonna just looking for stuff, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, she was with him for a minute, but he didn't marry her. He ended up marrying this white female, and the marriage was very short, and he ain't been back, even though, yeah, I remember him talking to me how the white female blew his mind. I'm just wondering, like, I should have asked further on that. How did she blow your mind? So I guess maybe she was telling him everything that he wanted to hear. I don't know. Making him feel like a man, making him, I don't know. Well, he didn't say all that. I'm just, I'm just, if I were to, how she blew his mind, but yet the marriage did not last no time. And yet to this day, he still haven't went back with black women. He still haven't went back to black females. I guess he's still trying to seek that first experience or something and hoping that it continues. But he still hasn't remarried and haven't gotten back with black women. But it's interesting. And see, that's what I was saying. Now, like when I question her, now I do believe with my sister being a swirler, I do think, because I told you my sister lost her hair from an early age from an incident of being electrocuted. And so my mother always had to get her like wigs and things like that. That's another reason why I'm kind of sensitive to people taunting black females in the hair and things like that. But I do think that affected my sister and, and how she saw hair, how she, perhaps with her children and everything. And so, like, you never know what people have went through. And also, I think with my sister also being a victim of, what I had found out later at a young age. And people are affected differently because I didn't understand the way that my mama was pro-black. I didn't understand with my sister being the first to swirl like that. But my sister was always kind of defiant. She did her own, lived her life her way, as my auntie described it. Very defiant, my mother. Although they were cool with each other, but it was like my mama just had to let her do her thing. Yeah, she couldn't control like with my sister. She was going to live her life despite what my mama thought. And that's how she lived her life to the very end. But yeah, now when I one time asked my sister, like what is it with the white man? But her first child black, the rest biracial. And I remember when I first asked my sister, she told me, now I came to my own assumptions, like maybe it was a hair thing, but what she told me herself was she just said power. White men should power, like that's all that she was thinking. Because I do know this, the relationships my sister had that did seem real and where I knew she would go back to, they were black men. So it told me that my sister was attracted. Really, I think that my sister did have a physical aesthetic preference for black men. And these were usually, yeah. Oh, wait. Well, my sister did have, she was also into the light-skinned dudes. Yeah, like this one, I remember I was talking to this one guy. He happened to be light-skinned with light eyes and hair. And I remember I broke up with him. He was an artist like me. And my sister was like, what's wrong with you? Because she thought he was just so fine. And I'm not saying he wasn't attractive, but my sister was like, but usually the serious relationships, I remember my sister, they were black men indeed, and not necessarily just light-skinned men, But yeah, but my sister, I think, I don't even believe she may have even had like an attraction physically to white men. I really don't think she had a physical, but with them, she saw power, she saw security. I think she saw security. She felt that she could be taken care of. Yeah, that's all she said to me, power. Like this. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, with Diana Ross, That's what I think it is with her. I'm not saying that make it right. I honestly think Donna Ross, she looking at, and it is natural, don't get me wrong. It is natural for a woman to want to be taken care of, because it is the job of a patriarch, a male, to protect and provide for his woman and provide security. It ain't just about buying you jewelry and no. But this idea of security, women and children, it is natural for women and children to depend on men in that sense, to protect them, to be a patriarch, to lead, to protect, to provide. I'm not just talking, and there's nothing wrong with, nice things like jewelry, fur coat, and all that stuff. But I'm not just talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I think of, even with, my niece's father and everything was Russian. Yeah. I think that my sister, it was more, I think that's what I think with Diana Ross. This idea, the preference is more for power, what they see as representing power. Like you hear Cynthia G continuously referring to the dominant race, this idea of white men being dominant. And what I'm trying to tell Black women today, if you really think that white men, first of all, the men that Diana Ross would be with, they would usually be ish men, okay? But if you notice, like from Berry Gordy and on, supposedly Michael Jackson hurt over her in 1986, marrying Arness, because supposedly he had a crush on her. Now, it can't be proven whether or not she actually slept with Michael Jackson. But that's why some people believe that, from the 1987 Bad Out, Dirty Diana was about her. What do these white guys? I can't really say. I know they had money. And I would witness that and I noticed this with my sister, just like there are some of these Black women where white men flocked. Because I remember just being on the playground with her on the north side of Chicago. I was like 10 years old. She was like a late teen. And I remember these white dudes from they just flocked around. It was not a thing of her signaling to white men. That's how they were drawn to her. They were drawn to my sister. I had a friend like that. I had a couple of friends like that, where the white men just be drawn to them. And it was like these guys from the Navy, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I'm just smirking. They were just kind of drawn to her like that. I had a friend, my sister used to like Donna Ross, was kind of petite, but my sister, had, petite, had a big booty though. But little woman, like small in size. Caramel skinned. Now my one friend, also petite. This is something that I noticed. Like my one friend I would go to the club with, and she was one like hanging with gay guys and stuff. But she was like a skinny chocolate, nice shape, but skinny. They like them ones. Them like slender, really slender, petite. Chocolate, and that's how it was. We go in clubs. But a couple white men, it ain't a thing of them getting up in white men's face. Hell no. They come to them. Like they're just drawn. And my mother, although my mother did not stay small, having all the kids that she had, but she never like got bigger than me, but still my mom was the type that white men thought. And that's the thing. Almost like they think that, almost like they kind of sense Black women who are into them too. Now, white men ain't been attracted to me, no, and I'm not attracted to them. It's almost like they know I'm not attracted to them. For some reason, Latino men, especially Mexican men, always. In fact, I don't know what, they tried to talk to me, even it seemed more so than Black men, Latino men, for some reason. particularly Mexican men. I don't know what, I joke maybe because I got a little frame of a Mexican woman, but I don't know. I didn't quite understand that. But some reason, Hispanic men, particularly Mexican men, that I still don't understand. What you call you fat funky? No, you not. I know you're not talking about yourself. Oh, who is this security guard? What, that one light skinned dude? Really? I mean, yeah, I'm sure they spent nights together. That, spending the night, versus spent nights together. We can't prove nothing. So why don't y'all stop with that? Leave Donna Ross alone on that. Y'all leave her alone. And Michael on that. Can't prove nothing. Now, wait, hold up. It ain't flat now. I got what you call, I ain't really got no booty like my sister had. No, I just got what you call, like I say, booty potential. I could give an illusion, but no, it ain't like, my sister, they got like straight onion. She had her well rounded, even in her small frame. And she passed it on to her children. You can't, why? We can't just be calling people stuff without proof. Come on now, this is getting out of control. I'm gonna leave Donna Ross alone. I'll give a booty illusion. See, I had it upstairs. Sister had it downstairs. So I felt like, why? I was cheated. Why couldn't I been made up like that? But then, kind of found out my sister was. I didn't want time she revealed when she was drunk. She was thinking these police officers. I'm like, what did my sister do? I'm coming home and stuff. Like, what is? And it was these two, and they were like attractive black police officers, and they were talking to me nicely as my sister. Oh boy. And I'm like, oh goodness, I take it, yeah. And so she was thinking that the police officers were they're trying to talk to you because you got bigger breasts. That was my sister's first time revealing. Like, there might have been a little envy. And I'm like, what in all these years I'm envying her in her frame? Like, yeah, it's just so funny. Oh no. Don't have to. I think I have nice short legs. I think I got nice short legs. But yeah. But they like them petite ones. Yeah. It's almost like they but yeah, let me a couple more who I wanted to like. Okay, like in the case of Donna Summer, and a lot of those are the baby boomers, and in the case of Donna Ross, late silent generation, I don't think it had anything to do with necessarily an animosity against black men or even lack of desire for black men. In the case of Donna Ross, and I'm not saying that necessarily makes it better, but in the case of Donna Ross, I feel it's about what she saw, money and power. And plus, a lot of those entertainers back then, they would end up being surrounded by white folks, including like Richard Pryor. And, and I know it sounds like I'm making an excuse, but I really don't think it was a thing with a lot of them, like this animosity against black people. Although I do still feel, I feel like it was a different, like they may have felt that what they were doing was like a reflection of the times changing, and you got the Beatles and Come Together, and and Sly and the Family Stone, and some people may have seen it as progression. You even got some of these black older people from that generation, for they actually they saw their children and grandchildren hooking up with people outside their race, almost like that was a sign of unity and peace. Like they wanted their family to now become multiracial. They wanted a rainbow tribe. They wanted because sometimes, I'm telling you, I've seen this with people I know in the suburbs where they want almost like, and I'm talking about mothers even, they want their sons to have I have witnessed this where you had these black mothers, they are quicker to scrutinize their sons' black girlfriends. But if I've witnessed this, where if they got a white girlfriend, I'm not talking about my mama now, because I remember pointing this out to my mama with certain friends of ours that we knew, and my mama was like, yeah, they kind of think that's cute. Now, yeah, I mean, who's my mama to talk, being that we ended up, yeah, with my mama, she could not control my sister. None of us could. She was gonna do what she wanted to do. Okay. But when it boiled down to it, my mama gonna still take care of, embrace her grandchildren. It is what it is. But yeah, but with some, yeah, I've seen where they, like they'll bring, yeah, the black partner that they bring home, they're quick to scrutinize, and be suspect of, and whereas a white person, they're all, I've witnessed this, I'm telling you, I'm talking about black folks I knew in the suburbs and stuff, and in the city of Milwaukee. So even their parents are kind of wanting them to get with people outside their race, as if they are so eager. They see that this is the ultimate example of racial progression. They believe that the ultimate example is integrating with whites and eventually sleeping with them and having babies with them. They feel that this is racial progression. And, I don't know, Donna Summers, but she spent a lot of time in Germany. Also, you got to consider the world that these entertainers were in, who surrounded them. Whereas later on, it did seem that by the 90s, that now you've got, at least we thought that there was more influence in production studios of black people. I guess we thought that by the 70s and 90s, you had more black influence, definitely. At least that's what we thought. There's still the Jimmy Iovines and stuff. Because I remember one great thing that was about hip hop. Now we got these like posses. Remember, it seemed like we had crews and posses. You had the Native Tongues posse. You had who is Eric EPMD? What was the Hit Squad? You had where it seemed like now you've got this family of black people, influential in music production and videos, and this, at least it seemed in hip hop, where now we got these like little posses and stuff, where we don't have to just, it seemed like we don't have to just be surrounded, well, we have our family in the music industry, and you don't have to in the entertainment industry. Where, because I can imagine in the times of, let's say, like Dorothy Dandridge, where they're just surrounded by, unless they were part, just like in comedy. Yeah, there was a time where we had nothing but each other, like what they called the Chitlin Circuit. And one thing I do agree with Tyler Perry on, he wanted us to appreciate the Chitlin Circuit. We're always feeling like we got to be a part of the major leagues or the mainstream. Where I will say I agree with Tyler Perry, where he had an appreciation for the Chitlin Circuit, when black comedians, entertainers, they just had to work, they just doing their own thing for their own audience underground, and you may saw that as not as cultured or whatever, but it was still successful in its own, just like the Negro Leagues. And that's what I thought. I really thought that we had kind of achieved that in the 90s. I really thought that now, like when I would look at Missy Elliott and Timbaland and they little crew, and saw what was going on also in Atlanta, and it seemed like we had our own family where we didn't really need to, whereas before it seemed like we were thirsty to get on MTV. We were thirsty to get the exposure, thirsty to get it under Clive Davis or something. Whereas what I thought in the 90s, I thought that now we're not as thirsty. We're not as thirsty to get on Johnny Carson's show. A black comedian is not as thirsty to get on Johnny Carson's show, because now, we got Def Comedy Jam and we got Comic View. So F them. We got Arsenio Hall now. We don't need you. That's what I thought. We got BET. Now everybody gets BET. So we don't need, so MTV, they know they're going to have to to get on the bandwagon, or they will be abandoned because everybody is now going in this direction of hip hop. They're going in. So that's what I thought. But then you realize, even with like LaFace Records, there's still the Clive Davis. Even with Death Row, there's still the David Kidders, and there's still the Jimmy Iovines. And with Def Jam, despite who may be shown as the face, there's still the Lear Cohens and all of them. You know, you realize it, you know, just when I thought we had a little more freedom, where we don't feel as if we have to have them for that security. And now when I thought there was, you know, now more Black men who are moguls, so that the Donnas, you know, let's say if you are Diana, you know, we're looking for, there are just as many, or at least the way they try to make it seem in the industry, like there are just as many Black male moguls and powerful Black men, at least it seemed for a minute in the industry, but then they end up getting with the J-Lo types. You know, so it's like, yeah, so it's kind of hard to say. Yeah, but back then I kind of give them a little grace, those of that era, because I don't think, but I used to feel that way like with Sidney Poitier. Like I didn't, you know, those are now him representing the silent generation. You know, I never like was mad. Of course, I'd like Sidney Poitier be someone like a sister. I wasn't mad because I really didn't think it was about anything necessarily against Black women. But then when you find out that they did say something, like that blew my mind with James Earl Jones, to know that they did, you know, say certain things. Like, damn, I didn't need to know that. I really wish I had not learned about that, because I had such a respect for this man. And to know that you said these nasty things, or these, you know, and to think that saying it so boldly in that time, what was that, the late 60s, that he was saying that about Black women? You know, only person I had heard from that era saying something nasty was Wilt Chamberlain, the basketball player. Because back then, you know, I was thinking, well, I always used to say, well, at least why? Okay, so I was like, why you didn't really see people like my mama, even though they would vocalize it, but they weren't really as well. They didn't have social media too. But I said the difference is you just didn't hear men back then feeling they got to trash Black women. I never heard Prince or Michael Jackson, or, you know, feeling like they got to. So you didn't feel as if there was necessarily hate, even though you felt that it just was about a preference and not necessarily animosity, but it was about a preference. Although I still am going to confront and at least question the preference. But at least I never heard, you know, Michael Jackson putting down, but then, you know, you find out, I don't know if it's true that Sidney Poitier, you know, supposedly with Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt's another one who's questioned. I think that she could be biracial, but she's one that's kind of questionable too, though. But supposedly, I don't know. But there's some of this stuff that circulate in recent years. I'm wondering, could some of these things be made up? Because didn't I find somewhere that Sidney Poitier rejected her because she was Black, or black enough for him, or too Black for him, even if biracial? I've never seen Sidney as raccoonish in any way. I've never seen that. So it's like hard for me to. Now I know that there was some criticism back when he was doing films. Yes, he did films like Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and I could yell, even though I'm not with that. Melvin Van Peebles, who also, you know, was in an interracial, like, you know, being in Germany, but you know, he kind of talked about with the Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. Wait, I gotta find that. I gotta find that clip with Classified X, being that that's the one movie I've been able to upload and share and not getting any copyright issue, because I believe that was totally independent. Because I know I shared that on my channel. Hold on, I might still have it upload on my channel of Classified X, so I don't have to share. I know Real Black One don't mind me sharing it, but I was like one of the first to upload it here in YouTube. Classified X. Let me try to find that. This idea of the new Negro. Yeah, let's watch a little of that. Yeah, so it's like I don't even want to believe that Sidney Poitier, because I always respected him, like Harry Belafonte. I always respected them. Yeah, that's all I was wondering. With Eartha Kitt, relatives said that she's not biracial. I do believe that there are some people, and I'm not saying that they don't have admixture or whatever, or may even have a white grandparent. But there are some people, just like even in the case of Prince, even though Prince kind of wants you to believe that they got a whole white mama, a daddy, and they felt it was whether they felt that would make them more marketable, because you gotta remember with Purple Rain, they said that they wanted John Travolta to play his part. Yeah, that was on James Earl Jones. That was very disappointing. That was very disappointing, and it's sad because I didn't want that to be the focus when he passed away, but you know. oh, wait a minute. I'm not even gonna highlight that. No. I think sometimes too. I think honestly, Shorty with your son, I think it's kind of just the kind of maybe like even to a degree, like when I think of my sister and my mama. My mother being the way she was. Because I remember my mother, okay, it was this white boy that I did a project. We were chosen to do a project. And we were really good friends. He was real funny and everything. I didn't like him, like in that sense. But he was a friend of mine. And we were chosen, because we were both two nerds, chosen to do Windows. This was like late 80s, like 89 or 1990. Windows was brand new. And we were chosen in our school to do present to these, it was almost like these yuppies, and showing them Windows and we, in the paint program. I know it's nothing now, but it was brand new back then. And me and he and I were chosen to show them, with the Windows, because before then you had the MS-DOS and all of that. Yeah. And everything was more about pixels. And this was way before you had vectors, if you know what I'm talking about. But anyways, so this white, and I showed, and also this white guy happened to be in a co-ed group home that I was with. And I remember showing my mom pictures and stuff, and she looked at the picture of me and the white, with the white guy that I had showed. Yeah, he was like a really funny, kind of reminded you of Judd Nelson's character on The Breakfast Club, Bender. But he was real funny, and we were real, but he was just a friend of mine. And I remember my mama looking, and she paused, and then she was like, okay, hey, you may date and this and that, but she was like, when you get married, you make sure in other words, she made it clear to me. I don't know if my mama ever had that talk with my brothers, because my oldest brother, he had a non-black girlfriend living with us. But yeah, she gave me that talk, and I was like, okay, but whereas my sister, I really think with her, to a degree, there was a bit of a rebellion kind of thing. I'm gonna do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? It might have been a somewhat rebellion thing with my mother. And it ain't like my mother was the type, because if she was really that type to be just zero tolerance, there's no way my brother would have. Because when it boiled down to it, if my mother thought that there was someone that was homeless or something like that, she would take them in. We've had white males and white females live with us who didn't have nowhere to go, even though my family was broke. But that's the type of person my mother was deep down, where she cared about everybody deep down. But yeah, I wonder if my mother ever had that talk with my brothers. I never know. Anyways, yeah, yeah. So that's what I kind of think with you. Even like listening to your son, I think I know he loves you, and I know that you love him. But I think he just be kind of, like even in coming on panels. I don't know exactly what went down on the psychopathias panel, but I think he'd be kind of just trolling, just a little bit trolling. But that's what I think it is. I haven't witnessed, but that's what I think it is a little bit. But yeah, I'm sorry. By the way, this is one of the documentaries that got me really into documentaries. 1998. I remember when I rented this Classified X, and I don't know, I just got just so into nonfiction when it came to documentaries, books. I just got into nonfiction. Just really wanted to just watch documentaries.
Business of America is business. Many pockets. And while they're blacks trying to appease us ungrateful, belly-aching darkies. And we went from the new Negro era to the no Negro era.
Remember when they was talking about the new Negro era? Wait, hold on. It makes me want to go back further, but yeah, and I noticed, okay, he talked about in this the new Negro era. The new Negro era, a more giving us a supposedly more dignified black people, but that's what I'm talking about with this whole FBA thing. But I love this here documentary, Classified X, Melvin Van Peebles. And as you know, he himself, of course, being the father of Mario Van Peebles, director of New Jack City, you know, he himself was in, obviously, an interracial relationship, you know, being stationed in Germany and all. You know, Mario Van Peebles' mother is German, white woman.
For a while there, blacks almost disappeared from the silver screen. But the boycott couldn't last because Hollywood knew there was money burning in those ebony pockets, and they wanted some of it. The business of America is business. Hollywood had discovered that if they used a black guy as part of the group of good guys in an action movie, putting them somewhere in the posse or platoon and not killing them off too soon, the Negro audiences came in droves.
Come on, Jefferson bastard! Come on, Jefferson!
The only problem was Hollywood wasn't too fond of having a virile, lusty black guy running around. And when
Wow, still end up getting killed though.
came to sexual matters, they figured, well, why take a chance? So Hollywood split the difference.
I'll take him.
Drama, oh no, for you I want only the best, Lady Helena.
They use Negro hunks, okay?
I'll take the big black one.
But whenever there was a white woman around, he had to lurk in the distance.
I'm on my way!
Sometimes they had us around to be taken in by white con men. But outside of that, well...
Had a mighty hard time, but I'm on my way. Had a mighty hard time, but I'm on my way.
See, this is the power of cinema. Of course, there are black people. Yeah, it's good to see, you know, a Gentile, you know, praising Yah. But a lot of people saw this, you know, as progression. You know, just the idea, like, okay, there were those who said that they were attracted, black people, what attracted them to Jim Jones' People's Temple, even though come to find that this was a man who actually hated the Bible. But they're saying that what attracted them, it wasn't the word of Yah, he was such a good preacher necessarily. They said what attracted them to his church. Now, his church is going back to, what, the 1960s even. Initially in, where did he come out of? Ohio, was it? Or Indiana? And then eventually they chose California. Now, some people felt he chose California to infiltrate like the black nationalist groups like the Panthers. Or he could have chose to relocate to California because perhaps, and the Bay Area more specifically, perhaps because he felt that these would be people perhaps easier to manipulate. Easier, manipulate with the ideas of integration, considering the whole Haight-Ashbury hippie influence and all of that. California supposedly being this liberal state. But yeah, they saying what attracted them, not the word of Yah, not even him being a good preacher of the word of the Bible, but they liked seeing that this church full of black people and white people together. That's what attracted a lot of the black people to Jim Jones Church or whatever, the People's Temple. The People's Temple. They were so attracted to the idea of white people at this church singing along with black people. That is not what's supposed to first attract you to any congregation. But there are people and I'm not trying to put down older generations, but they saw that as representing progression. And I'm not saying that, it's not, unity is, of course, unity is usually a good word, but yeah, that's what, they saw as progression. So a lot of people of those generations, so of course, they're going to also see the ultimate sign of progression, interracial relationships and having children even. And this is not to put down the children or the product of, these relations.
It's a mighty hard climb, but I'm on my way. On my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way.
We were personas non gratas.
That's your freedom. You're a free man, Jeff.
Unless it was absolutely necessary to the story. And if it were, there we would be up there bumbling but loyal, ready to die at the drop of a hat for our master or mistress.
Thank you, sir. Colonel Boy, you say I'm a free man?
That's right.
Well, if I'm free, then I got a right to decide what I'm going to do. Seems to me that's what you men are fighting for. So I reckon I'll stay.
Now he's been freed, but he wants to stay. I guess I'll stay. Like, Lord, now this is only Hollywood, only in Hollywood. But then again, I don't know, because even our people in the time of the Exodus was complaining, oh, we would have done better in Egypt.
Make what, Hook?
Oh, but they'll catch you, Jim. Please let me down. You gotta go free. You gotta get back to your wife and Joey. Put me down, Jim.
We've got to get you to a doctor, Hook.
Oh, Jim, don't. No, Jim.
The actual behavior of a Negro character.
He abandoned he got his wife and kids, but
in any given film, the actual behavior of a Negro character in any given film might seem to be predicated on the dramatic needs of that film.
So he done jumped to save the life of a white man and ended up getting killed anyway.
But through the accumulation of similar images.
There goes Sidney Poitier right there. Now, Sidney Poitier, like Harry Belafonte, and they happen to be, well, Harry Belafonte was born in the United States, although his parents were of Caribbean descent. And Sidney Poitier was born in the West Indies. Yeah. They happen to be, the first black actors weren't really like in blackface. They were the earlier black actors kind of representing the new Negro, just like FBA is claiming to be the new black. And if you notice, Sidney Poitier didn't have his hair permed, just like Harry Belafonte. They didn't wear their hair permed. They didn't talk in this this exaggerated broken English. They didn't talk like a step and fetch it. So they were in a sense seen as representing a more dignified black. But then there were those critics who felt that they could not relate, especially with Sidney Poitier. They felt that they couldn't relate to Sidney Poitier. Like, yeah, he may not be a step and fetch it, but there was a certain point where there were black people who felt they couldn't relate to him either. Like, he is basically too assimilated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where he's more like a black man in a white world, or trying to, he represented assimilating to white. There are some people, and that's why Sidney Poitier eventually did films like Uptown Saturday Night. It was hard to believe that he was behind those classic comedies, you know, with black cast. And also, yeah, Bill Cosby would be with him, almost as if they were like proving, yeah, we down, and we could be funny too, you know. Believe it or not, Harry Belafonte was behind Beat Street. He said that Breaking, the movie, the people behind the movie Breaking, they took his idea with Beat Street and they just beat him too at the box office. Yeah, it's very interesting to think about, you know. But I've always had a respect for, you know, Sidney Poitier. I just hope that's not true. The claims with Eartha Kitt or
images from a Z and such.
I know that Oprah Winfrey loved Sidney Poitier. She loved getting him on the show, interviewing him. You know, that was like she very much respected Sidney Poitier. How you doing, Reeve?
Accumulation of similar images from a Z in such films. The same behavior repeated in film after film, shot after shot. A less benign picture emerges.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, stuff like that. Now here he is. He's on the train and he's safe, but him reaching out to Tony Curtis, save his white man, and then they both fall. Lord.
Less benign film, shot the same.
Boy, there's a lot of black folks today, I tell you.
Behavior repeated in film after film, shot after shot. A less benign picture emerges.
Well, why doesn't it kill him? Kill him. Well, what's the matter now? Kill him!
Kill him, you imbecile.
Kill him!
Kill him.
Kill
So, you know what? And I think they knew what they were doing even with the film Black Panther. Now that I think about it, when you think about the Killmonger, when you think about Killmonger versus T'Challa, if you notice, they had T'Challa, the African, you know, leader who's supposed to be a leader, having mercy and, or he, you know, he didn't take out the evil, what was the guy name, right away. And also he allowed for the one white guy to even be a part of their Wakandan plan, on their secrets and everything in the end. Whereas Killmonger, the way that they showed him is kind of zero tolerance. You know what I mean? And I think that was on purpose to make like Africans look weaker in a sense, or more likely to assimilate. And, you know, now that I really think about it.
You gonna make somebody a fine old lady one day.
While making concessions to the Negro's progress in society at large. American movies clung tenaciously to the cliches of the past in one form or the other. All in all, it was business as usual. The concessions Hollywood made were only tactical in nature. The strategic goal remained the same: to protect the status quo, perpetuate the myth of white supremacy, and thereby undermine the Negro's struggle for equality in the United States. But the brothers and sisters were growing impatient with waiting for equality. They took to the streets in orderly marches. But good old Hollywood only heard the rumblings as a business opportunity. One studio decided to do a movie about what they were sure black audiences wanted more than anything in the world: every Negro's secret desire, the jewel in the crown, so to speak: intermarriage.
And see, even though Melvin Van Peebles himself had been in an interracial relationship, he it's not like he's not dumb to what, you understand what I'm saying? So he's saying that that's what they feel, and this is what they do every time. Just like even with the black nationalist era, went from, they felt, okay, we're going to give black men, even, oh gosh, even if we were to talk about his film, a Sweetback. Okay, let me let you up. Hey, shorty, let me play this clip. Okay, let me play this. I'm gonna finish playing this clip right here, and then we can go ahead and speak. How you doing, sister? Looking so beautiful as usual. You wouldn't want to see me right now in pajamas and all that, but and thick glasses.
You still beautiful, Lasheen.
Oh, thank you.
You unambiguously beautiful.
Exactly. Yes, my unambiguously beautiful black sister. How are you? Well, okay, let me go ahead and play. Oh gosh, I got all these tabs open. Okay, this one here. Just look. So check what he said. So what he felt that, so they gave us in cinema what they think. They believe that this is ultimately what we wanted in the end. Like this would be the ultimate achievement or goal of civil rights progression, racial progression, and all of that, is if we can finally get in bed with them and create children with them.
Business opportunity. They took to the streets in orderly march. But the brothers and sisters were growing impatient with waiting for equality. They took to the streets in orderly marches. But good old Hollywood only heard the rumblings as a business opportunity. One studio decided to do a movie about what they were sure black audiences wanted more than anything in the world: every Negro's secret desire, the jewel in the crown, so to speak: intermarriage. The studio figured they had a box office bonanza. Of course, they billed it as a great step forward for equality. Anyhow, guess who's coming to dinner is about a black man's engagement to a white one.
That's the story of, that's the glory of love.
Oh, love, 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 love. And remember now, like people like our parents, they were like teenagers or young adults when this film came out. So
equality, huh? Never mind that the black guy was a scientist, a Nobel Prize candidate, a Pulitzer Prize winning butter wouldn't melt in his mouth type, who could practically walk on water, and that she was only a pimply faced nobody. They were equally matched because she was white. Right? Right. The power dominating Hollywood was not only race specific, totally white, it was gender specific, totally male. Not that things have changed that much. There's a continuing stream of books documenting the mistreatment of actresses at the hands of the macho, misogynist moguls of Hollywood, the inequities in pay, parts, power, etc. Endless epics of the second-class treatment of women.
T-Bone, you're too little and too late.
And these were white women.
Dig me, baby?
Wasting your time right now,
If
son.
things were tough for a white woman, they were draconian for a black woman. However, rarely are black actresses even mentioned in the books about Hollywood's exploitation.
Wow, I just realized I don't know what this film is, but that's Lola Falana, ain't it? Well, I don't even want to show all that. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. Oh yeah, so how you doing? What you want to speak of? Yeah. Oh, so let me just make this last point. Now, like I said, now in the case, I used to kind of overlook, like with Sidney Poitier and people of these older generations. I'm not going as far back as Jack Johnson because I can never understood what could have, you know what I'm saying? Almost like someone like Jack Johnson, I kind of see more so as showing out in that era because I wouldn't have. I think it's kind of selfish to even think of, especially when I think of what it all led to with the Red Summer and all that. And honestly, I think as long as there was those who was getting rich and fulfilling their lust, I don't think they really cared that much. I'm not saying that that's an excuse for people to do what they do. But however, those of this generation, especially considering how they brainwashed television, cinema, and these ideas of integration, I kind of gave a pass. Although it disappointed me to hear that people like James Earl Jones, in fact, not just felt the need to go outside the race, but also saying the things that they said, which were unnecessary against our people, especially when you consider how, the era that they came from. How dare they try to single out our people as their own people as being, the bad guy in any form. But and then you have those cases like what I used to think with a person like Seal and like I didn't. Now this is in the '90s. Seal and Heidi Klum, the '90s, and I think into the early 2000s. I didn't have no issue like with Seal. Really, of course, it is natural for me to want a black man, especially like a handsome black man, a beautiful black woman, to be with, a beautiful black woman, vice versa. That's expected. That's natural. That's understandable. But I wasn't really mad at Seal because in the case of Seal, there were those cases where I felt, okay, they're in a predominantly white country or environment, and that is more than likely what they have to choose from. So that's what I used to think. Like in the case of Nikki Thought, who became Nikki Perkins, many Sudanese becoming refugees, having to escape the homeland and live in places like Australia or the UK or in Europe. So that's what I used to think in these cases. So I didn't think nothing. And plus, I don't know. I think it's also my bias, me seeing white Europe, like white non-Americans differently than how I see. I guess I saw white Americans as being more racist and having more racist or fetish like reasons for whereas I saw it differently with Seal and Heidi Klum. But then I find out that actually, there's an abundance of black people in the UK. It's not this slim minority in Europe as I thought once upon a time. So I used to think it was a thing of, well, they don't have much to choose from. But then I realized that that's not necessarily like I was told. Well, I had found out. I still don't totally know that it's true, but that there are black men in the UK. They are purposely like rejecting black women. Like there's more than enough black women, in other words, in the UK for black men to choose from. Whereas before I thought, even as far as the '90s, I just really felt that they were surrounded by Caucasian people where they, kind of had no choice. And I still don't think, like now we know I used to think she was most beautiful. Still kind of think she's one of the most beautiful women in the world. This Nikki Thought, her and her sister Ducky Thought, they were from, what would now be referred to as South Sudan. These Sudanese women, but we know that they split up. My girl Fumi, yeah. You know that supposedly she with a brother now from the United States. Nikki thought, yeah. But so in every case, I don't think it's necessarily a thing of animosity against or even self-hatred necessarily. But go ahead. How you doing, Shorty? Go ahead and speak. What you want to talk about, sis?
Hey, what's up? I was talking. You got this boy all riled up talking about about Becky.
Oh,
Look, come say hi to Lachey.
Oh, you gonna make me
Come
turn
on, Lachey.
You gonna make me turn on my camera. You do not want to see me right now. Face and my glass is looking serious.
Don't turn on your camera when you ain't at your best, but they screenshot it and
okay.
take a video.
Got you, sis.
You let them see you at your best, honey.
Okay, I heard that. I'm gonna take that advice for sure.
For real, because you know they'll screenshot you. Remember they had I was Donkey and you was on Shrek.
Oh, and you see, they always be biting off of, you know what I'm saying? They can't come original with nothing. But anyway, and you know who was behind that, honey.
I know. It's all right though.
Yeah, they was trying to break us up.
Look, you see me trying to be good lately.
Oh yeah, you've been very good. You've been very. If what happened, like you said, happened, then that says you've been very good. Yeah,
I've been being very Christian-like lately.
Okay, so what's going on over there though? On what they've been talking about on psychopathies and stuff. If you've been over there, that is.
Oh, I haven't been over there. They fight too much over there to make my stomach hurt.
Really? Who's fighting?
No, it's like I guess they debating all the time, so I don't feel like hearing that shit. I don't want to hear it.
I never had no issue with what is it, Q butter or K butter? Q butter.
Oh, he awful. Like he said some crazy stuff to my son. And I'm like, he a teacher? I should make a video commercial for him showing how he treat people. He said my son should have been he say he should have been aborted or swallowed or some shit because he a nerd because he was feeding birds or playing video games or some shit.
Wow.
Yeah, he said that because he geeky. My son wasn't even bothering him, and I was like, "This dude is a weirdo. You can't be."
He's been cool with you. Y'all have
No,
been.
I don't know him. I don't know him like that. I don't know Cuba.
Even if you disagree with your son, the thing is that they have been affiliated. They've seen you just out of respect, even if that's what he may feel. I would not have said that. Just out of consideration of you being that, for one, if he's cool with psychopathies, he knows that. I mean, we can't all get along, okay? We can't get along with our friends. We're not obligated to, but I just don't understand knowing that that's your son and knowing that you've been cool, was very respectful of, like psychopathists and, and just that whole sector.
But you know what, Lashid, I ain't gonna be twice somebody's age and be like talking junk. You would try to teach him more because look, that girl, what was her name? Remember that girl? She was calling them gorillas and monkeys.
Who?
I forgot her name.
With psychopathies now? Somebody they allow
the girl, she was in a golden spear or something, but she didn't like them. She was a little fast girl.
Anna. Yeah.
And I looked at her like I wanted to say something smart to her, but I looked at her. I was like, I'm old enough to be her mother. Like, stop it, sweetie.
Oh my gosh, that's how it was. You know what it was? She had them puff balls in her hair. That's what it was.
And she was eating, you know what? And I looked at her and she was eating cheese doodles. Listen, she was eating Cheetos and applesauce and apple juice. And I was like, I say nothing to her. She's a baby to me.
Yeah, we were letting her. She got away with it. I didn't know that she was that
baby.
She was like, I would love to talk with you, Lucy, for you. And that was the thing. When I saw her though, because it does make a difference when a person show themselves. And I'm seeing her little puff balls and stuff in her hair. And it was like, I was willing to talk with her because I have a feeling, but then I'm seeing later where she's trolling, calling people gorillas and this and that, and I'm like, this little girl.
Yeah, she told Tycho and them, I got a picture. She said, I got a picture of y'all. Y'all want to see? And it was a picture of gorilla like.
Yeah, she was trolling. Now I could have even forgive, it where I knew I couldn't associate with her, and I saw that she really was mean. It was that thing with what was the guy, the biracial bluish gelato.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not one for, if you are, regardless of my feelings about him, I may have disagreed with him on certain things, but I'm not with, I don't know if you knew, because I don't like you making, perhaps false accusations against people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
I don't know. I don't know totally, you know what I'm saying? But that's where it's like, okay, I could draw. Otherwise, I could see, I absolutely don't approve of you calling black people gorillas and all that. But I could even forgive, you know what I'm saying? If you thinking that's funny, you need to know the seriousness and stuff like that. But, and she is a grown woman. We can't, because she ain't a kid, But if you're that far to something that's really serious like that, because I see that as very serious.
Right.
Accusations, and if they are not true, and you're making accusations of someone, like, let's say, sexually harassing or assaulting, I take something like that a little more seriously.
Right.
Even if I don't really dig the person, even if I don't really get along with the person, no, you don't do stuff like that now, because that you could do something just as devious as like the Carol and Brian. That's where
right. And get somebody locked up or
I got
their life messed up.
Right.
Yeah.
And I hate to believe, because she seemed like somebody I could have talked with, you know what I'm saying? And that told me, because
choking on bacon, excuse me.
Yeah, some of these people, it's like they straight up desensitized. I haven't seen nothing like that with your son, though. I don't know. I haven't seen.
No. He not like that. But he come on there like, I guess, disrupting, saying I like Billy IRS and Iris and all this goofy stuff. So they get kind of irritated. But a lot of them is swirlers. So I don't understand how you mad at one person when all of them is swirlers. But they start calling them mother effers and cursing them out. I heard them one day. I was like, yo, who y'all talking to, yo? Y'all 50 years old.
Wow.
I was like, y'all talking to a person. This was last year. I was like, y'all talking to a 25-year-old like that? I said, y'all goofy as hell. Like, grow up.
Yeah, I understand he's an adult, but I'm just saying, just even out of
You
respect,
still younger than them, and when you see somebody younger, you either teach them or tell them to get the F on. Don't let him up there. I said, he ain't your chew toy now.
And I understand he's not a child, but I do still see him as being that he is your child, and you, in a sense, a part of, even if you don't know, we don't know each other personally like that, but you still see you as a part of that family. Do you understand what I'm saying? We've known each other. Like, I no longer hang out over there at Psychopathias, but I would never, I still got love for him. I still, you understand what I'm saying? I would never here, like, if his child, even if his child was like 30 years old, unless the child said something that was really threatening or really out of order on my family, I could never see myself like, let's say, disrespecting.
But they talk like that. They talk like that to each other. So what do you expect? Like, that's how they talking on that panel. It's not the same as, like, you know how we used to be like pro-black and we talked about pro-black stuff. No, they just up there to debate and argue and stuff like that. Like, if you go on a panel, like, I saw one time they was talking about Tank or whatever, Tank, and so I was telling Psycho, I came to say hi to Psycho and tell him about Genuine. And some guy was like, yeah, you the type of B that call a black man gay. And I was like, dude, I don't know you. What are you talking about? Like, who are you talking to? I had to curse dude out. I was like, you're not just going to talk to me like that. I ain't say nothing to you. I don't know you.
This is
don't
something
talk
I
to
found
me.
out. 41. This is something I found out. Sometimes too, these guys might be crushing on you. Sometimes what it is like they feel they got to provoke you and say these things to you, almost like they need a confirmation of love. Like, you remember how Big J Triple X used to just always be trying to, almost like,
Video about me every day. Day. They had to tell him like Psycho, and I was like, yeah, leave that girl alone.
Right.
And he was like, I'ma only apologize to her. I had to come on camera so he could apologize. He's a weirdo. Let me stop so I get him.
I would just be laughing. I would be trying to get him to laugh. I like, dude, you seriously need a girlfriend. You really need to chill out and relax. He always angry, always, on this defense mode or whatever. Yeah, and sometimes it's like I realize, like I have with certain people Golden Sphere affiliated, I realize like them saying over and over, oh, see, this is proof she hates mulattoes, she hates biracial.
Oh my God.
They do this because they want you to tell them over, no, I don't hate you. I love you. I have mulattoes in my family. I have
But I don't even know you. Like, it is not that serious. That's what my cousin.
Confirmation of love. So by him saying that to you, saying that you're the type it's a way of him trying to get you to say, no, I'm not this type. I actually love black men. I love you. That's what that's about. Probably crushing on you. That's how probably that is. Probably a little
They incels and they never been so close to women, so they get all ramped up when they see women. Some of them incels. They're like, oh, woman, I'm mad.
Oh, so cute.
It's cute. It's like a boy pulling your hair in school, like,
my first,
get off my hair.
like my first little boyfriend. This is when I was in Edgewater hanging with you boys back when you had us up on the north side like that. But it was the first little boyfriend I had. His name was Deshaun. Yeah, he was a little boy that was messing with me. I was 10 years old, and that's when I started hanging with the big boy. He was a boy that was, but see, me having my low self-esteem back then. Yeah, he was just messing with me when I was in school. Then next thing you know, he sent me that little letter. Would you go with me? Yes or no?
So yes.
And no, you never say yes at first. I said maybe. I don't even know if I liked him. It was just maybe I was just so desperate for him to not pick on me. And so then that became actually my first boyfriend, a little boy that was picking on me.
Be like, give me your fruit cocktails at lunch, and I'll say yes.
Yeah, I know how to, but I'm glad that I did because I got the experience. He was like the best break dancer. He reminded me, and it was around the time the Beat Street came out and everything that we was hanging together all through. Yeah, so he was like the best little break dancer and everything. And so I was hanging, it got me hanging with the B-boys. I'd be that girl with the B-boys. So that was a fun experience being his little, that being my first boyfriend, being the best break dancer and everything. And it got me, I was hanging with B-boys.
Oh, you crazy.
That was a good one. Actually,
I remember some boy in my school, like the 3rd grade, he put his wee-wee on me, right? It was like you know how you used to line up to get your coats or whatever. So he came and he put his little Vienna sausage on me, right?
Oh,
and girl, I could not tell my mom, like, I do not want to wear that coat tomorrow. Like, she put that coat on me again, like, and I wanted to be like, I don't want to wear that coat because he put his weenie on. But like the next week, he punched me in my eye, gave me a black eye. Girl, I saw stars. He gave me a black eye, right? And so my mother had to have a parent-teacher conference with him and his mother, and she was like, "That's that girl Lisa. He talk about her every day. He had his head down, like." He was like, he liked that little girl.
Oh, that is so terrible.
And I was like, I bet you he beating his wife right now.
Nah, that's terrible. It's something how, oh my gosh. It makes me think of that song. And I didn't like that. Remember that, that old song, I don't know, what was that, the late 60s or early 70s? Cowboys, girls. And where he said, yeah, it's that old like R&B soul song. I remember when I used to play take the girls and beat them up. Yeah, you remember that song? It's one of them R&B cowboys, the girl.
I heard it. I didn't know that's what they were saying.
Yeah, I remember, and I remember I used to listen to that song when I was little because it was reminding me of some of the experiences I had. Because a lot of it is sad to say, like almost like when you think when we talk about the whole Pam Martin versus Pam dynamic and stuff. This idea, oh, we all know Pam was fine. We all know. Okay, well, if she was fine, as y'all saying, why was she being called ugly? That's the point. You know what? Like, what is this? Is this the black male female dynamic? We talk about the girls we like, or we deep down, you know what I'm saying? We're attracted to, yeah. Because I think about it. Remember, I told you about now when I went to the suburbs, I little black boy. Now I never would have wanted to date him, and he used to be. Seriously, he used to call me, even though he was rather dark skinned boy, rather dark. I think his people was from like the Caribbean. Yeah, he's a rather dark skinned boy in the suburbs, and he used to taunt me, calling me black ass like that in front of the white people. I'm new to the suburbs and stuff. I'm trying to not, and it was bad enough that I left the city with all my b-boy and girl, my friends in Chicago. I got to be in the suburb, this predominantly white suburb. I'm at the school. You thinking you see the black kid in class, you want to be friends with him. Exactly. He was so terrible. If it wasn't for this black girl, yeah, and I just got to get my
You
friend.
know he liked you, right?
I don't know. I can't say because
girl, he liked you. He liked you.
So
that's why his father.
Look at black ass over there. And then yeah, that was my nickname, black ass. It didn't matter my complexion, none of that. That didn't matter. I was black ass. I could bring my friend in. I could call her on the phone and get her on here now. She know I ain't lying. And this friend of mine, I got to see her. She was in the suburbs with us, and it was other black girls, but I just happened to be in that class. We be playing Foursquare. He'd be like, "Let me get her ass out. Let me get it." He just get in line just to get me out. He was just, oh my gosh, he was so terrible. He was so terrible. I remember I told you I did a stream because I found his ass today. I said, should I? And I had showed y'all a picture, even though I put that stream on private right away. What
do you look like?
His ass today. As expected, he has it just showed him with a biracial child. I didn't show that child.
Was he balding? Was he balding?
You know what? I think he was. I'm trying to private. I said I found him, and I said, look at it. Now I didn't show the child, but I said he got, he obviously got with with white woman to have to have half white children. And I showed him, I said, if you look, okay, it's supposed to be like his birthday or something. Where's his black family? And I showed him, I said, you see, he's surrounded with nothing but white friends, white people. He got no black people around him. Where is his own family? Where is his own family? I know that he had brothers who also went to high school with my brothers. Now, one time I was able to get, I will say this, my brother's girlfriends, one of them, we were in the suburbs, one of them happened to be white and Mexican, one black. They grabbed his ass for me. Put him in check, because usually I could get my brothers, but when you in the suburbs, you be separated to these schools, busted.
Right.
I wasn't at the same school with my brothers, because any other time when a boy, I used to could get like one of my brothers to get their ass,
Right.
But in this case, but that's just really, really, because that guy, he really brought back down myself. I had self-esteem in the city. He brought down my self-esteem. And then he'd be talking to me, calling me Westwood. I didn't know what the hell Westwood was.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I didn't know. Westwood was like they little projects, the closest thing they had to a project in the suburb.
Oh my God.
I'm a project chick. Basically.
Where you learn all this racist stuff from? I said,
I don't belong there.
I said, where would a little kid learn all this racist stuff from?
I know people that live in these suburbs. I'm telling you, because my family went to live in the suburbs in the 80s, and you do have these black people move to the suburbs and they totally like assimilate, and they think that they have made it. We have arrived. And if it wasn't for this one black family and my one friend, I gotta go get her because she's not doing too well. But it was this black girl that she met me. She embraced me and her family. They became like my second family, and we bonded. Their family was from Mississippi. If it wasn't for that family, I had a terrible experience. And this was the 80s. The few black people that would be out there usually they were so assimilated. You know what I'm saying? They were so. I'm glad that didn't. It could have happened. It almost happened. Like when I think of my brother, but they were so assimilated. Even when I think of my mom, just certain things she wasn't talking about as much anymore. Like she used to. But I see how now I'm glad I see that there are Black people choosing to be around other Black people with money. And you understand what I'm saying? Like in Matson, Illinois. And come to find that it used to be like that in the United States because we had no choice. We're building our own community, but it had got to a certain point, like perhaps in the 70s, 80s, where Black people just feeling the answer is up in and going to these suburbs. And now you look generations down the line, you look at these kids that you just cannot relate to. And a lot of times I hate saying it. I'm not saying to blame everything on the parents, or like I hate when everybody blame and they single mama. And I'm protective of the baby boomers and stuff. But I try to have an understanding. But it is true that you have some of these ones, it's like they want their children to be in interracial relationships. They want, I've seen this where like I said, a friend of mine, he had a Black girlfriend. She was a dark-skinned, cute girl. And the way that these were my friends and stuff, the way they were scrutinizing this girl, his parents, or particularly mom, not dad, but scrutinizing this girl and just seeing any little thing wrong with her. But then, when it be like a white girl that they meet, they're all welcoming to them. They overlook any and everything, even if they find out their family is racist or whatever. They're just, and that's what I'm talking about with some of these people. It's like they want to use love and preference and love and preference when they know doggone well they're going to overlook any and every little flaw, even if it's certain, they're going to be willing to work it out. We can work on this. We can work it out. Yeah, there ain't no telling. There ain't no telling. I found him. I had to ask my friend, is this the same boy? And I found him in Facebook. I said, is this the same? His name was Neil. Is this the same Neil? Because he used to mess with my friend too, talk about her teeth and stuff. It just making us Black girls just feel horrible.
Was he handsome? Was he a handsome kid?
He looked like like Tommy Sotomayor as a child. Hold on.
But Tommy ain't ugly to me. His behavior is kind of ugly, but Tommy.
I never saw Tommy as ugly.
I don't really think Tommy is ugly.
I hope he ain't hearing this. Hold on. Give me a second.
I think I would find Tommy more attractive than I would Tariq. I don't like Tariq's look. He's feminine looking.
I can't stand with it was like at one point Tariq was looking, but then now it's like he going that Jermaine Jackson route.
Yeah, he look.
You know what I'm saying?
He got that Beijing hairline.
I find it. I know I did a live stream on this. Let me see. Childhood. What did I name it? What did I name it? Because I know it was on this channel.
He put them fake braids in his hair, right? And he said he woke up in a chair and they had braided fake hair in his hair. Did you see that? And it was coming down in his face like a bang.
Yeah, I think it was to expose that. Yeah, and nobody, come on, with his hairline. My husband recently got a haircut similar. I was saying something about his.
They showed that them guys painting a hairline with that that hair dye our moms used to use, that Egyptian hair dye that they used, the henna that they used to dye their hair black with. They using that and just like leaving it in their hair, like painting it on like.
Who, the brothers you saying?
Yeah. My boyfriend sent that to me, and it was like they took and they outlined their whole haircut with that stuff that our moms used to use. Your mother ever used that Beijing stuff? It's like a powder, and it's a henna, and you dye your hair with it.
I've heard it, but my mother, she totally with wigs. My mother, her hair was as gray as far back as I can remember. She had some gray hair, And
Okay.
that's like far back as like her like early 30s, my
So
mother.
she just wasn't even bothered
So,
with it.
right, she would just put her hair in them
Yeah.
plaits, put on a wig.
And she could take it off when she go home.
Right, right.
Right.
And she was totally content with that. She was totally, I used to just didn't understand how you not feel secure. But I'm not necessarily against, okay, like I remember when Cynthia G was first talking about man weaves and stuff. And I looked into it and I was like, okay, I'm not mad if
I
guys,
ain't mad at them. Shoot, do what you
right,
need to do to look good. Shoot.
right. If it's something
Whatever.
that, that's part of being a man, balding and stuff, that's just part of masculinity. For not all, but I know with my ex, he was like in his 20s. I remember he was always when I first went, he's wearing caps, and then for the first time when he took off his cap, and he was like really balding, like my ex. I'm not gonna lie, I would prefer he shaved his head because it was the way that it was. It would be like just a patch here.
Yeah,
And
shave it, get a nice beard and mustache,
yeah,
and
whereas now I probably wouldn't think too much. Well, my husband looked like he's gonna have his hairline for the rest of his life because it's also that way with his, father. They have head of hair. I'm not tripping over it. The thing is, this is what I realized with Tommy. I wouldn't care otherwise, but that's why he was talking. O'Shea was another one who was upset.
they was jealous. They wanted to wear a wig.
Right. It's the ones that bald or have their own hair insecurities. They the ones that did the most harping about weaves and wigs. That's what, because and I knew this had to have been the case because when Tariq started doing the little crispy puppet, that is when making fun of his hairline and stuff. If you notice, that's when Tommy, because he used to just show his hairline, but that started shaving his head bald, wearing caps. So that tells me that this was about Tommy's own insecurities. That's what it told me. And he's mad at, so I'm going to take it out on those who I feel are below me, Black women, and I'm going to put the focus on them. Just like I had to realize with that boy in school, Neil. Yeah, so that the white kids didn't notice him as the pink elephant in the room or whatever.
Be like, look over there.
Right, exactly. And it almost like sent a message to me like, oh, okay, it's okay if you're a Black boy in this white suburb, but a Black girl, and I think, what my nieces tell me that they go through. And that's why, so that could be with, why I'm the way that I am also. Let's see. Big is getting out of control. And this is what people got to understand with dyeing your hair. And I know because I've been just doing little box dyes myself because I'm not ready to accept the gray. I know I keep saying it, but I don't each time.
I don't like how gray hair looks. It looks so funky to me.
Yeah. Some people, who was that? Nancy Wilson? Some people
it looks beautiful. On some people it wash you out. Like it just does wash you out. Like but I think the older you get, you shouldn't. I think the older you get, like some older people, they don't need jet black. They should use like a dark brown, like not like our age, but I'm talking about when you get older, you should use like a softer black or a off black or a dark brown or something because I don't like how harsh it looks. But and on the other hand, some people I don't like the gray because I tried to let my mother hair be gray, and just with her complexion it just washed her out. Like I didn't like it.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I know I usually go black and dye my hair because I don't know, I just love the look. It gives like a kind of velvet look to the locks.
And it makes it look thicker, and I like
the thing. And it kind of masks a lot because my hair has been thinning. Okay. Right. Yeah, this is a part of the whole these one pills. I'm gonna have to do a little product placement because these one vitamins I've been taking, I think they've been helping.
Right.
Yeah, because my hairline had filled back in. Because really it was like we're thinning, and this is also part of the menopause.
The perimenopause, right? They said.
Yeah. See, the way that I was doing my hair, relocking it all tight, you just can't do that as much.
Can't do that no more.
Yeah, and then my locks, period, I just see them like. But then they say that people talk about this with micro locks. You got to kind of be a little careful. Yeah, it's like now I'm looking at people with thicker locks. I'm getting all envious and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, you just these things that you realize. But I know it's not. It can't be healthy to keep dyeing your hair black. I'm going to have to,
But it's not unhealthy to dye your hair black because you actually depositing color. You're depositing, not taking away.
Right.
As long as you're not, and you're using a low strength hydrogen peroxide, you're using 10%. You could even use 5%. But you're not using a strong thing to lift your hair. You're depositing, so it's not actually damaging your hair like that.
Okay. And see one thing too that we got to realize, like I was just telling my daughter, like, okay, I'm seeing these guys, for instance, like dyeing their beard and all that, and it looks so obvious. Nobody's hair is one flat color. Everybody's hair is like a combination of
Right,
colors.
like brown and black. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw something. It was with Beyonce. It was with
Mhm.
Beyonce, and it was something. It just came up as a recommend, and she was looking. Hold on, dang it! But what channel was I on when I saw this? Was it this channel? I got these different channels. It was something about history, and it was something old, like interview on the View back when Star Jones was on the View. I wonder was it this channel. I'm like, oh my gosh, Beyonce is looking so beautiful here. And other people they didn't like it because they felt the lighting was too dim. What channel?
Beyonce used to look so pretty. She cut her nose down, I see. She used to have like a bigger nose. Yeah, her Aaliyah chopped her nose up too. A little bit. Not
Well,
that much.
I do believe Aaliyah. I do believe Aaliyah.
Monica chopped her nose. All of them chopped their nose. The only person who ain't really chopped their nose, I think, because they ain't hardly had no nose is Brandy.
Here it is. Right here. I'm finna share it here. People talking about, and see, even with her hair color here, she looks so. See, okay, she looks so beautiful here. I mean, that's just me. She looks so, and I love that natural, no makeup look.
Right.
Of
She's
course,
so pretty. She's pretty.
right. And now you see how her blonde hair is. Now, people, okay, somebody made a joke in the comment. They saying the lighting on this show really used to look like somebody's living room. People laughing. And then somebody said that was kind of the point. Right. I liked it like this. And if you notice, her skin looked beautiful here. Um, if you notice, her hair is in the blonde category, but it's a combination. It's not just when she had her hair looking yellow. I did not like that yellow. I don't like, but you see here, this is a better looking blonde. If you are to do blonde, I think this is a better
Yeah,
look.
you look so pretty.
Right.
Banks.
But I prefer this lighting. This is the thing. They got these filters now where everybody are all, and this is not, I'm not putting down light skin. But you see how beautiful she look here?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You see how, you know what I'm saying? And with the light, I know. Do I believe she's skin bleached? No, I don't. Because our complexions can, just like with Kelly, the complexions can fluctuate and all that. But I don't think, like, okay, not the camera, like with the phone that I got, I do think, okay, now the one I have, I think it's more natural looking. I just got a new one not that long ago. But I think these cameras, like they think you want to look. They think everybody wants to look all light, bright. Like they assuming that everybody wants this.
I think they just want to blur your skin so it looks more it doesn't look as porous. I don't know if it's about white people wanting to look lighter.
Yeah, I think
they look lighter.
That I was doing a lot of them shorts with. I think I was like, ooh, my skin looking good. I mean, as in smooth, that is.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see that?
It extremely bright, like
Did you ever see that? They could use like how we talking right now. Did you see the people using filters like on themselves, like? And it's so weird. Like it could even be a man, and he'll use a filter to look like a woman, but they gotta stay kind of still. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I've seen.
It looks so weird.
Exactly, But that's scary. Like, it was what somebody showed. It was an Asian, like they do it a lot, like these Japanese people using these filters. And it was this Asian woman trying to look like a little young anime doll or something. And I guess the filter slipped or something. And then it was so funny because the Asian man, he looking all close in the camera, like, wait, is this the same woman? Did I just see?
Did you see the girl who was an influencer and she was doing makeup and stuff and they saw her at like one of the red carpet events and she was, oh my God, I want to say she looked really bad and they was like,
Ooh.
who is that? Like they didn't even know it was like her because she had looked so bad. She was really using a filter. She looked skinny. Like it was like doing too much. You ever use like a Snapchat filter and it makes your like I already got you see how I got like a long face. Like it makes your face long and like my head looks like an alien because it's making my face even longer.
Really?
I'm so serious. I hate them filters.
Like my husband, got me the phone I just got a few months ago, like 2 months ago. Yeah, he showed me like the different things with different filters and us playing around and stuff. I don't feel right with it. I've been wanting to see, you know what I'm saying? I just want to and anytime I do try to, okay, let me see this, I always end up being okay with the original, and I don't want something that's lying to me because
Right.
I'm looking at this first and foremost, like with the
Right.
people that I just lost. That was for me to kind of feel good and motivate me to keep losing weight, and you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That was also for me, and see, plus people saw me when I first came up in here back in 2008 when we didn't have all that.
Right. It was no filters.
Right. We didn't have all that. And that's why I don't understand why people even would lie and go along. Now I understand if it's something nothing wrong with a certain lighting if you feel that it will bring out your skin more or whatever. That's nothing wrong with that. We all like I wish I could the way that my mirror in my bathroom set up, I love the way the way the lights is. It's got, like what do you call them rounded lights that look like in a dressing room is kind of over the mirror.
Oh,
So
like a vanity? Like
yeah,
vanity.
right. And that's in my bathroom. That's why if you notice, I usually do in my bathroom. I usually do my little shots after. And I just be wishing I could look like exactly what I see in the mirror a lot of times. But the thing is, I don't understand. It's no point of being deceptive, especially if you've become like famous or whatever. If you've got
Right.
because you are going to be seen. Eventually, you're going to be exposed. I don't care who you are. Just like people up here, there's no need to be lying all about your life. If you ain't making this money, you claim you are somebody gonna see you. You're going to be exposed. Like I had somebody not that long ago came up to me in the gym, and they were like, "Do you do?" And at first I was like, "Oh snap, this is gonna be so." I thought it was somebody. Noticed me from YouTube, and I'm in the gym sweating. I don't want nobody seeing me on that point. Yeah, and then they're like, "It's your daddy, Tommy Lee." And I was realizing, wait, this is a family member. This was not that long ago. So he knew me, I found out it wasn't somebody from YouTube, it was somebody from it was somebody, who knew on Facebook. He knew me through Facebook and me making, So imagine this person started saying my daddy name.
These people be what they call that when they be looking into people's business.
I don't know what.
When they be looking into people's business, where you live, and all of this, your criminal background, and all this.
What, doctors or?
Yeah, doxing.
Yeah, but you know how now they say everything is doxing. Some of these people don't need to be put out there. But now if it's public information, the shit is in Facebook and this and that, and I wouldn't even feel it necessary. But some of these people, like if you up in here and you just almost to a point of got a cult following, and you deceiving people with misinformation about a whole demographic of people. Like if you're claiming that, like in the case of like with Exoticals United, got a whole demographic, and if you're telling these stories about how black women beat you up because you were light skinned and this
Oh
and that.
my God.
So this found out that your ass is not what you've been saying, but yet you're saying you're repeating this rhetoric that can put a whole demographic of women at risk of facing discrimination, facing being attacked themselves, because now you're putting this perception of them as being dangerous. You know what I'm saying? You're spreading, and then that's not even your story. Hell yeah, you think I feel over there? Oh, they've been doxxed. No, this shit is public information. The spotlight need to be put on your ass if you lying about that. And you claim to be, and I don't understand women who claim themselves to be light skinned or they see themselves as exotical or whatever. I don't claim how they would have any issue with that being exposed, because these women are claiming they're telling what is supposedly your story, right? They're speaking on and many of these women say that hasn't even happened to them. So why are you co-signing this stuff? If it hasn't happened to you, I'm not saying that these women shouldn't come together to tell these stories. I'm not saying that. But you got people that are not telling their story. And so they're talking about the way they were making it sound like dark-skinned women just waiting in the bushes to jump out and slash a light-skinned woman or mixed woman and cut her face and cut her ponytail off. I'm like, yeah, I'm on the south side of Chicago. What the hell is y'all talking about?
Well, you say some of them light-skinned girls is real tough.
Yeah. And at the same time, like you said, I apologize to friend when I went too far and I said, well, light-skinned females, I know shit. I was just keeping it real. I was just talking with what I knew. Okay. But I realized I was insensitive in saying that. But I wasn't lying in talking about my own, the light-skinned females. I knew shit. You know, I'm not saying that people wouldn't try it, but I'm not saying that it may not have been tried, but you know, the way that's another thing too. Also making it seem like females who happen to be light, like they all weak and they just all.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's another.
Yeah, because I had some light skinned bullies, like, but I didn't never really notice that when somebody was bullying me. Like, I ain't never really think about what complexion they are. I was just like, this mother effer bothering me, like, or whatever. But I ain't never take the time to assess. Yeah, I never took the time to assess their skin color. But to come to think about it, like this one girl, I remember this girl. Her name was Kanisha. Shout out to Kanisha, right? She just was a bully, right? So she tried to bully me because I was so tiny. But I'm like a firecracker. I will fight, right? So she was tall or whatever, and so she was bullying me, and you know you know who she looked like? She looked like the Pink Panther. She was like tall, linky. She looked just like the Pink Panther in the face and stuff like that. But she was trying to bully me, right? So she told me, she said, I'm gonna beat you up after school, right? And so like all during class, she was like pounding her fist, right? She was pounding her fist, and then like she was popping her knuckles, right? She was popping looking at me. And so I looked at her and I was like, please, Jesus, let this work. I took my whole hand, right? And I cracked my whole hand like, and it worked. I was like, thank you, Jesus, because if it didn't work, I would have been embarrassed. So after school,
be scared. That's when you be like, I told you about that bully I had. Oh, she wasn't really a bully, but
yeah, you be fighting for your life because that girl was big, right? So we went up the street to fight. You know, everybody came, and I put it on her. And after that, she was my friend. She was nice. Like we used to, when we was little, we used to fight and then like be friends the next day. Like,
I had a girl I used to fight, and she never could beat me up. This is when I was in Edgewater. She was a dark skinned girl. We used to fight. We'd be friends. She never could beat me up. But
And then be friends the next day.
Right, we be back friends. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't relate to some of what they talk. Okay, like when I was on the other side of Chicago, like in Edgewater with the B-boys and stuff, and it was a whole bunch of black kids. I know now, if you were to look up Edgewater Uptown, you would not think I'm talking about the same place. People don't know. It was a lot of black people, including, come to find out, Corey Holcomb. What I learned was that a lot of blacks from Cabrini Green, there was this migration. Now, I was born in Cabrini Green, but no, my family did not come straight from the projects up there. So even though now I don't know what happened. I guess they all now in East Rogers Park. I don't know what happened to all the black folks that used to be up there. They didn't gentrify our asses out. But during that time, 80s, it was full of black kids, right? And yeah, so and there were a lot of those too that were like from the West Indies or Central America too, black kids. Now it was the two that knew how to fight the girls in our school, our little grammar school. That I went to Swift School. It was me. I was like the best fighters that everybody knew could fight the best. Me, and it was this girl named Laura. And Laura was like, come to find out, she was related to my brother's first wife. But my brother's first wife, she was from Belize, but she was totally black. However, Laura was like biracial. Yes. And we were the two of all the black girls there, and dark skin, every complexion. We were known as the two who knew how to fight. Now, who fought better? We never got that chance to find that out. Come to find out, yeah. And Laura, and she was a pretty girl. I'm not just saying because she was biracial. She was pretty. So that's all I'm saying. This whole concept of, what an exotic, like, I could tell that these are people, they are not really talking the life that they live. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Even with the pretty privilege, they must be new privilege. Like, there's a lot of these people too who be talking ain't really no threat. They ain't really what they, you know what I'm saying? It's like somebody who just won the lottery and just for the first time being rich. You know what I'm saying? So they talk this perception of what they think rich people are like or something because they ain't used to having money. So I see it's the same thing with some of these people up in here. But yeah, it was me and Laura. We were known as the two who now I heard Laura later got involved in gang, and all kind of, she may not even be alive anymore. I didn't go that route. Now, Laura probably was, tougher than me. But with me, it was just a thing, me having, I was an athletic kid. I had 4 brothers. I was, you know what I'm saying? I think too, that may have been also contributed why some boys kind of picked at me because I was good at sports. Yeah, I was called a pig peasant. That was about me being skinny because I used to be very skinny. But yeah, like you gotta understand, I was up in the group home. Now I was never no person be walking around all rah. Oh yeah, but I did tell you that story. That girl, it was a dark skinned girl. Okay, and I'm just happening to say complexions since we're talking about this. Yeah, I told you it was this one. Only time I ever tried to be a bully. She was a new girl. I guess because I had went through the new girl syndrome myself so many times. But she was like a new girl. She just happened to be dark skinned, and I don't know why I was being mean to that girl. I really don't even understand it. This was like 4th grade or something. 4th or 5th grade. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, 4th grade. I don't know what the hell was wrong with me. And she wanted to be friends too. And I remember it just got to a point where after school I was supposed to fight her. And people was expecting that. I don't know what was wrong with me. I'm glad that things happened the way it happened, because if not, I probably would have been a permanent bully. And that ain't even in me to bully people or anything like that. But I remember, so it was after school. I followed her. People expected me to do stuff. She was walking like with an older female relative. And I'm just waiting for my chance when I'm going to hit her or when I'm going to start the fight. Since I said I was going to after school. Yeah, and but I was kind of afraid. I didn't really want to fight, but me trying to look badass for everybody. And and I could see the older woman walking with her, like, who is this little girl following us? Oh, this little nappy girl. And so I had kicked her right? All I know, that girl turned. That was the one time the only time I think I got my ass beat in a one-on-one fight where I wasn't jumped on. That girl turned around. I saw it in her. Like, it was like the Incredible Hulk. You don't like me when you ain't. when I'm angry, I realized I messed around with the wrong one that day. She turned around and she whooped my ass against a fence.
This moment, you realize.
Yeah, I didn't even fight back because I was in shock. So I had to really play that down. But
You know why you got beat up that time? You was being too cocky. Remember, you said when you fighting for your life, you win.
right.
Right?
I didn't even want to fight her in the first place. I think I was just throwing out.
You was showing off.
She was trying to be friends and stuff, and but I didn't know she had it because when she turned around, like, no, this didn't hit me. She turned around, I saw it in her eyes, like, I didn't up here. My little ass against the fence.
She was a bionic woman.
Yeah, I will forever be. But see, but I never did anything like that ever again. I never started nothing, and I told you, like, Nicole in the group home when I was in the girls' home as a teenager. See, and I was little. Most of my younger, I was little, the short little, just had big breasts. But Nicole, yeah, she was one of them naturally. She was a caramel skin girl. But she was like maybe like your complexion, maybe a little like, yeah. But she was cute, but she was big. She was just naturally what they call big bone. She really was like one of the big stocky kind, and had big, that people naturally feared. And
you wasn't fighting no Queen Latifah, was you?
Yes, she was a Queen Latifah.
Oh, heck no. I ain't that dumb.
And she was funny. She was funny as hell. She was funny. She talked tough. Everybody just feared her in the girls' home automatically. So my friend, and we friends, she just wished me a happy birthday. My friend Quinn, she being a little instigator. She kind of find out, I thought that she was the one instigating a fight between me and her. I told this story many times. But we was in the girls' and I guess she was telling her that I was saying something about her, and then vice versa. So we thinking we talking about, all I know is next thing I gotta fight this girl 8:30 p.m. I will always remember 8:30 p.m. We was gonna meet in the bathroom, no staff and nobody, knowing, and it was gonna be the meeting in the bathroom at 8:30. And I remember, I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. And all the time, the time when people knew we was into it, so girls talking, thinking they could talk crazy to me and shit. And so I'm like, I could do this, I could stay in my room all day, but I gotta live here. People thinking they badass, you know what I'm saying? I said, I gotta live here, so I would come out even if she talking shit. I still sat there, took it, but when it was 8:30 and we were to meet, it was the letter saying at 8:30 that I assumed that she wrote that Quinn gave me. So and I'm just thinking the whole time, damn, will I live? I'll fight this big ass girl. I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. But I went in the bathroom, and I remember I was in there first, waiting for her because I'm like, let's get this over with, I don't know if I'm gonna be alive tomorrow or what. And then, she come in. I just remember she said, "What up, though?" And I just started pounding. I was like, you ain't finna get no, because I never was a strong person. I never had I was just fast. That was what helped me. I had good reflexes and I was fast when it came to fighting. Yeah, and I just went to go. I just didn't stop. And I remember, I guess the staff heard it and came, broke us up. And I remember hearing her scream, "I'm gonna beat that bitch ass." We both got punished like a week in our room. And I remember it was around. Yeah, the thing was, it wasn't. She probably would have beat me up. I wasn't gonna let her. If I would have let her get the first hit in, she would have beat my ass, and I was not gonna have it because I was that scared. It was about my fear. I'm scared. I wasn't gonna let her get a hit in on me. Hell no. Because that girl was big and I was little at that time. I was always on them little girls that people thought they can underestimate. And then what y'all say now? F around, find out. Yeah, and so I remember, but it was so because after we were off punishment and out our room, and Yeah, and everything. And it was like Thanksgiving and everybody was going on their weekend passes. My mama was like one of the only parents who did not want their daughter home because my mama had this mentality like either you with these white folks or you're at home. My mama kind of at that time saw me as a traitor to the family. Like, you know,
Right.
yeah, she was like, if you want to be either you going to be with the white folks permanently or you gonna have your ass at home. So my mom didn't let me while everybody else could go on passes to see their family, and I'm just sitting there with one of the few girls by myself. And I remember she came, it was so sweet. Nicole came, she brought me a Thanksgiving dinner that her family made, and she shared. Oh, it was so sweet. I get teary-eyed thinking about it. She had brought me a Thanksgiving dinner, and from her family, and she told me what she respect, and it was a letter also. She respected that I had heart, and Nicole was really a cool person. She was just one of them people automatically feared. She couldn't help that she was feared like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Find out she never even wrote no letter to fight me. She never. Quinn, who I'm still friends with this day, at least on Facebook, Quinn orchestrated the whole thing. There was never no letter. She never really had no beef with me. I never had a beef with her. The whole thing was, and we became friends. I even let her stay with me and stuff, even though some of her family members later had jumped me. But that's another story. But she was really, really cool. It's sad. I looked at her recently and come to find out Nicole, man, she's a straight up, she's like a man now. That's what's, and I'm like, she was not gay. I know. I let her live with me in my crib, when I got my first apartment. And the father, because she had a lot of kids. She ended up, very fertile. She was very much a woman and very fertile. I had quite a few kids. And I know that she was in love with the guy that she was with. And I'm like, when did she become even a lesbian? Like, but she's now, I've seen her recently. She's like totally head shaven, like living like a man, really. I don't know if she's had and I'm like, damn. But I don't know. It's just she was perceived. Yeah, she always talked really tough and, you know what I'm saying, kind of talked like she was natural. She was just funny as hell, talked like, family kind of ghetto and everything. But she was really cool. She was just one of them people. She was actually a cute girl. She just couldn't help the way she was made up. I don't know if it's a thing of where she just, okay, since everybody perceived me as being this tough, like stud or something, I might as well give into it. You know what I'm saying? Because it just surprised me to now see, and checking up on some of these people that I've been able to find to see that shit now. And I think I can talk about it, but it's just crazy because I'm like, she was not no lesbian, let alone, to the point where she want to look like a man. I remember, even that's just, but you never know people experiences,
Yeah, some people that's their protection. Like if they've been assaulted or
yeah, it makes me wonder.
it's their defense mechanism. That's why I'll be wondering about R. Kelly's daughter. Like she turned into a man. Was that so he
Really?
don't like want her? Because they was arguing with me in the comment section because I called the girl a she, and he was like, he is a he. He is male. And I was like, well, he got a coochie.
I mean, so what they arguing with you about?
That she's not a girl. They saying I'm calling her the wrong. I'm calling her she.
Oh, that couldn't have been the encyclopedia's crowd. That
No,
had to
no,
be.
no, 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 no. That was just on Facebook or something.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You know how this world is conditioned,
And
and
they was like getting in my butt, like that's not a she. He's a he. And I'm like, well, he got a coochie.
like you can get in trouble. You can lose your job. You can my best friend, like, yeah, where she was working, you will lose your job if they say that this is what it is, just like what they're defining as being sexual assault now. I did a video like with the whole thing with Shandy Sullivan on America's Next Top Model. It was on that channel that I just lost. I lost that one channel. The way they just came and the ranch roast the receipts, which I later turned to receipts and didn't refine. Yeah, I lost that channel with all the little shorts on it. But I still got the video though, and I'm like, should I re-upload it? Because I think people don't remember with that season 2 with Shandy Sullivan. I'm sorry, I do not see that as her being SA. But it's like if they say that this is what it is, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that. If you remember that upload episode, and even afterwards, she was in, I share like 3 interviews where she talking like she had a good time with that guy. You know what I'm saying? But now they're trying to make it like, but that's the thing. If they say that this is what it is now, even trying to twist this with the Emmett Till, like even this 14-year-old, even if it was just a whistle, that's SA. That's assault because she didn't want to be whistled at. Like, it's like, I'm like at a point where
Stop
but if
playing.
that's what it is, huh?
I said, stop playing. All of Michael Jackson videos, he was street harassing all them women, wasn't he? In today's standard, you know
Oh yeah,
how
the
Michael
way you make
Jackson
me
be
feel.
following them women, bothering them, and
Oh, I know the way you make me feel. Hey, pretty baby, with
but all of them, he was bothering them women. Like he was always, even that song he got. She likes the way I stare, and they say why. I was like, Michael, little creep.
what? That's one of the most beautiful songs.
No, you know what his most beautiful song is? Heaven Can Wait. My boyfriend always play that for me.
I was just talking about that album, Invincible.
Song is so beautiful.
I would prefer though Butterflies. Come on
You
now.
like that? You like that Chicago song, right?
Yeah, you know Chicago, we like that on the R&B station.
What, the Chicago song?
Butterflies. Yeah, the
No,
devil.
I'm talking about the song Chicago. I met her in a hotel lobby. My son, Michael Jackson fan. So.
You talking about Darling Nikki there.
Huh?
You talking about Prince Darling Nikki.
No, Chicago. Michael Jackson got a song called Chicago.
Oh, what album is this? I'm not familiar with this.
I don't know what. Well, hold on. Let me ask my son because you know he a Michael Jackson. He a Michael Jackson fan. You know Michael Jackson died when he was like 4 or something like that. And when he saw Michael Jackson, I think when all little kids see Michael Jackson, they like love Michael Jackson. He the Pied Piper. So he loved Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I know my grandchild had this Michael Jackson. She discovered, but see, my grandchild, she liked the old Michael Jackson. She discovered the Say, Say, Say video. And I think that's, she's kind of over that phase. And it's a song by Michael Jackson. I'm looking it up now, Chicago. I never heard it. It must be from, yeah, this looked like that later stuff.
He said it's called Michael.
Okay, recorded 1999. It says from the
What?
album Escape. Okay, I can't. Okay, my daughter said she thinks it was AI, but they saying it was recorded in 1999. When was it? But released after his death. It's posthumous. How did they say that? Posthumously, like after his death, released. So released. Oh, my daughter thinks it's AI. I've never heard of that.
What, the Chicago song? No, it's a real song.
Now they saying released though 2014. You know he died 2006. So supposedly recorded. They're saying, oh my gosh, it's like
Maybe they released it.
2001 reworked. They said sometime from 1980 to 2001 it was recorded. I don't know. Y'all trust that?
It's a real song. Listen to it, Lashid. Listen to it.
But when they say it was released after, I don't know, because they be doing tricky stuff after people pass.
I think they could have stole some of his music or something.
Yeah, they're saying, although it was released 2014, okay, that's almost 10 years after his death. They're saying that it was recorded supposedly from 1980 to 2001. That's a long time period. I don't know if I trust that.
No, it's a real thing. Stop being suspicious, Lashid.
You
real.
Come on now.
Even
look at what they claim is the album. It just looked creepy. The
face, it's just a white. It's just white, right? With eyes.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, this don't even look like something Michael would be. Hold on. Did he actually take this picture? This is look like something. This is the album that's shown.
Look, she.
I don't know. Like if they say anything with new with Prince, I'm not trusting it. Absolutely not. Anything they claim now is by Prince. Yeah, right. They're gonna leave Michael. Yes, I never heard of this Chicago. This song.
Really?
I was just talking about. No, I didn't.
I've heard it. I met her in a hotel lobby, and I was all alone.
Sure, that sound like that's the same thing. Lines and Darling Nikki Prince.
No, it sounds different, Lachey.
I don't even see like.
Lachey, listen to a little bit of it, and you tell me that's really Michael Jackson, Lachey. It's not fake.
Okay, Adam is saying as many albums Tupac has had after his death, you can't believe MJ recorded those songs.
Exactly, Lachey. Jermaine probably released it. Listen, Jermaine probably stole it from underneath his bed.
But when they had that Tupac, okay, we knew his voice, and that was before they had all that AI like they got now.
Lachey, this was before AI. This song was out before AI. Listen.
There's a lot of Michael imitators too.
Lachey, it's real.
Okay, I mean you could be right, but I wouldn't trust it. You could be right. Look at this. This looks creepy. I don't know this Michael Jackson. What the hell is this? That looks creepy. I'm not.
Lachey, how do that look any different than when we was a kid and he had that roller coaster song? Remember the roller coaster? It always feels like somebody's watching.
No, that was Rockwell. That was Michael was just singing the hook. That was Rockwell. And that was fun. That was like just fun. This is, I don't know, who the hell is this? This is creepy.
Girl, it's Michael. Listen to some of the song, Lachey. I'm serious.
Grace Jones. This is something Grace Jones. I don't know.
Lachey.
This is creepy.
Lachey. Think I'm in the Illuminati. Stop it.
I don't know this Michael.
Lachey, stop it. Lachey, you want to see how much more checkerboards I got? Look.
Oh boy.
Look, Lachey. You see my checkerboard?
Oh, that's nice.
Look how much checkerboard I got. Look.
Oh, that's nice. You know I like it.
See my checkerboard? Look at my floor.
Okay, it's kind of, okay. I'm gonna be a critique.
It's too much checkerboard.
Just a little bit.
Too much checkerboard.
Now you got the floor.
Look at my
Okay. All right. Yeah, that would give me. I love what you did with your bedroom. You should have did a video. You should have did a video. I don't know why. That's the thing. I know I'm talking. Why don't we go in this crafting area? You should have did like a video.
Right? I love crafting.
I know. I don't know. I'm falling off. I just be watching people now. I have not done a project myself. That's why I want to work on something really bad. I've not done.
Lachey, I did my countertops. I'm gonna get in trouble when I move out. Look.
I love the countertops.
They're gonna be like, "What you doing? This is not your house." Like
you saw with my, even though certain people exotic are making fun of my tiny kitchen, but you saw the kitchen. Did you see what I did with my kitchen?
No. What's wrong with if you got a tiny kitchen?
I had saw like all these kitchens. It's like we got a big dining room, but I don't know why a lot of these places now, especially in Chicago. I remember when kitchens used to be big with pantries.
You might just got a nook. You got a nook?
Yeah, well, it's rather small, but it's big enough.
Right.
But it's like they put more into the dining room and Yeah, but
I had an apartment like that. It was like the kitchen, all you could do in there is cook, right? It had a counter, cabinet, and all you could do in there is cook, but it had a big dining room area.
Right. That's how a lot of these places I'm noticing in Chicago, it's like they're being remade like this, where it used to be like, I remember kitchens used to be big and they all had pantries. You remember when kitchens all have pantries, walk-in pantries, in fact? And I'm noticing another problem I'm having with places, little closet space. I watched something just yesterday, ironically, with a tiny home. And
Well, I love those tiny houses.
yes, and I
Love them.
watched videos. I watched this tiny house, but I looked at the female. She looked like it was a black female. Looked like I could tell she liked to dress or something. But so I was like wondering though, where is she putting her clothes? Like
Mhm.
it was definitely livable. I would love something like that. If it just like me and my husband saving money and stuff. But I wonder where does she put her clothes? Because I could tell, I could tell. I was telling my daughter, I could tell this female like to dress.
Right.
Where is she like keeping stuff in storage?
Maybe she liked to dress, but she was a minimalist.
Hold
Maybe
on,
she had a little bit of clothes, but nice clothes, but a little bit.
I know it's her tiny home. Yeah, because you can't. Okay, here it is, right here. You cannot tell me that this woman. Well, you can't see her in the thumbnail. They show her in the thumbnail, but she's not in the video. But you see her in the thumbnail, and she looked like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just assuming that she would like to dress. Hold on. But this is nice. I ain't even gonna front. This is nice. Saying they bought it from $5,000 Home Depot. I love the idea of just the idea when you construct something or craft something yourself and you see what you did. And look what she did with the picnic table. She made a little art deco-y. I think that's cool. But this is nice. The little hook to put the, coats on. This is nice though. But I'm like, all I was looking for were her dressers. This is the only thing I see close to. So where is she storing her clothes? Yeah, but as long as the plumbing is good, that's the thing. If we all just could get some pieces of land. But that's nice though. And then there's this one black lady, but she has like I think her husband Hispanic or something. She has like she does tiny home videos, and they be having this really relaxing music. Now hers isn't so modern, like she got like a kind of old fashioned more theme to it, but she be making cookies and stuff. Now she's one I wouldn't expect to have all these fancy clothes and stuff. But she be making cookies, be having like this really relaxing music, and while she's in her tiny home with her cat, she's making cookies and stuff. I'm like, oh man, I don't know, but it's attracting me. Whereas before, it's like I wanted spacious. I don't know, but it's attracting me.
You ever think about getting a double wide trailer?
I've always wanted that. Yeah. Heck yeah. I wanted that going way back.
They're so nice. They look like a rancher house.
Yeah, I always, going back to like the 70s, I used to every single white folks, that always attracted me. They have I got to get the Barbie with the trailer. Then they had like but that always attracted me. But yeah, this one sister, she got a video. She be having like the most relaxing, and showing her reading books and stuff. And this is definitely attractive. They added it to The Sims, like where you could have like a tiny home. But yeah, so how's your son doing otherwise, shorty? Yeah, I think he's a sweetheart. How's your son doing otherwise?
He's doing good. He's working at Denny's. I'm trying to make him go to school.
What is it that you want him to pursue? Or
Culinary.
Culinary, okay.
He likes cooking, so.
Oh yeah, that'll be. Do you feel that he must?
I think you need in life. I think you need a trade. I wouldn't tell him to go to college because I accrued a lot of debt and stuff like that. I owe $60,000 to the government from school.
Go into it, but myself as well. Sally Mae.
Girl, it's just now paid off.
Congratulations! That's great.
Yeah.
Oh well, shoot.
It didn't make my credit go up. I'll tell you that much, which is crazy. How you gonna put 20,000 Sally Mae loans on my freaking credit, and then when it's paid off, you don't? It's still low. Like
even though you play, that's crazy.
My credit like 650. Why is it still so low? Like why?
It's not over 90K.
Yo, Azor 090?
You know he be in that with the medical.
Okay.
I can
Jesus.
yeah, I owe about about 50,000. I don't even. And you would think I would be totally utilizing.
You still owe 50,000?
Well, not still owe, but
Oh.
like what's in the.
Did you hear the Obamas say that when they got in the White House, they had just paid their student loans off? I don't know if they was joking or if they was.
I didn't know that. Oh yeah, speaking of, I didn't know all this. All this was out in my city, Tim's, but supposedly it was invitation based because you had former presidents there, like the Clintons and stuff. I did not know. I'm like telling my husband, like, why y'all tell me all this was going on in the city yesterday in Chicago?
You said Tim's was there?
No, yes. Stevie Wonder, the Roots, all this in my city. Even if I could, I would have liked to have driven past. Well, I can't drive, but
Lashie, what you think about them killing that 1 or 2 year old baby over them diapers?
I don't even know about that, shorty.
You don't know? Like, they said this lady shoplifted out the store a pack of diapers.
What?
The police was chasing her. They shot into her car and killed the baby.
You kidding me?
I'm serious.
Okay, let me guess. The baby black and she's
black? The baby black and she black. Yeah.
When the hell was this and where?
This was a few days ago. I don't know where it was. Azor probably know. Azor, where was it at? You be knowing everything. What's the T?
This is crazy. This is just ridiculous.
Didn't they shoot that little boy over a water, that 14-year-old boy over a water?
Yeah, I saw headline. I made sure, just like I'm trying not to know the details about that.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
Something with new possibilities. So I know what the kid looked like and stuff. I just didn't click in purposely because you see how I get. I'm already mad that I clicked into that thing on the MTL, but being I already know about that case, it just, I know how I get. You know what I'm saying? And you know how I was a couple of years ago with the after the Trayvon and all that was going on, where it just had me almost like straight crashing out, making me pissed off. Man, that's just this is wild. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like when I saw that with the whole thing, even going back to Emmett Till, like they are really trying to embolden people, you know what I'm saying, and make them feel justified. I mean, they've been doing that, of course, but it's like they're going to make an excuse for everything. They're going to find a way around to excuse everything. Well, why was she stealing? I'm not, stealing Pampers. I don't even want to. Oh goodness, that's crazy. This is ridiculous.
Man, I don't even care if she stole Pampers.
Right, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
The little boy stole a water. I don't care if he stole a water. Don't freaking shoot them.
Obviously, it was it was something she needed. No, you shouldn't steal. Yeah, but it was obvious if it was Pampers, it was needed. And I'm not saying, just like with food. Of course, we can't, break the law and not expect consequences. But no, that's crazy. That's an extreme reaction to shoplifting. No shit. I mean, why would I even need to explain that? Why would I even need to explain that? This is ridiculous. And it's just people don't understand that a life is lost. Do they understand? I mean, that's just crazy. This is
she shouldn't have been stealing. The little boy shouldn't have been stealing.
Yeah, we all know. We shouldn't lie. We shouldn't be watching. There's a lot of things we shouldn't be doing. That do not mean that you are deserving of your life being taken. You don't deserve a bullet in the head. Neither her or the baby. You don't deserve that. Damn, like why is people acting like they just, what the fuck is wrong with people? I'm so tired of these people, like as if they're it's like they're robots or something. Like, do you not have any sort of, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Were you trying to say that is the punishment for stealing?
Your life.
I could even see, you know what I'm saying? But then these very same people, remember when they was crying about a boy being flagged in Singapore doing all this vandalism and shit? Remember how they were when that white American boy, and this was a grown man. He was not a child. He was like college age out there, and where was he, in Singapore, doing all that acts of vandalism, thinking he can go to that country with that bullshit. And remember, it made this controversy over their punishment was to flog him or something. And they felt that's brutal, that's just terrible. These are the very same people. That's why I'm not trying to hear from them. But then they think it's justifiable to shoot at someone knowing you can hit them in the head,
right?
Hit them in a vital organ, and then it ends up hitting the child. They think that's justified for shoplifting. Really? I don't know what the hell's wrong with people.
Did you see the little boy that stabbed the white boy? You heard about that too?
Yes, with the Carmelo Anthony. Even with that, I don't know the full details. And that's on purpose. Even with that, I pretty much know. I think what I believe. I guess they're saying that it was self-defense, and but remember, these very same people with Zimmerman. Even though the guy was told to stop following him, you're not a damn cop. This boy was doing nothing that was threatening, but they still saw it as Zimmerman defending himself.
And though I still feel sad that the little boy got, stabbed or whatever or killed. But they said he bum rushed the boy trying to do football, tackle on him, and the boy stabbed him. He told him don't touch him.
So, okay, you're saying that he got physical with him.
Yes. Yeah, he was bullying the boy. He didn't want him underneath their tent. It was like a football game. And he told him, he said, "You better not touch me. I know you just better not touch me." And I think they was trying to jump him in the they said that the boy tried to, rush him or do that football tackle on the boy, and the boy stuck him. And the knife was little. But where he stuck him in a place, that was vital. And he killed him. Like, I don't know.
So, and he was given like life, right? I mean, wait, what was
35 years, and he's 17 years old. 17 years old and given life. I mean, 35 years, right?
I would not, be honest, I wouldn't want, because we got to really, really consider human life. And I don't believe that you should, stab someone unless it was really a thing of where you felt that
your life,
like your life was threatened. I would have preferred him not stabbing him, so I do believe that's something that should have been, oh gosh, I know what people may not agree with me. I just really, when it comes to human life, even if this guy is an asshole,
right?
I would have preferred him not stabbing him. Yeah. With the Carmelo, are you saying it was 4 students? Okay.
They was jumping, huh? Was they jumping?
Okay. Now, in the case of him getting jumped by 4 students, that may be different, because you remember a girl just died, just falling. Because anything can happen with a person getting jumped on. And if it was 4 students, that makes a difference. 4, I wouldn't expect for, let's say, my kid to pull out a knife if it's a one-on-one thing. I mean, unless now, like somebody, a stranger attacking them, even if they happen to be their age, I'm gonna want my child to be like somebody just come up on them on the street. I'm gonna want my kid to do whatever the hell they got to do to survive, because you just don't know, that person may have intentions to kill you. But
I want my kid to have not a knife though, like a freaking pepper spray or something like that. I just don't believe in like taking a life like that. Like I just don't like it.
Yeah, and this is the thing that they trying to argue. They tried to argue like, was it when you scared, and if let's say you have something on you, man.
He was scared.
I had talked about where I saw it was a thing where it was like, I heard something about these little stress out dolls using squeezing black folks to release stress. And remember, I had talked about, I saw somebody doing a little AI where they taking a black woman's body, squishing it up. And as soon as I did it, a certain weirdo, they felt the need to take my image and do the same thing, and I just flagged that shit down. But Yeah, this idea, using black people to relieve their stress. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. And just the way, and what really tripped me out when I look in the comments and I see how people will this tells me that we're in a dangerous world. When you see a mass of people and they're co-signing and they're making excuses for, like, well, this person shouldn't have been shoplifting, and you're seeing that this is how they're thinking in general. In general, they're thinking it's okay to fire shots. Do you understand when somebody is gone? You know what? I just had a dream of my brother just before, waking up this morning. I had a dream. It's my brother, and it was real. And my daughter happened because, I don't think my daughter ever really got to know my brother like that, like my nieces did. And she was happy to be with him. And my grandchild meeting my brother, and it was so real. And even though I eventually woke, and I was mad because I woke up so soon afterward, I was with my brother again. So even though I knew it was a dream, and I tried to make myself go back to sleep and spend some more time with him and stuff, even though I knew it was a dream. You don't know how. And my brother, it's been like 22 years. He passed in 2004. But I still have dreams. I still, when you take somebody's life out of here, you know what I'm saying? When you take, and especially before they were expected to leave. And then I know people who, even though their parent was old, or, death is really, really serious. Death, life, it's really serious. It's so funny. I was watching The Good Son. You remember, I said, I needed something to watch yesterday. So I said, let me watch. They got it on Netflix now, The Good Son. I always felt that ending was kind of unrealistic. Because you're not going to, with Elijah Wood, Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, his ass was bad. That movie didn't get the best reviews, but it was watchable, Both boys were really good. I really feel Elijah Wood's performance is kind of underrated to Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, it was like a 90s version of The Bad Seed, but the male, But yeah, Macaulay Culkin. And the funny thing is, he was just evil for nothing. He didn't have he had two great parents. His parents seemed like they were decent people. And he was just evil for nothing. But yeah, I remember when she had this son, they were both over the cliff, if you remember the movie. And to save one, she had to let one drop. And so she let her son drop. I'm sorry, but in real life, ain't no mother. You just can't, even if you mean your arm being yanked off and all of y'all going down, you're not going to be able to let your son go. It's
I
unreal.
would let my son go if he was that evil and I knew he was going to end up
But
harming people. I'm sorry.
But she just found that out. She just found out that Macaulay Culkin character, her son Henry, was responsible for her baby's death. Her youngest baby death. She didn't know. She just found out.
Girl, he would have been good as dropped. He would have been a pancake, sweetie. I'm sorry. That
Yeah.
demon would not be on this earth killing a bunch of people. If my son was a murderer, bye bye. If you think I can't stand my son from swirling, what you think I'm gonna do from him murdering people?
But you just found out. It ain't like she knew, had these suspicions.
It don't
They
matter,
had no clue
girl.
that their son was that evil. They had no clue.
Girl.
That's what makes it unrealistic.
Look, and especially it's fresh that she just found out that he killed her baby. Oh, F him. And then she know he did that to the daughter.
Yeah, you remember he tried yeah.
He
And now,
tried to make them fall in the
he
ice.
would have took them all out one by one. He had no reason. His family wasn't dysfunctional. Like, what
Oops.
the hell was wrong with his ass? When he did that with I can't say I cared for. Wait, what happened to Shorty? I can't say that I cared for the dog. I'm not fond of dogs, especially scary ass dogs like pit bulls. But him dropping that off the highway, Mr. Highway. Yeah, he was evil as hell. Because, like people said, it's like he was the same Kevin McAllister. He was like the same but evil. Oh gosh. Wow, I didn't know this. I didn't know this, Reef. Saved the child's life from drowning. He had 21 scholarships. Damn. This is messy. Why y'all telling me this? This is messed up. I'm trying not to get caught up in it. I'm trying that because I'm one of the people who you will find my ass posting back and forth, going crazy, making videos, responding on impulse the way I do. Yeah, in real life. But I'm just saying, in real life, I couldn't imagine. She just found out like yesterday that her son was bad. She didn't even have time to ponder on that. Of course, I didn't want Elijah Wood to be dropped, and he saved her life too. Because he was about to he talking about I love you, mom. I love you, mom. And he was saying it all. He was saying, I love you, mom, with no emotion. He was just about to hit her with a rock after pushing her over the cliff. Yeah, so that's something to think about. This idea of somebody just being born bad. What happened, Shorty? Yeah, that's why I try not to. That's why, like, please. That's why I was trying not to know the details on these cases. I just, man. Cause I'm telling you, that whole thing with that guy, with the Matt Walsh or whatever, and me watching on that, and then me reading the comments, I'm gonna read comments, that had messed up my whole day. It really did. It had me grumpy. It messed up my whole entire day. And I'm just so, especially, I'm like, because when my husband was first trying to tell me about Carmelo Anthony, I was like, I don't mean no harm, but you know, I just feel like if I can't do nothing, because I'm at a point where I'm just so tired of ranting on these things, and I'm just so, because it just pisses me off. And then and I'm the type, I'm going to see how people are reacting, almost like I got to test and see if people still got a conscience or something. Yeah, yeah, it was like just as you loved him or he's likable in Home Alone, he proved that he could be just as unlikable in The Good Son. We don't talk about Elijah Wood though. He's a good actor too, little Elijah. He's one of the few of the Hollywood kids that was a little more protected by his family, so he didn't get, as we believe, exploited like so many of those other children. Elijah Wood. And nobody was believing him. Yeah, they wouldn't have believed him. Because Macaulay Culkin, if his mom hadn't found that baby duck, yeah, they would have just seen him as straight nutcase. His psychiatrist couldn't even talking about she don't believe in evil. Yeah. Frodo. Yeah, he had them eyes. Having them eyes like kind of like Andrew McCarthy. Yeah, somebody said they described it perfectly. Andrew McCarthy, from Pretty in Pink and from the Brat Pack, always looking like he's seen a ghost. Not only is the eyes blue, but they tend to have this. Look like they always seeing a ghost or something. But that was sad, like him losing his mom. No child should go through that. Yeah, they said Elijah, you're sick, like. Frodo. Who can we say was more successful? Macaulay Culkin or Elijah Wood? It's hard to say because Elijah Wood doing them Lord of the Rings series. Whereas Macaulay Culkin's brother is kind of blowing up. He was the little one in Home Alone who's peeing on himself. I see he I know that they lost one of their sisters or something some years back. Not the one that was in The Good Son. And I was saying to him, why would he go and fling his sister into the ice like that? And it was even trying to suffocate her in the hospital. Coming in the hospital room like that, but didn't know his mama. He would have suffocated that girl. Yeah. He was just bad for no reason. That's when you just bad for no reason at all. Yeah, I just when it come to Reef, I used to follow these reports, but now when I see these reports of, let's say, what is suspected being a hate crime, whatever, I have to just pass by because it's not that I want to. I get so mad, and when there's nothing, you know what I'm saying? I just feel nothing's coming from it with me getting angry, and I know how I get so. Yeah, and it's kind of hard seeing a child, in a movie, like on the Bad Seed. Yeah, Penisoy, you asked me, was I mad with the ending? No, it was. Am I wrong for watching that with my grandchild? I remember my mama watching the Bad Seed. I'm talking the 1950s version with Patty. What was her name? McCormick. That little girl. Woo! Goodness. If we were talking about evil children that weren't possessed. Okay, I'm not talking Raven or Reagan from The Exorcist because she was possessed. That's different. You know, I'm not talking like, oh yeah, ironic they said the girl that was in The Ring died. She did the voice also in Lilo and Stitch. But we're talking about bad children. I don't think anybody to this day, that little Rhoda, well, I don't know, that is pretty bad to drown a baby. Macaulay Culkin's character. And the original Bad Seed with little Rhoda. That girl. I'm surprised that she wasn't totally like typecast after that. Because I remember when I watched this, when I first watched it, I was a kid with my mommy back in like 82 and 1982, watched it with my mama. Oh, this little girl was, and then them perfectly cut bangs. Well, they weren't perfectly cut, but they were just, she just had a scary look. She was, to me, she was ugly. You know, ugly in that she looked mean. This little girl looked mean. And she was always, had her hair just perfectly braided. Just no strand of hair out of place. And out to this day, look, it's kind of hard looking at her. How can you be with no makeup or nothing and still be scary? Kind of like Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. She had no like makeup to make her look scary, but still scary. And that's sad. You know, you can't help how you look. But that was so. My mama had to comfort me after watching the Bad Seed. She said Leroy on fire. Oh, that traumatized. Am I wrong for watching it with my grandchild? Well, at least I can say my grandchild was like 10 years older than me. My mama had to comfort me. And watching that, she was like, okay, because the good thing at the end of the movie, they showed the cast. You know, the people in the movie waved their hand and say hi to everybody when the movie was over. And so my mom was like, look, there he is. There's Leroy. You know, my mother had to help me to feel better. She set that man on fire. You had to hear him screaming like that. Like, this girl's bad. And then, you know, they had the part with the mom. And she was drunk. And, you know, her son. Yes, I was a kid watching with my family. And my mama had, man, my family watched everything around me. It was the horror. But my mother had this is of all the horror films, none of that affected me. But this film affected me. As in, you know, let me see. Now, there were films, if I were to say films that scared me, it didn't have me like scared. It had me disturbed. Now, what had me scared, and I watched all kind of horror movies, it was the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones, with the melting faces, that had me jacked up. That when they opened up the Ark, the Nazis, and their faces started melting, that jacked me up. That was something that had me scared as hell. This had me disturbed. I could, this girl being so bad. It's so evil. And she would have killed the one lady that, yeah, so at the end they showed her, like, all she needed was a spanking. I don't think to this day, no kid was evil as this. Let me see, there's been movies with kids being bad. Okay, her and Macaulay Culkin, they kind of hand in hand, but right? You're right. She showed dude like that little girl from Little House. You talking about that little girl from Little House on the Prairie? That little mean. Wait, ain't that who you talking about? Metcalf boys. I'm trying to remember what is that. Oh yeah, let me see what she's saying. The courts were trying to send Carmelo to a prison unit where the warden is related to the Mech. Oh, they were planning to kill. Oh my gosh. I can't know no more. Oh my gosh. Oh, so that's the name. You're saying that's the name of the boy, the Metcalf boy is the name of the boy that Carmelo unalived. Oh, because I was wondering who's the Met. Goodness. I don't even know. Man, we can't breathe for real. That's why I've been trying to just, kind of avoid even knowing the details because, me years ago, like I remember I did all them videos I did, on Trayvon Martin and oh yeah, I was getting a lot of threatening stuff and that's actually what sparked it with me and Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah, I was watching all kind of stuff, didn't scare me and stuff, but this had me damn disturbed. Carrie had me disturbed too. But this had me disturbed. Because I guess, you expect things in what your typical horror movie, obviously this character, Jason or whoever, is evil. But I guess it's scarier when it's like what is supposed to be a normal human being having no conscience. Yeah, I guess the idea of a sociopath is scarier. Of all, and I'm telling you, I was watching from a very young age. All my family did was watch horror movies. But this had me disturbed. I think the idea of a sociopath who lacks conscience scares me. You expect for a monster to be bad or this bad character. You expect a Freddy Krueger. That didn't scare, you expect a monster or bad, an obviously bad person like who is an obvious criminal to be a criminal. You don't expect a little girl who has no reason to be doing this shit, who pretty much is spoiled, and you don't expect that. Like her beating this boy with the shoe because she couldn't have a damn medal. They say you were rooted. Yeah, but I couldn't the thing is, I saw Carrie when I was younger, but I didn't remember it like that. But then I remember watching it when I was like pregnant. When I was 18. So, and when you're pregnant, your emotions, and it really disturbed me. Do you know how many horror movies I saw by that time? It really had me shook up. And very few movies where I get like that, because I saw so many horror movies. I probably used to just popcorn watch horror movies. But it had me disturbed. It's like you felt for Carrie, but then you couldn't. And then it was like too many people in Carrie was down. I didn't expect Tommy to die. I didn't expect, and then at end where Amy, it could have been because me being pregnant. Even that teacher, they're all gonna laugh at you. It's like everybody. I ain't expect for the whole school to be set on fire. Only person who survived was Amy Irving's character. So she just snapped on everybody around. It made me wonder, maybe she was imagining. Why would the teacher have been remember the coach or whatever? That I didn't understand. Why the hell would she even be laughing at that? That's not funny. Only white kids do stuff. Who thinks of getting pig blood, slaughtering a pig and having blood? Is it really that damn serious? Who thinks of doing shit like that? White folks do that pranking stuff too much. Like I can't imagine, like things like white kids do, like they get drunk, paint on their faces and stuff while they're drunk. Their friends are drunk. I wish my friends, ain't no way me and my friends, and we didn't got scummy before. There is no way we would have done stuff like paint on. Oh, this is funny. Let's paint on your faces while you're drunk. Stuff like that. They joke too. Who thinks to get pig's blood? Who thinks of doing that kind of stuff? That's just too much. Yeah, and I don't even really see Stephen King as all that scary. But I think it's more about the books than the films. But just the idea, yeah, but that had me like, dang. And I was grown by that time and watched many horror films, but Carrie kind of had me messed up a little bit. Oh, there's a video with Carmelo. There's a video. I ain't no way I'm going to want to see that. So there's actually a video. I did not know that. at all with Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, that's what I was wondering with Carrie. Was she imagining it? Because that doesn't make sense. Because even the teacher was laughing, and the way everybody died, getting electrocuted, and hosed in the face, water hosed in the face, and yeah, and pig's blood. That was just disgusting. Plug it up, plug it up. Yeah, she killed her own mother. Yeah. But see, but her mama did try to tell her, even though her mama was crazy. Her mama did try to tell her, like. But the thing is, it's like it's sad that like Tommy, I think he was really liking her, eventually. Even though at first it was about old girl asking them she was trying to do the nice thing, the right thing. And it's like it gives a bad message. Like in Amy Irving trying to help her out but see, she would have probably done something like that eventually, where now I've been picked up. Like I can't imagine doing something like that, even to that evil ass boy Neil. I can't imagine. Come on now, I can't imagine doing something like that. And I've told y'all, but the fact that she made that boy fall on the bike, creepy Carrie, creepy Carrie. Did she have the potential to do stuff like that anyway? And come to find out, I think Sissy Spacek was like almost 30 years old playing a teenager in that role. Yeah, that's the thing. I did sociopaths and psychopaths. I think that's more disturbing. Like in the case of, The Good Son is like, that's why I think he got a bad review. It didn't really make sense. Like, why was Macaulay Culkin's character, he was just because he was jealous that the baby boy, his younger siblings, getting more attention than him? There was he seemed like he came he had good parents. There are some people who really do believe in this bad seed theory, like trying to use that with Emmett Till. There are some people who do believe that certain evil traits can pass down. Yeah, there are certain traits, even personality traits, like if you're a shy person, yeah, they can pass down. There are some people who really believe that, like if like in the case of the bad seed, Rhoda's biological grandmother was, like a sociopath. She was a killer. Jenny. Who's Jenny? Who's Jenny? Do you think Jenny is the villain in Forrest? Oh my gosh. I'd have to watch Forrest Gump again. That's one of the movies I saw one time. I can't really remember the details like that. The way that they're flipping so many things now, Venezuela, like we're supposed to see as, this is the real villain. Now, years ago, even though now I see people jumping on it, I had the idea years ago that I was going to talk about people who I didn't see as so bad, or people who I really saw as bad, but and I used the movie Boomerang. As much as I love Halle Berry's character, however, in Boomerang, I did not see her as the more ideal girlfriend necessarily. This ain't got nothing to do with colorism on my part. Absolutely. I love Halle Berry, I do. But the way that now I see people doing videos on this, but I said I was going to just like, even like with Mean Girls, this idea of Janice Ian, it being in a sense a hero, when I think that she was, in my opinion, Janice Ian's character, even though most Gen Xers of my generation, they would root more for a Janice Ian, especially, like a white Gen Xer female. But Janice Ian, to me, was worse than Regina George. That's my personal opinion. But like in Boomerang, Halle Berry's character, like versus Jacqueline, Robin Givens' character, I thought Halle Berry was worse than this. So I think she was a bad friend in a sense. Okay, first of all, and why was Jacqueline so bad? I'm not saying that she's was nicey nice, but why was she seen as the so bad one? because Holly Berry's character, remember, she was supposed to have been talking to David Allen Greer. Now, if you don't like him, like I said in talking about preferences, if you don't like somebody, you don't like them. Like you can't try to force something to work that won't. David Allen Greer kind of represent that so-called nice black guy, that nice but kind of goober, nice guy, but may not be funny enough for you or stimulating enough, but he's a nice guy. Yeah, she was supposed to have been talking to him, but obviously she was more interested in Marcus, who she knew had a reputation of being a dog. She knew this. Okay. And she also knew that this guy was involved with her co-worker, somewhat friend, Jacqueline. Why would you have wanted to get even involved with him? Regardless of what Jacqueline was doing to him. And then I really didn't like it. She came up to Jacqueline, whatever it is that you're doing to him, it's affecting his work. I'm like, what a fake. And even Robin Givens was picking whatever I'm doing to him. And why was Jacqueline so wrong? Because she didn't want to have sex with Eddie Murphy's character right away. And so, see, that's where it was sending the wrong message to brothers. Like, basically, see, okay, like, remember he invited her over to watch the game or whatever. He's making the scene all romantic, and that's good and all, but he was making it romantic for with the hopes of having sex with her. Okay, I love Tisha Campbell. She was hilarious as that neighbor who obviously slept with him and knew, girl, he's no good, girl. But so she come over, she ain't all dressed sexy. She just wanted to watch the game. She wanted to watch the game. And then they're making it like, oh, Jacqueline, she's wrong and she's teasing him. And you know what I'm saying? She knew his game. She was a very intelligent woman. He would have did her just like he did Leela Roshan's character. And dumping her just because of her feet. Would have found any little reason after having sex with Jacqueline to dump her. Oh, yeah, Carrie's mother. Yeah, she was a nutcase, true. She was right, it's sad to say. But see, yeah, that's the thing. They wanted to make, in the 70s, make religious people or people who are we supposed to see as God-fearing as being weird and crazy and extreme. Your pillars are showing. Your nasty, your dirty pillars are showing. Okay, I'm gonna drop it. Even though I'm close this down soon, let me drop the link once more. Yeah, it's one of these days. These Fridays. Okay, they got a link, shorty. Oh, we gonna wrap it up. We're not gonna hold y'all on. Right, was the movie supposed to pit the two against each other in the first place? Marcus was a bachelor who was playing the game. A lot of young men can relate to those situations. Yeah, and he just met his match. That's all. She was Jacqueline was too intelligent, and when she had sex with him, it was on her terms. That's all. Because it wouldn't have gave in at all. Hey, shorty. Yeah,
you talking about Boomerang?
Yes. Now people are seeing it differently. And I'm sorry, Holly Berry was stupid. And then oh, love should have brought your ass home. See, this is what I'm talking about. Love. Love should have brought your ass home. You already knew about Marcus. He slept with an older woman. He slept with, come on now, Holly Berry. Come on now. Then she got the nerve to be, when he creeps back with Jacqueline. What did you expect?
He slept with that old lady, remember the clapper?
Right. And they all knew about it. They all
I love Strange.
My best friend loved Grace Jones and that. You gonna tell me you gonna turn? Oh my God.
Remember she threw her drawers in that man's face, and they had their pencils and their pens throwing the drawers around ugh.
And then that one man who was one, the Coca-Cola man. I mean, no, he used to be in the old 7-Up.
Don't you feel good about
Yeah, Christmas.
7-Up?
Yeah, the old 7-Up man. What my mama said, we watched it. My mama said I could tell he wasn't a freaky type.
He's freaky. He was a freak.
Yeah, my mama was like, I could tell he wasn't a freaky type. Yeah, that was his idea, all that with wanting the little freaky stuff in the advertisements and stuff. And oh my goodness.
Don't you think he hit Strange?
No, she probably wouldn't have even allowed that. Not Strange. But you see, he was enamored by her. And he was the one to keep them draws.
Oh, them draws.
Oh man, you had to love Grace Jones and that. And I don't even think. Oh wait, yeah, she had done films and stuff, but yeah, she just because Eddie Murphy supposedly he was very much. I remember Kid and Play. They were talking about Grace Jones. It was Kid from Kid and Play. How she was just hilarious. Oh, let me see. Jacqueline made it known in the first place Marcus felt her more than she felt him. No, if they would have, no, he saw her just like with Leela Rashawn. If she would have had sex with him right away, he probably would have, just like with Leela Rashawn's character, made any excuse in the book to dump her. If she would have had sex with him right away. See, and that's what made her even more intriguing to him, the fact that she was not jumping in, and she had intelligence.
Yes, that's what makes a man want you. You not wanting them or being easily accessible to them.
And then next thing you know, he's the one waiting for a phone call. What was cold-blooded after she did something, and then she left some money by the bed, got him feeling like his virginity was taken. He's in the bed.
He felt she left money, right?
Right. She's gonna leave money. Got him feeling like his virginity.
Yeah, she did, did.
And the way he gathered the blankets, he's feeling like his virginity's been taken and stuff. I mean, but that's the thing. Jacqueline was straight up with him. It wasn't like she was teasing him or playing. She told him up front, I don't have sex, I don't get involved with, he was the one who kept, but he took it as her flirting, blowing in his eyes. She was just highly intelligent.
If I seduce you, when I decide to seduce you,
right,
no.
Well, they made her like Steve was, and she even told him in the end, well, if you in love with what's her name, what you doing in bed with me? And then that's when he was like, exactly. So we supposed to
God.
The thing you saw even at the end of the movie, they're walking down the street. He's still looking at it. His eyes are still wandering, even when they were like walking down the street. Like, come on now. That's what I couldn't really get with Halle Berry's character in that. I mean,
she was smarter than that. How they had her just being a dingbat, like.
Right, and then you think about it, she ended up the very first night she was with Marcus, the very first day, and that was when she was supposed to be meeting David Allen Greer.
Yeah. That was so smutty of her. She was so stank.
That was smutty. Both of them. They slept together, and especially Marcus. That's your friend. They slept together right away. The first opportunity they had to be alone together. They're falling asleep.
About the thing you can't say about Robin Givens, she did tell him he was manipulating women, but she did tell him what she was about. Like,
right, and she was up front, but they for years, it's been painted like Jacqueline's the bad guy, and now I see people addressing this. But this was something I talked about years ago. Another thing, I can't lie with a thin line between love and hate. No, you do not unalive people for these reasons. Don't get it twisted. But I could not help but feel a little sorry for what was her name? Her character in the thin line.
I don't like the way he did her.
Yeah, because she has said that her dad did need to pay a price though for unaliving her husband. Now I see if it was just really in an act of self-defense because she said he was abusing her, and then she fought back. But no, that was obviously calculated to electrocute him in the tub. That's calculated. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
she could have turned crazy from all the abuse, and then that's a lingering craziness that Martin, activated, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, I gotta say, cause she told his character. I forgot the character names in that movie. She told him. She said when she was breaking down crying, like I can't be hurt no more. She let him know,
Right.
I can't, and who's gonna be honest admitting that they killed somebody? She's straight. Somebody telling you that they killed.
And you playing with them, and you gonna play with them.
Right. And then even on her birthday, she had brought him all these suits. Yeah, she was trying to take over his life. Like, oh, you don't have to have your club. I'm gonna buy you this or this, that. Yeah, she was being controlling, but he didn't have to do her like that. All to win a bet or whatever. And then didn't even he could have went on her birthday. He could have
Yeah.
he could have and then I gotta kind of look at but at least in the case of Regina King's character, she did know him from childhood, so that was different than like with Holly Berry because she did know Martin Lawrence's character from childhood. Probably was a childhood crush. It just they saw each other as friends and stuff.
But you still would want that person to get they stuff together. You wouldn't want to
Right.
hurt another woman, like.
I would have had to still leave because that could have got her killed.
Yeah, because she said I got your nappy head.
Yeah. Oh, she got to be. See, that's just how these exoticas. I like.
I
Oh,
got your nappy head.
yeah. She said the first was a blonde. The one of her husband cheating, and this one is a nappy head. And you see, that's why she was like, I can't believe that this is the. Like as if she can understand with the blonde.
Mm-hmm.
This is who you're cheating on me with, or this is who you want to be with. So that shows
Maybe
her
she meant
mind
that.
is messed up.
I said maybe she meant that the girl was like just a regular smuggler girl, and she's like, she do look more beautiful. I'm sorry, she's just a more beautiful,
Yeah,
classy woman, and
yeah,
she's probably like,
but still, what they had the same hair texture though. I mean, I'm
yeah, they both was
hair,
nappy heads.
but you see, the first one he said like almost as if the blonde. Oh, that could be understandable, or that could be
Mhm.
but I get it because the way that also Regina King was dressed, her being shorter, not as statuesque. But I just why the nappy head reference. But
Do you think Regina King is pretty?
yeah, I think she's there's a lot of guys I knew had a crush on her. She I would hate to believe it's just about her hazel eyes, but she was that round the way relatable.
Cute.
Saying yeah, believe it or not, I remember brothers used to like Jada Pinkett. All of a sudden they hate her, but I remember back when, because she was kind of like relatable, like she's also played on parts that were a little more relatable back in the day. Ooh, I couldn't stand Woo though, that was whack when she was in Woo, but I used to love her like when she was on A Different World, Jada Pinkett.
Uh-huh.
Now on Minister Society, I'm sorry, but I couldn't really feel for damn, I can't remember names. The main character. I'm sorry,
He was fine.
but he was his character. Oh, and Lorenz Tate made me so mad in that movie. I couldn't stand although Lorenz Tate was cute, he was so evil. Now he was a devious kid. He was a badass kid. Lorenz Tate is really so cool, though. In real life, I believe that he's so from Chicago, younger than me though. But he is so cool in real life. But he was so devious in Minister Society. He was so evil. I couldn't feel really that bad for the main character because he was bad. Like when the girl's pregnant, and then when the brother confronted him, stomping partner. That's all we called him, partner. He was always saying partner in every movie. And
Did you dog, you made me forget what I was about to ask you. Did you like that better than don't drink your gin and juice?
Which now?
Don't drink your gin and juice.
What was the
Don't be
movie?
a menace to society while drinking your
Oh,
gin and juice.
yeah. This society had me pissed off. It was just too depressing. It was Lorenz Tate was just evil. I feel sorry for your mother. Now, it's hard to feel sorry for these Asians now, but
I was like, yes.
yeah, that ain't no reason to kill somebody. And then I really hated with the crackhead scene when he came up, the crackhead said something immoral to him, but I just really seeing somebody killed in cold blood. And then anybody want to share a cheeseburger with whatever he said. He was so bad. He was that bad kid in the hood that you scared of, He was so bad, Lorenz Tate's character. And then it was like, this is what made me mad with that movie. He ended up surviving. Everybody else dies. He survives. What really made me mad was that Nation Islam kid dying. I was like, why he got to die though? Why did he have to die? The one dude that was trying to get the main character out of the hood, trying to get him to change his life. The brother that was like, he was with the Nation of Islam or whatever. He was with Charles S. Dutton's character. Like, why he have to be there? Like, I didn't even care so much for the main character. I mean, of course, I don't want nobody to die, but it was like, I was mainly, and then Lorenz Tate lived. He lived in the end. That was pissing me off.
That's how it normally is.
That's sad. That pissed me off.
Are you going to see Scary Movie?
No, I can't watch them movies no more.
Why?
I want to see the Toy Story though.
They got a new Toy Story?
Yeah, even though they should have ended it at 3. Everybody know they should have ended it at 3. I like the ending at 3, passing on his toys and stuff. But they got to keep making that money. 4, I did not like 4 at all, really. Only thing that was good about 4 was I think Key and Peele's characters and the Forky. I like the Forky, the idea of Forky. We all had our little imaginary toys. I was sure wanted to make my own little toys, couldn't afford. So I like Forky. Other than that, and I don't like how they had Little Miss Bo Peep, on this straight up feminist tip. They got her now where she was like a fair maiden to be rescued. That was the toy she was intended to be, but now she's badass. But I am looking forward to I can't help it. Like I love the Toy Story and Shrek series.
I love Shrek. So.
Yes, I love Shrek. All of them good except for I didn't like Shrek the Third with Justin Timberlake.
You gotta like Shrek because remember you look like Shrek and I look like Donkey.
Shrek, I'm okay with it like Fiona. I'm all right with that. Fiona ain't really but Shrek the Third, I don't know. It just that was the weaker. I could tolerate it. That was the weaker. The fourth Shrek though, like I remember I was discussing what was the worst villain of all the Shreks. And I think the worst, Farquaad wasn't as bad, but I think the worst was worse than Fairy Godmother. That Rumpelstiltskin. Oh wait, I can't hear you. You muted, Shorty. Oh yeah, Rumpelstiltskin. I felt that he was the worst because dude took his whole existence, took his kids, and all of that. But that was, I don't know this. I can't hear you, Shorty. I don't know if you're talking to me or you purposely muted it. Yeah, because I was okay with that Barbie when she was, I was okay in Toy Story 3 with Barbie. And, she wasn't this bimbo. But I don't like what they did with Bo Peep. But Toy Story 3 was good, even though some parents, they felt that scene was a little too intense with them about to go through the furnace. There's some kids. Yeah, wait, I don't know. Shorty might have muted herself. She might be talking to her son or something. Let me see. It looked like she unmuted it, but I still can't hear you. We can't hear you, or I can't hear you. Yeah, I like the Puss in Boots. I like the Puss in. Everybody said
you heard me.
Corner. Okay, now I hear you. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now, yeah. I wasn't hearing you for a minute though. Oh, now it cut out again. I'm allowed for you. Got the link though. Rumpelstiltskin. He was I think he was like the worst villain. Even though some people say, well, they're looking at all of the Shrek spinoffs. They say Jack Horner from the Puss in Boots, but I guess I don't really consider that as part of the Shrek movies. Okay,
You leaving and stuff out there.
you back in. Yeah, Adam said your Wi-Fi might be tripping out. Okay, you're in, but I'm not hearing you
You
yet.
hear me now?
Okay, I hear you now.
Meow.
It looks like it's a lovely day outside.
It is lovely. He talking about, look, he don't like my outfit. Look.
Ooh, look at
I know you lying. My boyfriend.
Look at Shorty. Us Gen X's are looking nice, looking fly.
That's what he told them. Ew.
Yes. I was losing hope because I'm finding out people I know are not doing so good. So when I go to the gym, you know what I be seeing? Well, it all depends on the time of the day. There's a lot of baby boomers, like older Black women and stuff, and men in the gym where I go on the south side. It's a lot of baby boomers. Like I'm talking people our parents' age, look like they were born in the 50s. Well, my mom in the 40s, but them too. I'm seeing a lot of them.
Your mother was born in the late 40s, though, right?
Right, 1948. Yeah.
Yeah. So she just like a little older than my mother. They like the same age around, right?
Right. They both would be considered like early baby boomers, though.
Right.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of them in that age group at the gym. A lot of sisters and brothers in that age group.
Hey, how you doing? Your hair look cute, girl. Your hair looks cute.
Yeah, you
see, I live in a hood, right?
I don't look too hood, but I know. But there are a lot of there's so many types of Black neighborhoods in the United States. Like, people don't notice in Chicago. There are a lot of like I don't know, what do you call middle income? I don't know what is considered middle class anymore. I don't know if middle class is even, because now middle class is struggling so much. But there are a lot of like I wouldn't mind living where my uncle lives. He pretty much lives in a mansion in Matson, Illinois. It's like south of Chicago, and it's predominantly Black, but it's Black people with money.
I heard y'all got a lot of mansions over there.
Yeah, like he's pretty much like I guess you would consider. I asked my brother, would you consider that a mansion? Yeah, with my uncle as a mansion in Illinois. Let's see, yeah, like the median income is what, around 80,000. Yeah, I would like, and there's areas even like on the south side. Like that's what I was saying. Like, how is it that the Obamas would live on the south side? You said, are they still in Chicago?
Yeah, they still live over there.
Yeah, so that tell you that not all of Chicago, including the Black communities, they're not all the same. And there are these pretty nice areas on the west side. And I think that they're trying to get these areas. They're trying to or I noticed one thing, like an area where I am. Of course, I'm not going to be exact and given, but I noticed that I'm seeing, more Latinos, at least during the time of Biden. I seen them. I'm not tripping over it. And like I told my grandchild, like she won't go to an all Black school, but there have been some like kids from Venezuela. I think it was in the time of the Biden administration. And I told my grandchild, be nice to him, because we all at one time were migrants, so we all were, so I was like, of course, don't give no special treatment or nothing special, but don't be I don't ever want, my grandchild treating anybody, you know what I'm saying, inferior, especially when we're talking about children. I mean, I think that's kind of bogus, the way that they're doing things, having people come into these countries just so they could use that to have them shipped. I think that's kind of bogus. I understand the concerns that our people have, but why make people feel comfortable coming over here just so they could use that to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you feel like.
What they coming over here for? What happened?
This is my opinion. I believe that they purposely flooded certain areas to cause tensions, like when I talk about Hegelian dialectic, so that they can, I don't know. I just feel, me, I'm going to be thinking on a conspiracy tip, just so they can have Trump look like he's taking care of, he's cleaning up the America. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's how I feel. Like
Would they bring in more? Maybe they bring in more Caucasian people over here. Remember what he said? He said, he said the black countries was garbage countries, and he would like to have more European people coming over or whatever. Remember when he said Africa and like Haiti and stuff? They were like trash countries and stuff like that. You remember that?
Oh, please. He's saying that, and yet we're supposed to believe that he cares about the Christians in Nigeria, whatever. And but
Oh
not,
no.
so yeah, but I heard some of them South Africans, the white South Africans that came to the United States, I heard that many of them are deciding to leave.
Who, the white ones? I'm sick of
Yeah.
them.
Remember
I'm sick of them.
But yeah, it was like I think they used the Biden administration. Also,
Look, why don't Tariq worry about them instead of like some other black people? Why don't he worry about them?
Shorty, I'm gonna take your question as rhetorical. You already know the answer. You know.
I'm like, he'll never get with white people. Like every time I see him, he only getting with other black people. It's annoying.
Right, but see, he came up in here. But I'm gonna tell you, he had us fooled. He came up under that whole pro-black guise. He was never pro-black from the jump. Even I gotta agree with Morris World TV on this. He never liked what he would call FBAs. When you really think about it, he never had this love for quote unquote FBAs. Because really, like even with he was the one initially referring to brothers and stuff as dusky, when he was talking about dusty hoteps, and a lot of we just overlooked a lot of that. He jumped on the whole with the hidden colors. You already had this documentary 500 years later. That's what I believe he took that from. He just jumped on the whole pro-black. This guy, if you just look up the rap songs of Cosmo Flex, K Flex. Look up the history, and Morris World, he has been bringing the receipts. I remember this stuff was exposed before, but I didn't really care to look so much. I just hope that he, not this Marcus person that they have been talking about that may have committed a very heinous act. But I don't know. The things that, it's looking like this, I remember this being pointed out some years ago, but there wasn't nearly enough information and evidence to back it up. And I didn't care to look too much into it. But what he's been presenting, on if he's this Marcus Sanders or Marcus, who supposedly committed a very heinous act. I don't know if you looked into that with what Morris World TV has been putting out there. He wasn't the only one though putting this information.
What kind of act? What is the person named Morris TV?
Taharka Bay. You remember he was beefing with this person for a while. Now there have been people trying to expose Tariq Nasheed. Like I remember keyboard musician and stuff. But keyboard musician, he didn't, like bring, he didn't really come with showing receipts. He'd always do these videos in the dark. But it was almost as if he kind of knew something on Tariq Nasheed. But people just took it as him being just obsessed or hating or whatever. But Taharka Bay, what makes it different with Morris World TV, he did take him to court. So he has the legal information. You understand what I'm saying? And also, if let's say Taharka Bay was lying about certain things, Tariq could easily sue him for slander. And he already has tried to take him. Yeah, he's already got the FBI on him. And now Taharka Bay, he sued Tariq Nasheed because he was spreading to people that he was a PDF, or a child predator or something like that. I believe. This is what I believe. So, of course, he was able, and being that he went to court and everything, he was able to show more, get more receipts, get more information. Do you understand what I'm saying? And Tariq, information that Tariq Nasheed could not really deny, or he could sue him for slander. Yeah, so it's obvious because Tariq Nasheed has, made it obvious or admitted that they did go to court, although Tariq Nasheed is saying something different happened, or yeah, but he is bringing information, and he believes that there was this Marcus Sanders who, may have been, he believed, put in witness protection. That, yeah, you'd have to watch it. Like, wow, that's what got me like, damn, if that's true, like that's, man, who, you don't know who we listening to up in here. Like this person, if this is the same person that took somebody's life, like, damn, because somebody, may have snitched or something like that. It's a lot to it, but it's got me like, dang, gone. So you got to understand something. I do believe that you got some people up in here. Yeah, because when you got to think about it, there's quite a few of these people up in here who you find out they got these criminal backgrounds, and they have become like these prominent voices in YouTube. They've become these like really prominent voices and become very, very popular. And then they just come up in YouTube. They automatically got connections, whether it's the voice walking to more popular people, and they blow up, their channels blow up. But then you find out they all got these like, and I'm not talking about just a thing of like, oh, well, they were arrested because some weed was found on them. Not little stuff like that. But like these people have committed acts of fraud, and like I'm talking about, felony acts, like fraud where there's lots of money involved and lots of deception and conning and stuff like that. Just really more serious stuff like acts of burglary and shit like that even. And so it makes you wonder, have people made deals up here? Just like, remember the person that was coming at like General Tito, Hardcore Tito, and it was found out that this person, he got mugshots, and the allegation, the charges were said to have been against a 13-year-old girl. So then you're like wondering, well, how the hell are these people on the street if they're doing something like this? What the hell is going on? So it makes me wonder, you got people who are probably doing videos with ankle bracelets on and shit, ankle monitors on. Like, so it's like, how did these people get such easy access and exposure in social media, almost as if they have made deals, and almost as if exposure was promised to certain people so that they could mislead. And that's why I was beginning to wonder, like, some of these people may be doing these videos and stuff almost like they're like, could there be blackmail involved, or they really shook hands with the devil? Like they really, like, you know what I'm saying?
They're plants. I do believe that they're plants that cause dissension, because it's just ridiculous. And I think they come in. I'm not a conspiracy theorist like you are. I'll be thinking you full of bunk. But
now, why are you thinking? Okay, if I share with you with Michael Jackson with his saying that if LaToya Jackson, his own sister, and himself, he also said, Dick Gregory said that they're trying to kill me. Why would that not be considered if this is what Michael Jackson himself believed? Unless Michael Jackson was just a conspiracy nut. This is what Michael Jackson, I don't think Dick Gregory would lie. Of course,
Gregory turned really crazy and like he turned psycho. Like he was a psychopath.
I didn't agree with you on everything, but okay, but I mean, you gotta think about it. If you witness a lot of questionable stuff, it is going to make you a little paranoid and crazy to a degree. When you witness, okay, like for instance, he said that John Lennon told him that the Beatles were a concocted group to get white kids on drugs. I can show you he was friends with John Lennon. Now, could he be lying? Maybe. But he was friends with John Lennon. It ain't like he did not have, we can find the pictures and stuff. It's not like he didn't have a relationship with John Lennon.
Lashid.
Uh-huh.
Lashid. I saw the check, nigga.
Oh my goodness. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You will easily believe that that Donna Ross had sex with Michael Jackson if a bodyguard said this or something, but yet this anything else is conspiracy theory. But
No,
why?
I believe he might have saw the check, nigga. But
Yeah, yeah, we know that there are people who are like okay, I don't believe everything that's said against P. Diddy. I do believe that there are some people lying. However, we can't deny that, you know what I'm saying? See, we saw that video with him and Cassie. He doesn't deny, he don't say, oh, that's AI or something, that's somebody else. He has not denied that was him doing it. So it's easy for anybody to say anything about P. Diddy. And you know what I'm saying? And so, yo, I can't defend that. Because all I know is he did do so. He showed that he has the potential to do something like, you know, those things. He's, you know, being that when you're kicking somebody and they already down, even whether or not you see Cassie as a gold digger or whatever, you don't do that to, you know what I'm saying? Like you that damn bold where you running your ass out there with a towel around your waist. You're that bold in a public hotel or whatever, you thinking that you could just do something like that and just be kicking somebody in public, you know, so I can't feel his ass. Even though I do believe that some of the people, like that was in that documentary, I do believe that some of them ain't
they willing participants. I feel sorry. I think he should have been charged. The thing that he should have been charged for is beating up Cassie. Cassie, we saw that. We know he did that. But those prostitutes and stuff, they were willing participants. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't know. We can't prove. I don't believe everything that's said against him, but you know, he is one you're not going to see me anytime. Wait, you said Reef Boyce? I ain't really say nothing against Boyce. Okay, I did unsubscribe from Boyce Watkins. I was subscribed. I forgot exactly what reason I subscribed. It more than likely, probably, maybe he said something in the Bible. But for some reason, I unsubscribed. But I do have to question the people that came. I never really targeted Boyce Watkins, but I do got to question, you know, just quite a few people that we learned about through Boyce Watkins that are questionable. Quite a few of them. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, I got to look at it, even though I've never really, for some reason, I can't remember exactly why I unsubscribed from Boyce Watkins. It probably him saying something against the Bible, probably. So I never, because I can't say other than that, you know, I had totally stopped following Boyce Watkins. I can't say that I got anything against Boyce Watkins himself, but it did seem like around the time the Boyce Watkins crew. Now I can speak against Sonetta and the Sonetta crew when they came along with these characters that are very questionable, you know. Yeah, but you never really heard me up in here really dissing Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? But I do got to look at like all these people that we learned about through Boyce Watkins. You know what I'm saying? I can't myself remember why I unsubscribed from him. Yeah, and now you say Dick Gregory. Now Dick Gregory, yeah, and he came off grumpier and stuff towards the end of his life. And what I didn't like him questioning something on the scriptures, on the blood, on the doorposts, you know. And see, too, you got to be careful with that. He was questioning something like, why would Most High need you to put blood on the door? You don't question that. You know what I'm saying?
You don't question God.
So, yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, because a lot of that, see, when that happened with the accusations with Bill Cosby, it's like I already knew it was coming. I already knew it was coming from the early 2000s. Why? Because I had read Dick Gregory's publication. And so obviously that tells me he knew what the hell he was talking about because it ended up happening as he said it would happen. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of already knew what was coming for Bill Cosby when it happened. So I know that to some degree, Dick Gregory know who he's talking about, even if he don't know everything. Now, he's also believed that Freddie Prinze Sr., the Puerto Rican, that was in Chico and the Man, Freddie Prinze Jr.'s dad, who supposedly unalived himself. I know that Dick Gregory don't believe that he committed. He also believed like John Belushi was taken out, and he didn't exactly die the way that we had been told from a speedball overdose. So it's not to say that he's right.
That too. I believe him when he's saying these people didn't overdose. I don't know about Whitney Houston and her daughter.
Oh,
I don't know about that.
I sure don't believe that was no accident. I sure don't believe.
How they gonna die the same? How they
Daughter.
gonna die the same exact way? I don't
Right.
know. That's
Her
weird.
and her daughter. Like a lot
Exactly.
of the stuff in Hollywood, even these people, whether or not I like them or not, whether or not, there are things I've exposed on John Lennon, but I still think that John Lennon was taken out and it wasn't just some crazy fan. I think that was a mind control ultra, like assassin, if you will. And it don't mean that there are things also that I have pointed out about John Lennon, the hypocrisy, the Beatles agenda, but I still think that John Lennon was taken out. I do. I don't care for no Jim Morrison, but there's a lot of these people. Jimi Hendrix, I definitely don't believe that his death was, an accident, him choking on his vomit or whatever. I don't believe, let me see. A lot of people, whether I liked them or not, whether I felt they may have even been a part of the agenda. They might have even been a part of, but a lot of these people, even that I may feel were plants themselves, I believe that some of them was taken out too, used and then disposed of.
What do you think about What do you think about what's his name? Marvin Gaye and his daddy. You think you believe that?
Oh gosh, that's
What
one.
about Sam? What about Sam Cooke?
Oh, Sam Cooke was taken. Oh, Sam Cooke.
What about Otis Redding?
Conspiracy.
Huh? Otis Redding?
Definitely. Now, the first time I heard with Otis Redding possibly being, I remember we were on the L and we were just talking about different conspiracies and stuff. Me and kids at my college, we were just on the L riding home. And it was a black woman, an older black woman. Now, this was the first time I heard it. And she was overhearing us talking. And she started joining our conversation. She said that, I know y'all, I don't mean to butt in y'all conversation, but she started talking on Otis Redding. And that was my first time ever thinking, because I was like, why would anybody with Otis Redding? I thought white America loved him. I thought his music was safe, not saying that he was safe. I'm just saying, I didn't think it was anything in his music that they could saw as threatening or whatever. But come to find out, he was going to leave Stax Records or something. I know Garwin would be more up on this than me. Like he was going to read Stax Records or and do, because you did have black artists who wanted to do their own thing under their own management. You understand what I'm saying? And at that time, like with Sam Cooke, what Sam Cooke was doing was a move that a lot of blacks did not do or could not do it. And he was so young, and it would have also set a certain example. So it is something to consider. And then eventually you had CD Fury, you had an Otis Redding video. Even though I don't totally agree with CD Fury, what he was trying to implicate his wife. And I absolutely don't agree with that at all. Because that's the thing too. CD Fury, he would kind of come off on a little bit of a manosphere tip with some of this stuff. Like, oh, you don't get married and stuff, almost like he's trying to give that kind of message.
Lashid, I still don't understand what happened with Sam Cooke. I don't understand what happened. Why is he dead? Why did that lady kill him?
You know what they got, and I knew from a child. My mama, people from Chicago, they always knew he was killed. That's how people from Chicago talked about it. They always knew that Sam Cooke was killed. And I remember my mom talking about these things when I was a child and stuff, like with Sam Cooke. But yeah, now that we have social media and the internet and access to more information, yeah, I learned so much more. And then when I did my first video on Sam Cooke, because it was like, what was it? Because it was like an anniversary of his, yeah. And that was the very first video that I had to have removed from YouTube. The first video that got a strike and was totally removed from YouTube. I think that was even before Tommy, struck my channel. That was one of the very first. Yeah. And I couldn't keep it up. Now people can talk about this. That's what's funny. Now I'm surprisingly, I saw a documentary on Netflix. Like, that's one thing I noticed too. Certain things we couldn't talk about up in here for years, like Epstein. Now people can just talk about it. Like, And I imagine that's probably how it was when JFK was killed, you know, like, because they were saying any people left and right were being found dead and stuff, like anybody they thought would speak on it. But then it's like they give it like 20, 30 years and then people could talk about when, yeah, well after J. Edgar Hoover and people did. I remember they first started talking JFK conspiracy stuff, like it was kind of in the 80s. And they eventually had, the movie JFK. And I remember, a biography, that's when people also start talking about, is it possible that Marilyn Monroe was killed, you know? And there are different theories with that. Yeah. See, Reef, I want to highlight your comment, but you know we got to kind of be on code. You saying there's a man that gave, let me see, you saying who gave Dick Gregory a lot of information. The man who gave Dick Gregory a lot of information does interviews on the Carson Nelson show a lot. Oh, trying to think. Because even with Dick Gregory, because wasn't he just dealing with a bladder infection? And he was like, I remember he was saying he's fine. He's going to get out the hospital. He's doing so much better. His son was saying that he couldn't wait to speak on the whole thing. Remember what was going on in Charleston a couple of years ago? Then next thing you know, Dick Gregory did. So I even like with Paul Mooney, I question even with Paul Mooney, because Paul Mooney had this newfound popularity with a younger generation. He already, he had already got the respect of us Gen X's. I think a lot of younger people may have had even more a liking and respect for Paul Mooney. But he was, especially after him being, now I was already up on Paul Mooney, but after him being on Dave Chappelle's show and doing the little skits, and it was like, I remember he had a thing in YouTube, Paul on Paul with him and Paul Rodriguez. It was like Paul Mooney was getting this new audience, especially during that time when there was that Dave Chappelle void, because Dave Chappelle and people started talking more on conspiracies and stuff with what happened with Dave Chappelle. And you remember with the Don't Tase Me Bro and all of that. And so I guess people were looking for somebody to kind of fill in that void, like the Dave Chappelle void. So it made Paul Mooney more popular to a younger audience, right? A newer, social media influenced audience who were at that time. Because remember, it was all this Illuminati talk and all that stuff. So then, and then him and Dick Gregory, I remember they were going to hook up, right? They were going to hook up, like doing, I guess, shows or something together. Then next thing you know, you hear, okay, where's Paul Mooney? What happened to him? Okay, supposedly there was a cancer scare. Supposedly he had then they were claiming that he may have been dealing with dementia. So I tried to follow him or his son's on. So even with Paul Mooney, I kind of wondered, like, could something been slipped in his drink? Could they have done him like what was suspected with Paul Robinson? Because I don't care what anybody say with Muhammad Ali. I don't think he had Parkinson's. I don't think Michael J. Fox had Parkinson's. Yeah, he was shaky and all that, but he was still Michael J. Fox. They had a Back to the Future kind of reunion thing, or not a reunion, but a special, like, a 40-year thing of Back to the Future. And Michael J. Fox, although he was a little shaky with the Parkinson, he still could talk. He was still, where you could understand him. Whereas with Muhammad Ali, he was just straight up, almost like, he couldn't talk or nothing anymore.
Is Michael J. Fox alive still? Or
yeah, he's still alive. He's still with the same thing Muhammad Ali supposedly has. But even in him talking, you can still, he's like shaky, but you can still like understand him, where it wasn't like that with Muhammad Ali. It's like almost like he was purposely. CD Fury, I've been on panels even with CD Fury. We kind of, I do still like his content, although I've disagreed with him on certain. I don't like the way he was trying to, make it look like trying to make you suspicious. Otis Redding's widow, but and almost like trying to send this message you shouldn't marry or something. So that's what I kind of disagreed with them on. And I could tell when you got these people who don't quite believe the Bible, like we had that black people inherit dust. And, me having a differing belief, see, to me, that just leaves you with a hopelessness. But, whereas me, I'm, hope to bring more of a message, share a message that's going to give you more hope, and not just this idea of us inheriting dust. But I still appreciate his content. Only thing is, I just noticed that CD Fury, kind of like when you're only now focusing on black folks, you know. But yo, I ain't mad at CD Fury. I felt that was bogus. Regardless, I didn't like how Tariq Nasheed responded to him. And at that time, I was still, following Tariq Nasheed, but I didn't like Tariq Nasheed responding by putting his personal information and all that out there. That was not something worth him being. Now, that was a straight up doxing, and it was totally unnecessary. There was no reason for Tariq to put out his pictures and all that stuff. Like almost.
That CD Fury. He don't come out no more, dude.
He still do videos. I think it's like CD Productions or something. He still do videos. But a lot of us, it's like we got to walk on eggshells. They're not as, raw as they used to be. Like I don't know what happened to Black Child. Yeah, unsurprisingly, they got a special on Netflix on Sam Cooke where they're actually going there and sharing information. I wouldn't have thought. I still don't totally trust Netflix, but they are giving information, that a while ago I couldn't talk about, and I'm kind of surprised that. So I say it's a pretty good documentary I saw on Netflix. I don't know if they still got it up, but you should check it out because I am kind of surprised.
Ain't us black people not supposed to be watching Netflix? Ain't they trying to do something to make a Michael Jackson something to like diss Michael Jackson? So a lot of black people saying they unsubscribing from Netflix. You
Really?
didn't know that? Yeah.
I see something. I know I see something on Netflix about the trial or something. I'm not interested in watching, but
Yeah.
I thought, okay, I didn't know that. So that's what
A lot of black people not they unsubscribing. I unsubscribed from them. I'm not paying them. Y'all keep bothering black people like
wow, I didn't know that.
not giving you my money.
I have no problem. Only thing I watch on Netflix anyway, I be looking at they have like they be having them South African and Nigerian, but other than that, I definitely could do without Netflix. There's so many streaming platforms.
Don't they have those Nigerian movies on YouTube? I think.
Oh, YouTube.
Huh? What happened?
That's the thing. That's what I gotta really love a relationship with YouTube.
What? YouTube?
I remember I said I would tell my husband, never gonna play for no YouTube. I said I would never. YouTube owe me money. Then next, I'm doing the YouTube premium thing now. Like, oh God.
Oh, you paying for YouTube, girl?
I'm telling you, Shorty, if it wasn't for people like Watchmen Reports, Truth Unedited, Benaya Israel, if it wasn't for these people in YouTube whose videos I look forward to, I'm glad that they have been able to take full advantage of social media. I'm glad that if it wasn't for those people, I would be trying to talk y'all into boycott. I can't be selfish. I got to think of those people who have been able to utilize. Because really, if we were to, it's really hard for us to shut down all this media and everything. Because it's really, oh yeah, but y'all do know there is a Hebrew Connect TV, just for the knowing, Hebrew, you can like if you got Roku, who you say hates women? Who hates women? I'm confused. Yeah, it's in the family of neurological disorders, just like epilepsy. But I'm just saying, I just do think that I don't know. There would have been no real reason because by a certain, I'm not gonna ever say Muhammad Ali got tame, but I don't know. I just feel like because he was a threat. He was a threat, and being that I know it seemed like everybody loved him later on. was a threat, apparently. Now, by the time I was a child, Muhammad Ali, he wasn't, the same person. Apparently, he was in the 60s and stuff. By the time I was a child, he was, we would see him on like different strokes. Saying he wasn't, yeah, he was still, of course, he was radical and, um, but I just feel like, is it a possibility? Of course, that's not something that I could. Now, with Michael Jackson, oh, I'm convinced he was taken out. Same with Prince.
Did you see the sorry to interrupt you. Did you see the interview with Muhammad Ali's wife?
Oh, I noticed that. Thanks for reminding me. I put it in my history. I said I was going to go back to it. I totally forgot. You just reminded me. It's like on Art of Dialogue, right?
I didn't know that not Muhammad Ali. I didn't know Bruce Lee was her master.
What? Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to that. It was one of his wives. Yeah, okay. You canceled Netflix? Yeah. Now, being that it's not just me in this house, I don't know if I could easily do that, but I could do without Netflix. I'm just waiting for. Only thing is, yeah, I have got caught up in these series. These like I usually watch the African series. I guess nobody watches it with me. Nobody commented or nothing. Nobody's watching these. Just like I'd be wanting somebody to watch Survivor. I be wanting more. I want a community. I can't post that Lipstick Alley. They too mean. Lipstick Alley too mean. I be needing somebody. I miss the days of the message forum where there was people who we watched stuff together and then we could post together. Like, but I understand why black folks wasn't. It's only more recently you got more black people into Survivor, what they call the new era of Survivor, where they got a little more diversity. But I would expect for more. You don't be checking out none of these movies though with the African cast and stuff. People think I'm a traitor now. Shorty, you don't be checking out. And I ain't saying that I totally agree. Like I don't like they got with the blood and water, this pansexual young character, young white Caucasian male who's pansexual, and I don't like all that stuff. But the optics are a lot better. I love seeing yeah, so I have got I'm glad I found out my sister-in-law watched. We just found out that yes, I found out she watches it. So I got somebody else who watches with me. But it would be wait, where you at, Shorty? Shorty ignoring me. But I still wonder who you said was you hates women. You said he hates. Are you talking about C. Fury or? Yeah, I don't know. I just when you get certain vibes, I like, and that's the thing. I like CD Furies. You just get certain vibes.
I think he's an incel.
You think so?
Yeah, heck yeah.
I don't know. I didn't take it. I just like him automatically. There was absolutely nothing that would link. Absolutely no reason to be suspicious of Otis Redding's wife. And then he used that to talk on like marriage and stuff. Like,
girl, he believes in aliens and stuff. What do you?
Oh yeah, he did go in that direction. I ain't mad at him. That's what he believes.
Aliens.
Aliens, just fallen angels, just the demons. That's all.
They are.
Okay, so it's not just me that kind of picked that up.
They are. I told you about when me and my cousin
like women, but I don't want to believe that. But
I don't know if he dislikes women, but he's I think he's an incel. But I do believe that aliens are fallen angels because I told you how me and my cousin used to watch when we was teenagers, those alien abduction shows and stuff. And so one lady, she kept having it was like some things that would come. Well, she thought the phone company was like doing work outside her house every night because it looked like they had work outfits on, right? And so she called them like, hey, stop, I'm trying to get sleep, and they like, we don't got nobody, working outside. So they started coming into her house every night, right?
Wow.
Well, almost every night. And so she prayed along her around her bed or something like that. And if it's not a demon, why would prayer keep them away?
Exactly. That's what I was telling like my
But
old niece when she, she was suspecting ghosts or something like that, and I told her to pray, and it went away. Yeah, but trust me, they're gonna want you to believe that you're gonna expect more of this alien talk. Expect a lot more of this alien talk. You're gonna hear more about these so-called aliens and stuff, because the presence of the fallen angels is going to be made more known. I believe that's prophecy. Remember, it says it's going to be like in the days of Noah. When you think about what was going on in the days of Noah, the presence is going to be more known. But watch what they're going to do. They're going to talk more about alien, like a lot of these volcanoes and stuff, like in the Canary Islands and stuff. It's gonna, I'm telling you, and all this talk, I did a stream not that long ago. There's a lot of talk about black hole and all that. What is it? What is the oh gosh, but I'm telling you, expect it. It's going to be more and more talk about aliens. Okay. It's gonna be. This is expected. It's already been happening. It's already been happening. Now, my nephew-in-law, or Tasha's husband, he says that he actually saw what a UFO. He's saying, and I don't believe he's lying. I don't believe, but he says he actually saw. Well, UFO is just basically unidentified flying object, But this that, yeah, he's saying that. I'm glad. Yeah, that's you said that's the African nerd. Now it's supposedly a black woman, but season 4, yeah. And then they had girl, like they brought in her gay cousin or her queer cousin, like and then they had to have, Pulang jump in the bed with the white dude from Elite. They had her Pulang's character. Yeah, that was the only thing with the blood and water, them going into this. And then they even having Wendy, who is a pro-black female. How the hell did she get in this? She was kind of like almost like a little Winnie Mandela. And how the hell she ends up into that was the only thing. How did she end up with Chris? I don't know. With the white guy who's pansexual. Like what? But other than that, I did like the Blood and Water series. I know I'm giving it away if you haven't.
Who's pansexual
in the Blood and Water series? But supposedly,
these people just freaks, yo.
Yeah, I like the Blood and Water series, but at the same time, it's like I couldn't suggest, like, even though my daughter, I couldn't suggest my daughter watching the Blood and Water series for that reason. Plus, I don't like. Okay, it's supposed to be centered around like a high school and high school kids that just happen to be over 18, but they show them drinking. I'm like, are they allowed to drink very young in South Africa? How come these high schoolers are like at a bar drinking? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's maybe the age to drink is lower in South Africa. I don't know.
Yeah, you're allowed to drink at 12 in Africa.
But more specifically, South Africa, I don't know. They showed them. See, so that's the thing. It's like, I love the optics. I love seeing, you know what I'm saying? I love, I like, Pulang's intelligent. It's a pretty good story. But that part, and also seeing sexual activity, I don't care for seeing a young pansexual character. It's that stuff that.
But then they had that kind of stuff in Degrassi.
Yeah, I used to love Degrassi. Do you remember the 80s Degrassi?
Degrassi Junior High, right?
It was Degrassi Junior High, and then it became Degrassi. Wills died. I didn't know he found dead.
Oh, I don't even remember which one that was, but
he was part of the Zits, Joey Jeremiah's friend.
You ever watch My So-Called Life?
No, I never watched that.
You heard of it?
I heard of it. Yeah, definitely. Ain't that like that was from when was that? My So-Called Life. Ain't that
like 95?
Yeah, that was 90s.
Nice private.
I never really watched that or Freaks and Geeks. That was that Gen X, like that. I think that was more for y'all younger Gen X's because you're kind of a younger.
So you didn't watch it at all? Right.
No, I did watch, and I actually thought that they did pretty good bringing back Degrassi. But then, and it was like I felt I could watch it with my daughter. And then it was like it's getting too serious with Degrassi. You know, the new generation, whatever. Yeah, because really, Degrassi, I think now when I think about it, that was a little too much even for my generation because they were going into abortion but now they bring it back in the 2000s. I'm thinking I could watch with my daughter. They got school shootings and
Well, look, you gotta remember, even when we was real little, when they had after school specials, and we watching these kids that's supposed to be teenagers, but we little, they had abortions, they had drugs. Like, remember, like it was so dramatic. Like they be like, a boy could start smoking weed, and then he become like a crackhead and stuff in them after school. So dramatic. So you be scared of like weed, like, oh my God.
now they did. I remember like we would be shot like after school special. Like for instance, when they were like there was a steroid awareness, right? And they had a special that was against steroids. And hey, what's this? Somebody messaged it. They would be against steroids, right? And they would show like yeah, it was okay. Like it would be a boy. He wants to join the football team. I remember us being shown this after school special. He wanted to be part of the football team, but he had to put on weight, and it was taking him so long. He's drinking raw eggs and everything. So he suggested steroids, and then next thing you know, he's taking steroids. He's putting on weight, making the football team. Got the girl, but now he's becoming mean to his girlfriend, abusive even. His nose is bleeding and all that stuff. Yeah, that's the. But it did make you think that they cared about us kids. There was a lesson, wasn't there? Like a lesson, like
yeah, it was a lesson at the end, like, but you remember, like, hold on. You remember like the weekly readers that they had to that in class y'all could do the plays of the after school special, and your teacher would be like, hey, you're Robert, you're Tammy, you're Butch, and it would be like the after school special though.
Oh
Do you
gosh, I remember like weekly reader, but y'all actually had to reenact that stuff. Oh my
Yeah, we loved it. Y'all didn't do that?
no, we didn't have to reenact it. We like watched. They have us like watch like a movie like that. Like in like see. I think because you're younger, I think they opened up more for y'all younger Gen X's. They started doing most stuff. Because okay, when I was in high school, it was still controversy to even have sex ed taught in school. Still,
they had that.
Oh yeah, see by that
They
time,
was putting bananas. Look, they was putting condoms on bananas.
oh my goodness.
In class, yes, sweetie.
Only time now when I was in the girls' home, they would take us to like Planned Parenthood, but in the schools, no.
Yeah, in classrooms, in the classroom.
They was still okay. We had health class, so we did eventually learn about but it was still controversy. There was still because we were still kind of the conservative age, like they still didn't quite want. And back then, I was like, "What was wrong with sex education?" I get it now. When I see what they teaching the kids now.
Yeah, I told you about my niece's sorry. I told you about my niece's 5-year-old. They teaching them to be them, her, he, and he like the little boy talking about I'm them. No, you're not.
Well, what's the point of even learning about pronouns? If they are meaningless and you can be whatever, what is the point of even using pronouns and learning about them?
I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
And you know, and I'm a person that's a free person. I don't care what somebody do in their bedroom. That's on them. But you shouldn't be teaching that to babies. Like you're confused. Literally confusing them.
Yeah, it's so hard to say because I think about like with the menstrual. I do think this needs to be taught at a certain age in classrooms. I do because I think of if it wasn't for because let's keep it real. A lot of our parents, okay, at least speaking Black Americans, and especially if they were baby boomers and older, they didn't really talk to I'm not saying black mothers are worse mothers and white. I'm not saying that, but it does seem like white women are more open in talking about certain things. If it wasn't for me having a white friend that I had in the suburbs, her name was Sydney, and her mom, okay, she had these little books that Robert and Janet with me. Putting their children I'm here in the background.
And them white girls was on birth control and stuff. And you be like, why you on birth control? You a virgin. I have heavy periods. You don't remember that in school?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They would, yeah, the white parents would be putting their kids.
Your mama let you get on birth control.
The taboo with black girls. I wouldn't have never thought that you'd have black girls.
Yeah, because my mother said when she hear somebody on birth control, she said that means that you telling them that they could have sex.
I kind of agree with that. I I just do think that we should be educated on the mental side. Because if it wasn't for my friends, so when my menstrual cycle hit at 11, I knew what it was. My cousin, however, she said strict Jehovah's Witness family that the mama didn't talk about nothing. She said she was screaming and scared, kind of like on the scared. She didn't know what, you know what I'm saying? So I do feel that I don't know. I do think that should be talked about, just reproduction. I don't think lifestyles, however, should be talked about in school. That's my opinion. I don't think there should be. I think that there should be sex education just as far as talking about menstrual cycles, reproduction, hormonal changes, puberty. Nothing beyond that. I don't think there should be what leads to reproduction. That's it. And nothing in regards to lifestyle and all of that, but only what leads to reproduction. And you cannot, I'm sorry, but same-sex relationships don't lead to reproduction. It is what it is. So why would that even be discussed if it has no contribution to reproduction? So that's my opinion. So I do think it should be taught. I do think that you need to know about, because those are for health reasons. You need to know how a person becomes pregnant. And you need to know about the menstrual cycle and all of that. So where there's some people, they don't even think that should be taught. So, but I do understand now what the parents were concerned about, because this is ridiculous. I was told they got what my friend said, my best friend, they have this like at school where they can, if like dress how you want to dress. The boys want to dress like girls and girls like boys. Why in the hell would that be? That is crazy. That is crazy.
But black mothers need to talk to their children more, because I remember my cousin, she's younger than me, right? She's like 30 something right now, right? And she was sexually active, right? She was young, like 15, sexually active. And she was in pain. I think she could have had BV or maybe a STD or something like that. And she was telling her mom, and her mom was like, you shouldn't be having sex. I don't care. Shouldn't be having sex. And I was so scared. Like, I was like, oh man, I got some, I had a tooth infection before, and you know how you don't take all your medicine. I was like, I got this tooth infection medicine. I don't know if it'll work for whatever going on with you, but take my medicine. Like, but her mother was just gonna let her ride that out like that. I was like, dog.
Yeah. Oh man.
That came to you.
My friend, his friend was a Muslim friend. He had like a Muslim background. I remember we would argue, because now this is one thing where people may disagree with me. I don't think, even though people talk, I think you should talk to your child about, like, let's say menstrual cycles, hormones, reproduction, all that. But I don't know, this idea of just, I'm going to put you on birth control, I'm going to give you condoms. And I do feel like when I was in the girls' home, and that's another place. See, my mama, our parents did not know they were taking us in this girls' home to Planned Parenthood, putting us on birth controls without our parents' permission. Even some girls having abortions and stuff, and tubal ligations and stuff without, and I think that was wrong. But I think about how I did have a fear before I got pregnant, I had a certain fear in me, right? Whereas after, they put me on birth control without my mom even knowing. And they would just throw, like, if we went on weekend passes, they would just give us condoms and stuff. And see, I think if I would have still had that fear, but now I have this so-called education on condoms. See, that's the thing. I don't think that they need to be educating. You may disagree with me, like, I don't think they need to in any manner be talking about lifestyles to children in school, including, and I do think, yeah, I know people feel that this would prevent STDs. That is something I don't think schools need to be talking. That's just my opinion. And also considering my experience, what I'm saying is, before all this talk to me about condoms and stuff in the girls' home and them putting us on birth control, giving us condoms, like they just know we're going to have sex, I did have a fear of, you know what I'm saying, getting pregnant. Whereas now I have less of a fear because I think now I know how to have sex responsibly because I'm being taught about safe sex. And guess what? I still ended up getting pregnant, supposedly on birth control and using a condom. And I still got pregnant with my one daughter. So I always felt that, there need to be more stressing of abstinence. And I remember arguing with my friend, he's like, I got a friend, Haji, and I remember us arguing. He's like, get that. I'm talking to my son about condoms, unrealistic. And I remember us kind of having a little debate over that. He felt it's unrealistic to not, like, and I'm like, you just made up your mind. Like, you just know they gonna do this anyway. And I don't know, I just didn't feel it's necessarily unrealistic to why is it unrealistic to stress abstinence? Why is it, I don't know. But I know what I'm saying is old fat because he like saying what I'm saying is totally unrealistic. Well, and even, yeah, I understand that boys are different than girls. Their hormones, especially when they're teenagers, they're off the rocket. I remember that used to kind of scary, the idea a boy had a sexual thought every 5 minutes. I remember, the white people, these claims that a young boy, post puberty or whether they have like at the age 17, they're having a sexual thought I remember they would tell us stuff like that every 5 minutes. I'm like, really? And I understand it may be different, the hormones for a boy and the urge to have sex and all that, but I don't think it's totally unrealistic to expect that your kid can hold out. Like, I think that sounds like you're almost like giving up on kids. Like, oh, you just gonna know that they're gonna do this. You're gonna know this. Like, hey, ain't no way. Like, so unrealistic, the idea, what'd you say? You said boys definitely need it. I don't know, just why is it so? Why are we giving up on the idea of abstaining? Like, because I found out there is no safe sex. I'm telling you, there is no this idea of and I'm not the only one. Something like, well, okay, I'll be honest. I do think that protection was removed. Okay, and keeping it real. Still though, I was not supposed to get pregnant. I did, and I thought I was responsible. I practiced safe sex, whatever you want to call it, and I still got pregnant. So I took that as a lesson learned. And see, but the thing is, before that, see, I probably wouldn't even took the risk of going to my daughter's father's house. I wouldn't have even taken that risk because guess what? I had a fear in me. Whereas now, all of a sudden, I'm feeling like, okay, well, I didn't go with intentions of having sex, but I'm just saying, I probably would have had more fear to maybe resist. Or do you understand what I'm saying? So I think that that's the thing that people are letting down their guards because, oh, now I feel that I'm doing things responsibly, instead of you just, okay, and see, it ain't even just about, okay, forget about just the pregnancy and disease, even worse than pregnancy, even though some people may think they probably take the disease over pregnancy. But there's also, when you have sex when you're not ready, there's also the emotional. We forget all about that. Having sex, that's a very emotional, there's that part of it. What having sex do to you emotionally. I'm definitely speaking as a female. And when you're too young, like we wonder why nobody's even trying to look into what is leading to this increase of queer, like, why is it that just like people don't know the damage that like a person being molested, But even in what is considered consensual sex, like if you have sex with and you're not ready, I know how I felt as a young, even with my child's father, even though it was consensual, I would feel terrible afterward when you're not ready for sex and you're the mental. And some people think, well, boys are different. Boys are different. I'm sorry. When I heard that with Birdman and Lil Wayne, and he was 11, even though he may think he was doing this boy a favor, no. And then having a grown woman, absolutely not. That could have messed him up. Because sex it's very psychological. It is not just a physical act. I think sex is and I think it's meant to be that way because you that's how you bring life, so that there are emotions, not just hormones, but emotions. And our emotions and hormones, they are very much linked and connected. So I think we need to take sex way more seriously. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. I'm about to have that talk with my son. It's been fast. Oh, yeah, it's time. He's 15. Yeah, it's that time. But don't forget what I was saying, though. It's like
overdue. He's overdue.
Yeah. Well, yeah, now, yeah. 15 would have been appropriate age, but now, being that the media will get to your child at 10 years old. Now,
yeah, I think you gotta start like 12 years old.
Yeah, because the media, I'm telling you, this is another thing I hate too. You clicking on some ad. I remember it was an ad and it was coming up on YouTube. Ad come up showing two men kissing. You gotta hurry up. And I remember my grandchild, they gotta hurry up and click off of that. I'm telling you, they be trying to grab them. That's why I could not suggest. I feel bad. I'm gonna put that on private, even talking about blood and water. I could not suggest that to teenagers. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't, even though I enjoyed watching it, but I couldn't enjoy, and that's the thing. Like they talking about, oh, pansexual. Oh, this is a person who thinks with his heart. What do you say? Instead of, I'm like, oh my gosh. And yeah, and see what pan is, that's when pansexual is really when you down for whatever. That's what pansexual is. Okay. When you just down for whatever. That's what
when you a P. Diddy. Baby oiled up to your elbows.
You know what? I don't give two squats for P. Diddy. But why is always black? Why do black celebrities become the metaphors for these bad behavior?
Every time I see baby oil, I get skeeved. I'm like, oh, P. Diddy. It ain't even for babies anymore. He done tainted it. Ew.
I know. Y'all, oh my goodness. And that's the thing. Even with this little documentary, I can't stand it. But even with this documentary, I can't believe I watched that. Why do I care about, okay, if he did these criminal acts, okay, focus on it. I don't need to know the details of like this sex, like, that's just nasty. I don't need to know all that. I don't know. I don't even care to know all that. Did he or did he not do what people accuse him of or whatever? All that little personal stuff, I ain't even trying to I ain't trying to know all that. Like, oh goodness. See, now that's something hanging with the Clive. Yeah, what about his mentor, Clive Davis? Since y'all want to go there. Oh yeah, supposedly he on his deathbed. So I guess it'll be okay to talk about Clive Davis. When will we be able? Like now we can talk about J. Edgar Hoover and we can talk. Will we be able? Because that's why Monique was blackballed. And see, notice how now she's back in favor. Or because she does this Netflix special talking about how I'm attracted to girls. Like Monique, okay, I'm done. And you know what? And see, that's the thing. Monique was one I was defending too. When people were coming at her, and even with her husband, I was like, look, she love her husband. Yeah, it's weird. They call each other daddy or whatever. Or she called him dad. That's weird. But I still tried to defend. But no. What is this about? She's talking about she realizes she's attracted to girls. See, now she's back. Now she's back cool. I guess she's no longer blackballed. Get on Shannon Sharp's show, only talking about your black peers and stuff. That's the thing, like I was saying with Cat Williams. Why is the only people they want to expose is they black peers? Like, what is this really? You know, it's really helping us in any sort of way? I mean, I'm not now. If people gonna be exposed, okay, expose them. But if they're gonna be exposed, it should be more for what they're doing. That's, let's say, that's criminal, or yeah. And I don't like all this now that people dead too. Yeah, there's gonna be things coming out like, okay, maybe I needed to know that with Minnie Riperton, if she was into mother goddess worship. I need to know that. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's hard to, because I was a big fan of Minnie Riperton, but you know, if, let's say, if what I'm listening to might be creeping spirits into my home, I need to know that. You know, but some of this stuff, it's like I'm seeing these channels. What's that? T.I.'s Messy History. Look, Sherman Hemsley, George Jefferson is not alive. Like, look, y'all, what, you gotta have more proof. Just because somebody said, I'm not saying that it ain't true that he wasn't gay, but why is it like, okay, who is the boyfriend, or who is the? Nobody's even said that. So why do we need to know that? What reason do we really need to know that? And he is not alive. When he was alive, I heard absolutely nothing about or suspected anything about him. I can understand people maybe suspecting with Luther, and even with him. But what is it, the point of me knowing Sherman Hemsley? And I guess because people say it, we supposed to believe it. You know, even though they're not telling you who was his partner. Like, there's a lot of receipts on Rock Hudson. But even so, you know, what do we need to know that? So that means that they could just say anybody. They could say Sidney Poitier. Yeah, they could say anybody was. And but yeah, but let me get out of here, Shorty.
What up, Lashy?
Huh?
What up, Lashy?
How you doing? What's your son's name again? I'm sorry.
She walked out the room. But this me, my Sean, or Mook. That's what they call him.
What's your name?
Mook. Well, my Sean. That's my actual name. But
how she gonna walk out the room?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess she's doing something.
She's gonna exit the room.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I came down here. I saw her phone was on. I heard you talking.
Only she would do that. No, wait. Garvin sometimes be doing that too.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, I found a new panel now because I was talking to Psycho on them, but they was wilding over there. They doing too much, and they was trying to bully me over there.
Was that or Q Butter? Was that his panel?
Yeah, especially Q Butter too.
Yeah, I ain't never had nothing against him, but it was just questionable him. Like,
and then Marley, you know Marley?
Yeah, I recall that. Yeah, I recall that.
Yeah, Marley be instigating too.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm telling them as is. Like, I'm proud of who I am, right? As FBA. But I ain't, I don't hate nobody. I don't hate Caribbean people or whatever. But I did think Marley was jealous of FBA people.
But why would you? Okay, you do know that was something that was something concocted by Tariq Nasheed. Why can't you just call yourself Black American? Or why would you? No, because he even put a trademark on that at one time. Why would you, considering the rhetoric of those who are under the hashtag of FBA, why can't?
Now they're not a perfect group, but I am proud to be a Black American person. She said, "Why you walk out the room?"
That's rude. How rude, as she was saying on Full House.
Huh? I had to
walk out the room while I'm talking on something very important.
I had to change my clothes.
Oh, I was talking on something very.
Excuse my rudeness. You making it hard for me to be Christian.
How is that? Who, me? What?
You making it hard for me to be a Christian soldier.
Well, I no longer refer to myself as Christian.
I know you Israel, right?
Well, I acknowledge that we're Yashua. I do acknowledge the Messiah, Yahushua HaMashiach, who you may still refer to as Jesus Christ. Yes. But I'm not of a religion.
Yahweh?
Yahuwah. I don't think
what's his name? What's
Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
That's Jesus' name, Yahuwah?
No, Yahushua.
Yahushua?
Some people may say Yeshua, but I believe that Yahushua is more appropriate. Also, yeah,
I think Joshua is the derivative of the name Yahweh.
Yeah, Joshua is Joshua. Joshua is, but they,
They didn't have J's back in the day.
right. But Joshua is, it is, Joshua, Yahushua. Yeah, so I say, and I may not be correct because we may not know how they exactly pronounced it in Hebrew.
Right.
So I don't really be tripping over it. I have my reasons for trying to not say Jesus any longer, things that I have discovered and found out, but I do understand. I know that the Most High understand, and it said that we were going to be, forced to speak languages that were not of our origin. So this is expected. It's going to be expected that we're not going to, but I just feel like, now that I've learned more, that I can transition from saying Jesus. But I do understand people still, and there are people who feel, well, they were saved in the name of, or their lives were changed in the name of Jesus. And I think the Most High understands. But I just feel that once you do learn a little more, like, okay, now that you may know why it is that we say Jesus, then why would you continue to say it? But if you don't know, and if you're not at that point, then that's all I'm saying. What's making it hard? What's making it hard?
Well, for me to stop calling him Jesus.
Well, I mean, that's something. It's just like when people say, "I'm not saying the N word." I feel that that's something.
It's a habit, and look, it's a habit, and I kind of like the name.
Right, and that's what So I'm like this. It just when you get to that point, but I just do feel if it's a point where people do know better, and you do know, but a lot of people don't know. They don't know the origin of Jesus and why it is that we say Jesus today. Jehovah, and so I don't try to press that on people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not tripping.
Wasn't the other guy in the Bible? Wasn't his name Jesus too? The king that added Jesus.
What?
Who?
Well, get your butt out of here.
That's Lashy. Lashy, wasn't there another man named Jesus in the Bible?
No.
Not that I know of.
No.
Unless you talk about
Tariq probably taught him that.
That was another man. It was
that's what I wanted. Is he talking? Yeah, he had already mentioned with Joshua. Yeah, Joshua and Joshua. Yeah, Joshua. Yeah, that's what I was maybe. But Jesus, no, because Jesus, that's a. I did. I did a little research on, Jesus is, what that come from, and what that might be. I have my suspicions.
What do you think it might be?
Well, I have found something. Jesus being, I can show you the bookmark. Jesus, like if you notice in Spanish, they say Jesus, right?
Uh-huh.
You know that there was no letter J, or the J, like for instance in Spanish, it makes an H sound.
Right.
Be silent. Now there are some people who believe Zeus, but I believe I have found that Jesus, E-S-U-S, in what is this? What is it in Celtic? It was another word for Esau or Edom. Esau, whose name was changed to Edom. And I do know that we should know that through history, Esau, aka Edom, he has definitely tried to take the place of God's people, and you know what I'm saying? So so of course he's gonna want him, the Messiah, and Yah's people to look like him, you understand what I'm saying? So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Jesus was, derived, something. Yeah, this was us calling him Jesus was something, Edomite. Something, part of the Edomite conspiracy. Do you understand what I'm saying? And even when you look at the image, some believe that more modern image was Caesar Borgia, and you'll find out that a lot of these people, they had Edomite ancestry, like the Herodians, and although, like I said, I believe that Esau was black originally, but Esau's mixed with many other different people. But yeah, I mean, and I may later do a video on it, because I'm gonna tell you, even my brothers who are of, they know they're Israel. I've never even talked about that with them. They still say Jesus, but I guess I'm afraid to kind of present that information. I was able to eventually get my husband to kind of, I don't think it was so much me as other people with my husband on that, but that's something I haven't even really talked about with like my brothers and stuff, because I'm kind of afraid to be honest. They still say Jesus, even though they know they're Israel, they still say Jesus, and I think
Maybe they just say it out of habit.
Right. So I don't really mess with it, trying to, yeah. Right. That's what I'm saying. But I kind of, it's one of those things. It's very touchy. Like I'm kind of a little too afraid to, go there with them. Maybe one day I'll have like that talk with my.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just say it in a nice way.
That's an easier said than done thing.
Huh? Say, hey guys. Say, hey guys.
Yeah, but that's a tough, because there's people up in here, they just know that they were saved in the name of, what I'm saying, of Jesus. So of course, how do you know what I'm saying, if they knew that this is the name that saved their life and stuff. And I'm not saying, but I don't think it was so much about the name. I think it was
In
more
the name of Jesus.
right. I don't think it was so much about, I think, they were saved by their belief, their faith, and I think the Most High understood. You understand what I'm saying? But I do think he wants us to get to a level where we really truly know his name. Like when you say, like, that his name had to be Yahuwah, like you say hallelujah. You say hallelujah, and see, and when you think about Yahushua or Jesus, Jesus' real name Yahusha, it means like Yah saved. So from coming in the name of the Father, that would make sense. Yahuwah and Yahushua. That would make sense. It makes sense. Yeah. And yeah, words have power. Yeah. So so it's not just a thing of, just what yeah, it's kind of hard, because I've been saying, Jehovah and Jesus, right, or Yah's salvation. Right. So yeah, it is gonna be a point, but I do think, see, the thing is though, when you are being shown all of this and then you still refuse, and that's when it's a thing of where, okay, you want to stick with tradition and custom, and you're not willing. I'm not gonna lie, when I initially saw certain videos up in here talking about like we shouldn't say God, and I remember the first one I saw that years ago, I was like, I clicked out of that video, even though like saying what I ain't supposed to say God, I automatically like clicked out of that. I didn't want to hear that. But then getting a better understanding of why they're saying that, and even though I'm not really tripping over others, but there are some people like me, they like straight up zero tolerance, like. But me, I can understand how things can be sensitive, people, because I even know how I was years ago. Yeah, especially if you know that this is, and it's not saying that you weren't blessed or helped by the Most High Yah just because you say. There are some people up in there I definitely still listen to, like, they channels. Let me see, who's this person, like Israel Teach. I listen, and he still says like Jesus, and I definitely, because I do believe that he has, like good intentions, and yeah, and then I, eat the meat, spit out the bones, kind of thing. So, but let me let y'all go. Y'all know we be talking all over the place. But this is a great discussion, and I'm glad to hear from your son.
What are you talking about? FBA, right?
Yeah, so oh man, we got some work to do.
He brainwashed, right?
Yes, we got work to do, shorty. I'm good, because now, I just saw something with the FBA is just they embarrassing me. They are, really. It's like making me feel embarrassed to even. I don't want to sound like a traitor, but this is going on. It's like, oh
They
my God.
can't even have a conversation with you. They like, what are you? Like, what?
Right, I'm noticing they asking everybody, "What's your background? Where you come?" Like,
I told you, they told me I was a tether. They told me I was a tether.
They didn't call me a musty tether.
A musty one. At least I'm just a tether, though.
I sniff a must. What they say? I sniff a musty tether.
I'll be like, then you smelling your mama.
I had I gotta leave disclaimers in my video. They don't mess with me no more. It's like I'm wondering, are these bots though? I don't even believe that these are real people because they saying the same things over and over. It's like crazy. They leave the same tired, play out post. Like seriously, like parrots. Like I'm beginning to believe like he sent bots. Right? They don't say hello. Like I sniff a musty tether. You see how I see Tariq's AI video? I am no longer musty. Oh, God. I can't. Oh my goodness. No, I have not seen this video. I've been trying to stay away from typing in his name because I was getting curious at one point, and then I realized, okay, I gotta start after that whole thing with Minister of Wellness totally flipping. I said, this is my problem. I am following too many people. I'm peeking into too many people who I know I don't like. It's like, I don't know. I just thinking that people are going to change or something. I don't know. I just be like, maybe this will make him feel guilty. Maybe he changed. See, and that's why I just say, I got to just leave it alone. I got to stop typing into his name, seeing what he's talking about today, because it ain't happening. That's why I'm convinced. Dude is, he an agent. He ain't got no choice. Or he think he got no choice. Like as if he gonna go to jail or something, or he gonna be sued if he don't be open there. It's like he got no choice. He on a payroll or something. He ain't.
Who you talking about, Tariq?
Yes, because you can't tell me that it is. You can't tell me it's just about a grift or just about making money because if anything, he is losing. He was at his prime. He was at his prime with the whole Kid in Colors and all that. There is no way that he would lose. He would risk losing an abundance of followers. So
you know he laughed at an old lady called Dog. He laughed and she was like, I'm not gonna not vote because she said or whatever. And he was laughing. He was like, I need my medical. And I'm like, this dude rich. He could laugh at that. That ain't funny, yo.
Yeah.
I can't stand Tariq. He had no compassion.
It's like
that joke ain't funny. That ain't funny.
His rhetoric is not.
I don't care talking about he a comedian. That's not being comical, saying no crap like that, yo.
Like it's getting redundant. It's getting played out.
Hello.
All the little jokes. He used to
shit.
Oh wait, you not hearing me?
Hello.
Oh wait,
what
it's
happened?
Kind of, yeah, I think it's
what happened?
Up. The AB
Roger called too many times.
The FBA bots are on us. That's what's happening. FBA bots are on us. Now, but yes, like he
kept Roger kept calling.
This rhetoric it may be more dangerous than Tommy's rhetoric, to be honest. Because the way that people, at least with Tommy, people saw that it was obviously ridiculous. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down then. At least with people, they saw it was obviously ridiculous. Well, sadly, still had, and at least our people eventually, sadly, had to take him mocking black men and black women for some of our people to see Tommy as obviously ridiculous, and over the top. But with Tariq Nasheed, he's got, this more cult-like following. See, the Tommy Sotomayor cult was a lot of white folks, but these are a lot of our people, which makes him more dangerous. Yeah. And for him to come in under this guise, because his Hidden Colors series, it was about Melanoid Nation. Melanoid Nation was just not the United States, not just the U.S. nation. But remember, he was supposedly about Melanoid Nation. So he has been more deceptive. And that's that's a straight up. But they'll look at somebody like me thinking I'm being a traitor. Right? That's what it got to be. That's what it got to be. For a minute, I said, let me leave it alone because maybe dude's being threatened and maybe it's just something I don't realize. However, if it is true about the whole Marcus Sanders and then I can't feel for you. I can't feel for you if somebody's life is. But I don't know about that. I don't want to believe that. That's the worst. But I definitely believe that, he's dude's an agent. I'm convinced now because you can't tell me that this is a grift that would be more give him more, financial, monetary, or prosperous for me. You can't tell me he was already at his prime with the whole Hidden Colors and all that. He was already, by the time of the museum, he was already at his prime. There's no way he would have put at risk losing, even if they gave him a bag. And it could have just been that. But he was at his prime. There's no way, because you can't tell me he's not losing. But he already got those who are hooked on him. They're already, yeah. And they could easily replace him because they already got other people with this FBA rhetoric. So you can't tell me he is too much of a businessman to take that risk. So you can't tell me that this ain't straight some agent stuff. You can't tell me. Yeah, I remember. I remember somebody uploaded a clip. I'm sure we could probably still find it. But even in taking a bag, that's a one-time thing. Unless he knows that he has to fulfill and he within a certain time period. So it could have been that too. But regardless, that says that he's an agent. Regardless. Because you can't tell me that it doesn't make sense. And I guess the reason I kept looking to his channel, like maybe he's stopped, and maybe something's hit his senses. That's why I'm like convinced now. No, it's not happening. It is not happening. He is not going to stop with that kind of talk. It's not happening. And that's why I was like, now I got to just stop looking. I got to stop peeking in. I got to stop thinking something going to happen. But y'all, thanks so much for joining. This has been a great day. Yeah, I'm still, like I said, I didn't slipped up since the time of my birthday, just kind of slipped up, got to get back on it. Again, if you see me disappear for a minute, it's just I know I got to get some stuff together. So I may privatize some things to force me to. But thank you once again, my sister LaTanya Combe, for being so supportive. All of you, I really appreciate. But a special shout out to LaTanya Combe and Shorty Womp for deciding to get on the panel with me. He had a great discussion. No, and what? You late, Adam Guidry. It was my birthday. But yeah, it was my birthday. What was it? I was been now, what, 2 weeks ago now? But since then, I've been kind of slacking, very much so. And I love talking with y'all. So I'm procrastinating. So I got to get back on some stuff. So again, if you don't see me for a minute, you understand, or if you see these videos privatizer for the moment, that's just to force me to work on projects. Okay. So I will get back with y'all. Much peace and much love, my family. Thanks again, Shorty Womp for joining.